5, 4. Gather around, freaks. It's time for a wedding at Christmas. Are you allergic to anything? Well, I have a doctor that can help you. Oh, weird. What's this? The book next to the big British Book of Bonds seems to be shaking and oozing. Oh, well, I'm sure it's nothing. So gather around the internet radio and gather around the internet campfire because it's time once again for, hey, did you see this one?
Hello, 007. You're about to embark on a high-stakes mission that could shake the foundations of pulp culture. Your objective: dive into a certain franchise with a sharp, action-packed analysis. Infiltrate the world of espionage and glitz, dissecting the cunning of your foes, the allure of your vehicles, and your iconic gadgets. Prepare to tackle sensitive topics that could spark heated debates. Everything from the ethics of MI6 to the subtext in Goldfinger. This mission captures the essence of danger and allure. Your findings may attract the attention from rival podcasters and covert organizations. Harness your charisma, stay cool under pressure, and create a podcast that leaves the listeners breathless. Good luck, 007, because this month, Hey Did You See This One invites you to the Big Book of British Bonds.
Hello, everybody.
Hello!
Welcome to another episode of Hey Did You See This One, the weekly review reaction roundtable discussion podcast where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? And on this show, of course, we take a film and completely pull it apart, leaving no stone unturned. We are your co-hosts. My name is Jason R. Phillips on Jason R. Phillips' Secret Service. I'm joined with my other co-host, known as Stephen M. Waters. The M, of course, stands for M this week because we are talking about On Her Majesty's Secret Service as the Big Book of British Bonds closes.
British butts?
And British boners.
Big Book of British Bonds.
We're going out with a bang, a British bang, I think, with an explosion and an allergy detection that nobody saw coming.
It's like how they have weird emergency sirens in the UK. Their explosions are also weird. Their bangs are also weird.
Exactly.
In the UK, apparently punching somebody sounds like a gunshot in this movie.
The Foley artist went overtime on the sound effects in this movie. We'll get to that and much more here on the show.
Geez.
Yeah. This is episode 173, and if you're playing at home, it's season 3, episode 24. I'm trying to get us back on track. I'm just going to kind of get rid of the seasons thing once we get to October. I'll explain all of that later. My name is Jason Phillips. Said that already. I'm joined this week. Okay, so first and foremost, welcome back to the show. The host of Trivial Debates. Sometimes he's the a guest, a panelist on Trivial Debates. There's another movie podcast that exists that I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about legally. Please welcome back to the show, Chris Murphy, also known as World Mind.
Ew. So I'm not exactly a host of Trivial Debates. I'm a producer of Trivial Debates. The hosts of Trivial Debates are the random people that I try and find to host the episodes that are based on the fan base of the theme of the episode.
I've hosted.
Yeah. Steven's hosted. Jason's hosted.
That's true.
Noel, you could host someday if you'd like. We're doing a Farscape episode on Saturday.
I would love to.
I wanted to also just say that this month we have done all UFP hosts and people from that podcast network. This was sort of my attempt at having a big crossover event with the United Fellowship podcast. And I think it's gone very, very well. I everybody that came on, we had Andre Mayett last week. We had Davin Skellhorn. We had Dave Mader. And now Chris Murphy, who actually recruited me into this. And by recruited, I messaged him at 4:00 in the morning one night when I finally was like, hey, can I be on it? Can me and Steve come on and be a part of the United Federation? And you were like, you know what? I remember it very vividly. You were like, you know what? Yeah, let me get back to you tomorrow. I'm gonna get hated to see this one on the network. And then here we are. A year later.
Yeah. No, I was pretty adamant about you guys joining. I thought, why not? More podcasts. Treat it like the Borg. Assimilate all the podcasts.
Yeah. That's a reference to Star Wars, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. You get it nailed. That was in the the Star Wars movie First Sith Contact.
Yep.
Anyway,
I'd like to at this time also welcome back to the show. Can anybody guess how many times it is? Because when I tell you, you're going to be amazed. No guesses?
15.
For the 11th.
Is it the MPAA game?
Noel's MPAA rating.
For the 11th time.
Oh, wow.
In fact, I'm coining a new term called the 11 Timers Club. Welcome back to the show, Noel K. It's a very short list of 11 timers. I think Tim comes close at like 9, but we'll see what he's at when he comes on next week. But that's next week, and right now we are talking on Her Majesty's Secret Service, a James Bond film about a man with a plan. And I think we need Zardos to prompt us for the next segment.
Zardos, are you here?
Zardos, are you here around to talk?
Zardos speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
Lightning bolt. Noel, you had messaged me and said that you were available for this particular segment this week. Last week, you were like, I don't know what this movie's about, but can you give us a brief synopsis of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, please?
I was actually called to the task by Zardos the same way that one would be called to the service by God, or called to Her Majesty's Secret Service by M. Okay. So James Bond saves a girl from drowning, but she's actually the daughter of a guy named Draco, who's a crime boss. Now, Draco says that he'll pay $1 million for Bond to marry his daughter. Mm-hmm. So M takes him off the Blofeld case, so Bond quits, but he doesn't actually. And so he finds out that Blofeld is trying to legitimize his countliness with Her Royal Majesty's College of Heraldry and yada yada. So he goes to the Swiss compound where Blofeld keeps a rotating group of anaphylactic sexy ladies. Bond poses as a a genealogist. He gets captured when Blofeld tells him about the plan to sterilize all animals and plants in the world and how he's going to hold the world ransom for it. He escapes with the help of Tracy Ortega, the daughter of Draco. There are lots of chase scenes. They get married, and then Blofeld kills Tracy.
Well, that's the whole movie, so that's pretty much it for this week. This has been a great month, and thank you for all of our guests.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty all-encompassing compared to last week, where it's like Bond goes to Harlem and stuff happens in a row.
Last week. I have a bone to pick with myself.
I know you sent me a very distressing photo of the book that the movie is based on. And we can't really discuss it.
We can't.
Moving along.
You know the original title of Agatha Christie's And Then There Was One? And Then There Was None? So, not that title. The title before that one. That's...
Yeah. I know the one.
Yeah.
I don't know the one. Does anybody want to enlighten me?
No.
Look
it up yourself.
Let's just say
Come on.
Mark Twain and
What are we talking about, guys?
Loved utilizing. Anyway, listen. So normally we do a brief history. Does anybody have a brief history about this film, or did we all just watch it?
Well, I mean,
I hope that's your brief history.
Damn, this close.
Brief history.
But I don't have to go first. Chris, you sounded like you wanted to talk.
I was gonna say I vaguely remember this film because I think in my like mid-20s I went on like a James Bond marathon spree of all the films that were
it's called
available.
A Bond bender, please.
A Bond bender?
Yeah.
Okay. I would have called it a bondage, but yeah.
Okay.
To each their own.
Crap, James Bondage.
I'm gonna write that down.
So
he's on like the laser table from Goldfinger. It's like he's not wearing any clothes and he's got one of those
The ball
twink
gag.
straps on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't. This film is, I remember it back then vaguely. It wasn't my favorite back then, and rewatching it now, it's sure as shit not my favorite now. And in fact, I prefer other films like Pink Panther and Austin Powers, which were clearly inspired by this film.
I like this one quite a bit, actually. I have like pretty intense memories of watching this one for the first time because, as we talked about in previous episodes of this month, I didn't really have too much experience with anything pre-Brosnan. So when I would watch these old ones, I would have a bit of a difficult time with them just because they're slower and they're longer in a lot of cases. And they really take their time with bullshit. And this movie is not immune to that, but I do like a lot of the stuff that's going on in this movie, and it's stuck with me up until now. Like it's like I remember all these little bits and pieces that are quintessentially part of Bond in my brain. The skiing stuff, the weird plan that involves something that is seemingly normal but is actually crazy. Like all of these little things that make me think of James Bond when I think of James Bond, but at the same time you could easily staple them to something like Austin Powers because of how ridiculous they are. But this is the kind of James Bond movie that like I pine for now these days. I don't need it to be always brooding. I want something silly, and I think this one provides all of it. But yeah, I remember very vividly watching this one for the first time because, like you, Chris, I went on a James Bond bondage bender, whatever you want to call it, when I was in high school, and this one sticks out as one that I enjoy a little bit more than a lot of the Moore and even a couple of the Connerys. Yeah, that's my brief history.
Cool. How about you, Noel?
I had seen this one, unlike the one that I hadn't seen before. I don't remember liking this one very much. I remember thinking that I remember having thoughts about Lazenby as Bond. So I hadn't revisited this one. This is one of the early ones that I watched when I was doing my I like James Bond pick me era, but then unironically fell in love with the movies. Watching it again, I like this movie a lot more than I thought I did. It's the same thing. This is very quintessentially James Bond, and I like how big it is. I like how stupid it is, but unlike Live and Let Die, it's not that. It's bigger. This is what Bond is supposed to be, right? And this is what carries over in all the other Bond movies that I like a lot, are this more grandiosity, right? Like, Bond isn't supposed to be someone we can see ourselves in. Like, we're not supposed to self-insert. Like, he's supposed to be a power fantasy to the utmost. And I think because of Lazenby, this one gets wrapped up a little like poorly maligned. I actually don't know why it's so maligned. Like seeing it again, I'm like, oh, is it just like how people decide they don't like something and then we just go with that forever? Like there will be a turn on Rise of Skywalker at some point.
One day. Yeah. When the
they make a
9-year-olds who
worse
saw
movie?
it, when the
assure
9-year-olds
you.
who saw it in theaters are 25, they're going to be like,
Exactly,
it's
because
great.
I have had unironic, serious conversations about Attack of the Clones that I thought I would never have, and it's that generation of kids. Anyway, this is not about Star Wars.
It's true. I mean, we want to do Star Wars stuff eventually, so no, you're going to have to come back. 'cause
Sometimes
I do
shit
want to talk to you
just
about it.
needs to be fun and as less racist as you can get it. And sure, they hit women in all of them, so that's just a given.
Yeah. Bond is
yeah,
going
I
to
really-
punch a woman at some point. She
Bond's
gets
gonna
punched
do it.
twice
Like
in this
her
movie.
own dad.
3 times, yeah. Her own
She
dad
gets
knocked her
knocked
out.
out by her dad, but
Yeah.
we'll get there. No, but I really like this one. I didn't think Lazenby was that bad. I
Me neither,
like.
yeah. I remember him
he's-
being worse.
He's
than-
fine. Yes, exactly. Like I remembered this movie so much worse, and then I was reading about it, and it says that it has grown in estimation as time has gone by. So it
Yeah.
feels like, maybe it's also because he said he didn't want to be on it as they were filming it. Like maybe that gives you a bad rap as a Bond, and you're like, no, thank you.
He wasn't an actor before this either. He was a model.
No,
He wasn't even.
He-
so he
he could
probably was
have
just
won a
having a shit.
Flashy Award at the MTV Movie Awards for
Right.
best model / actor, but
Best
he acted
butt
after
chin.
that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I
so
mean,
that's
but I
my
can imagine
brief
going
history.
from. I can imagine someone going from like modeling to acting and being like, oh, I have to do so much more work for this than I do when I'm just getting photographed for being handsome or whatever.
Well, he turned down the next Bond project because of another project that he wanted to do. So I don't know.
Isn't there
No,
also
yeah.
more to it than that, though? Didn't he be like, I'm Bond now, I'm taking a break, you'll never
No.
replace me? And then he.
That sounds like it's what's the word? An alternative fact.
An urban legend,
a lie?
a lie. Yeah, but I
Although
think
let's not check it. We live in an era of anti-intellectualness, so let's just say things like they're true.
yeah, that happens a lot on this show.
I struggle with it, okay? Steve doesn't do it. I have a problem where I.
Are they remaking Fern Gully?
Shut up. Who did that?
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Everyone says he's a handsome guy. I don't think he's a handsome guy. In fact, I couldn't look past the poorly removed mole on his cheek the whole movie, but I did find it funny as the movie kept going on. The lighting and the camera angles started to defer away from said mole on his cheek up until Blofeld came by with a bigger mole on his cheek, and the whole
Back of
movie
the
was
mole.
just moly.
There's a TikToker who his gimmick is that he does like he does like a stop motion thing to make it look like the old claymation Christmas films, and this is what he looks like. I couldn't get a better picture in this short amount of time. And this guy, I couldn't stop thinking about this guy because of the way that George Lazenby's giant round face looks. I think he would look good as the elf from the stop motion Rudolph movie from.
I think that
1950s.
standards of beauty have changed, and within the era, he was considered a beautiful man. I don't think.
That's
Well,
fair.
I mean,
I don't think that he's
people think
ugly.
Pierce Brosnan is good looking. Like that's the thing. Like the only good looking Bond for me has been Daniel Craig, and he doesn't look like James Bond is supposed to look, like how he's been described in the
Yeah.
books. Like
I think Sean Connery is pretty good as well, but again, like sometimes there are other times where I'm like, oh, he's disgusting. But then there's other times where I'm like, oh, he's pretty hot actually.
it's
Listen,
like
I'll give it-
all the boyfriends on Sex and the City. I'm like, is that supposed to be an attractive person? Like for the first 5 seasons, they all look like nasty Ken dolls, and it's like this like 80s to 90s version of what good looking was, and it's like not a real person. And so if you go back and look at those men are all really gross, and it's just like that.
Oh man, what is this?
Lazenby is basically I feel like the reason why they picked Lazenby is because he's a handsomer version of basically what Ian Fleming looked like. If you look at Ian Fleming photos and Lazenby, they almost look the same in like cheekbone structure, except Lazenby's younger and much more handsomer, doesn't smoke as nearly as much as Ian Fleming.
Clearly still smokes though. He looks like a freaking catcher's mitt.
Yeah,
like a
right.
crocodile, man.
So like the whole film is like, to my understanding, this film is the one that like Ian Fleming got his hands on. It was like had creative decision over out of all the Bond films. So this is like his closest.
I think this one has
to
also been dubbed
his
like
dreams.
the most
Faithful
the closest,
adaptation.
the most faithful adaptation to the novel it's based on. Which is
You couldn't do
again,
that with the other one. I'll tell you that for free.
Oh shit. Ugh.
I'm sure a lot of them are pretty
Do
problematic.
not Google what we are talking about when it comes to Live and Let Die. Do not. You'll be shocked, amazed, and horrified. Well, with that said, my brief history is that I watched it this week. I have talked about before on the show about watching these movies with my grandmother, but this one I don't recall. I don't really remember it. The only thing that I know about George Lazenby is he's a very like polarizing Bond because he only did one. So what we were talking about, I think last week, was there are Bonds that you base your whole identity of liking Bond around. Like Steve, you talked about that I think your uncle, your dad's friend, who was like, Roger Moore's my guy. Don't talk to me about any other Bonds. Do you think anybody has a Lazenby? Is it just like Lazenby is the only Bond? That's it.
The one movie that I will watch. The one Bond. I
Probably
think
some
we need to
80-year-old
roll
woman.
in. Yeah, we need to roll in an octogenarian and get their opinion on which Bond is the best looking.
When I was a youngster, George Lazenby was the bee's knees.
Well, I saw a person talking about it was actually on Survivor this week where one of the contestants is like, I don't really watch movies, but I do watch some movies, and it's only movies that I've seen a million times. I don't really stray beyond that. And the two movies she named were Holes and The Departed, and I'm like,
Wow.
maybe somebody out there, right? Maybe
Holes
somebody
is
out
good.
there. The Departed, but maybe
Departed's
somebody
good
out
for
there-
certain reasons.
Maybe somebody out there saw On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and that's their comfort movie.
Yeah,
You know?
someone who like their parents had it on VHS and they just watched it. It was the only James Bond movie they had, and they just watched it over and over and over again.
Because it
See, the reason
exemplifies
why-
everything that Bond is like about, so it works. Sorry.
The reason why people don't like George Lazenby is because he.
The mole, you already said the mole.
No, it's not the mole,
And
but
he's
it's just
ugly.
like, well, that too. But it's the charisma. His charisma is akin to like a chalk mine, dry and
Yeah,
white.
he's
Like
weird.
he's just terribly not the best Bond.
I
by any
disagree.
means.
I disagree.
His
I think
Roger
he's
Moore
good.
style quips are so fucking bad compared to the way
I
Roger
think-
Moore does them.
I think that
Oh,
if
he really branched out.
this is also he only got one, guys. The other James Bonds have multiple movies for us to get to warm up to his attitude and his persona, and he only got
He's
one.
full of guts.
Yeah, there's a reason why he only got one.
Yeah, because he went to go do
Because he
another
didn't
movie and
want
they
to.
were- Yeah, Sean Connery came back.
Yeah, and he probably didn't want to the first time, which is why he gave such a lackluster performance.
Anyway, what I'm saying
He said
is
so
that there are
halfway.
there are moments in this movie where I think that he is leagues ahead of some of the other Bonds. I'm not saying throughout the entire movie, but there are other moments that I'm like, that was great. I love him doing this, and I can't imagine anyone else doing it the way that he did it. I'll
He
get
does
to those when we get to
almost-
those, but
He does almost get himself into a sitcom style plot where he makes 2 dates an hour apart, which doesn't play
3
out
hours
with other
apart.
stuff.
See you
Oh,
at
it's- I
8.
thought-
See you at 9. See you at 10.
Right, yeah. But I
The work's
was hoping
piling
that
up.
we I was
This
hoping we
movie,
get to see
though?
that play out, but yeah.
This movie was made in ADR. Like,
Oh my god. The amount of lines that man said between his clenched teeth. What kind of guns are those?
ugh.
Let's move to production talk. I think that we covered our brief histories.
what the heck is going on here?
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of
Sound. Speed.
action!
Right off the get, I will say once again, much like last week, the budget was $7 million. This movie cleared $82 million. So we're getting a sequel. That said, you know what? It's a very well crafted film. I think that it does the thing that we see in the Timothy Dalton movies. Well, just the one, I guess. We've only covered one. When they get to the Alps and they show the area that they're in, it looks awesome on film. I will say that this. I was talking about this a little bit, but when old movies do the day to night, day for night, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
This one does it a lot, and day for night. I figured out what my problem with it is. It
looks
hurts
like
it hurts my eyes. Like it just straight up hurts
Yeah.
my eyes. And this one does it a lot. And the opening sequence has some inconsistencies with what time of day it is. I think it's supposed to be night turn to dawn, but I don't know if
the main issue that I have with it is that it doesn't seem to really matter what time of day it is. So
Right.
like they could have just had it during the day and it would not change anything about the plot. So it's like it just looks bad because they decided they're like it has to be nighttime for some reason, but really it doesn't. She can kill herself at any point of the day. She doesn't have to do it at sunset.
If you put down cards of like this scene, and ask me just to say day or night, what happened in the day or the night, I assure you I would get them all wrong.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's the magic of watching all movies on this screen.
Oh, I forgot that's your screen of choice. Yeah,
the other thing I watch it on is a TV, but it's not much bigger.
right. It's like 3 screens next to each other. Yeah, I mean, in Doctor No, they did it as well, and I think in that they actually say multiple times we have to go at night, we can't go during the day, so it makes sense that it's nighttime. But in this, it's just like no, it's more romantic if she's walking into the ocean at night, so let's do it at night.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to cost way more to light it at night, so let's just do day for night, and nobody will know.
This movie is not edited very well.
Good God, no. There's so many cuts in
I'm being
just
told.
the opening judo
Carry
fight
on.
alone.
And they're like all of a sudden in the ocean. They're fighting in the sand, and then it's like, bam! They're 4 feet in the water. It's like what?
And then there's points when he's like running down the beach to kick him in the face, and they speed up the footage by like twice, so you get these like jump cuts, and then it's like jump cut. It's like so ridiculous. Like what was that
think it's
Liam
hilarious.
Neeson film where he like jumps over a fence and they cut it like 15 times to jump over one fence? Taken or whatever.
I don't know. I don't mind it as much, but the speeding up of the film, it's very obvious, and obviously they're just like, oh, this is how they do it in Chinese filmmaking, so let's just do that. It makes it more impactful. It's like, but no, those movies are edited properly to adjust for that, so it's not as glaring. Still, you can tell in certain ones, but in this, yeah.
So agree? Those parts aren't edited well. Did we agree? Was I wrong?
Oh, no,
we're
just talking about it still.
I like an element of this film that was like the fight choreography in this movie felt really like the punches were landing so hard. Like he felt almost superhuman with the amount of torque and thrust he got when he punched a person. In fact, at one point he gives somebody an F5, which is Brock Lesnar's finishing move, and when he does it, when he's fighting the guy in the hanging curtain things at the beginning at the beach, he flips him off his shoulders and the guy just goes flying. He also punches a guy so hard that he goes flying, and I'm like, I kind of like this idea that Bond has he's like Captain America a little bit, or I guess
With
Captain
the super
Britain.
serum in him.
Yeah.
So again, it doesn't bother me as I'm not going to say that it's well edited, but it doesn't bother me as much. I think in the same way that doesn't bother you, Jason. It's kind of entertaining when he's hucking a person through a wall and it's sped up so much so you're like, well, that looks crazy. Or when he fights those 3 guys that are kidnapping him, and it's just gunshot snaps as he's punching people. And again, it's edited like a crazy person edited it, but it's like I am having fun with how goofy it looks. And it had to be deliberate. Like they've made other movies where the fight choreography is not great, and they're like, how do we make this more entertaining? Let's just add some crazy noises and also speed up the film a little bit and see if it works. And I think the whole point of the movie is that it's just everything.
The only part of the editing that bothered me was the ADR of it. Like where they had the ADR and things. Like I feel like I think they just had to add things in later, and so that's the part. Like the speeding up and all that stuff, like it's not good, but it's also a Bond movie, and the fighting is using what I like to call Fast and the Furious style fighting.
Oh God,
Crazy, insane.
insanity. Yeah.
The
No,
physics
I
are
like
Fast
that.
and the Furious physics. That's
Yeah.
what.
A lot of
Yeah.
car chases in this too. So a
Yeah,
lot of bobsled
multiple
chases.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Two
the,
full
the-
speed chases.
a lot of just chases in general, and it's
I can't
again,
wait
it's
till you
crazy.
guys get to Thunderball.
So I mean, in terms of production, the director of the movie, it's his first movie that he directed, but he did work on previous installments of James Bond as, I believe, an assistant director and
an editor.
second unit director. So he was part of the James Bond family. To bring it back to Fast and the Furious, it's all about family or whatever the fuck they say.
Family.
Stupid movies.
Amelia.
Familia. The one thing that I wanted to bring up, because the whole time I'm like, well, this is clearly a real location, this weird revolving restaurant on the top of a mountain, because those are real mountains outside the windows, and the camera movements, you can tell that it's not a matte painting behind it. You can tell it's not any kind of rear projection. It's real. And so I was like, I gotta look this up. And it was real. It is real. It still exists, but it was in production when this movie got greenlit, and the part of the budget went to helping them complete the restaurant at the top of the mountain, because it was like a crazy process. They're like, it's not going to be ready for 10 years or whatever. And they're like, well, we'll help you build it, but you have to let us film the majority of a James Bond movie there. They're like, okay, sure. And so it's called the Piz Gloria, and that's what it's called in the movie. That's what it was named in the movie, and then that's what it was named because the Bond film was like, well, that's what it's called in the movie, so why don't we just call it this in real life? And that's what they did. It still exists, and it has a James Bond sort of like memorial in like the lower levels of it, so you can go there in your revolving restaurant. Once you're done eating, you can go look at a bunch of James Bond memorabilia.
Memorial just makes it sound like he's dead. Like you could pay your respects to the. I mean,
You are,
some of them are dead, but like
That one
I mean,
blonde
he
guy's
is
still
actually.
hanging outside the window.
ugh.
He's just like, but I thought that was kind of cool, because like it is a cool place. Like I would like to visit something like this where you can see mountains all around you. It also just like most of the shots in that movie, because it's real, it adds a layer of isolation that I appreciated. The feeling of isolation in this allergy clinic is real, and it's effective for me in terms of the storytelling. Like I felt like he was very much alone at the top of a mountain. Can't get much more isolated than this.
No, it's especially when the helicopter flies away. You're like, oh,
Your three ways of getting out are a cable car, a helicopter, or skis. Those are the only ways you can leave.
You're having all these amazing thoughts about the place, and me just sitting there being like, if she eats only potatoes, like what is her workout regimen? Because she would not be that skinny.
No, that's just their special meal for the day where they get to eat.
Yeah,
all
her
the shit they could
racist
never
meal of
eat
the day.
before.
The most
assume-
racist meal
I
I've
assume
ever
she's
seen.
Irish. The director was Peter R. Hunt, which Steve kind of covered there. And the last thing I just want to kind of talk about for this film, as far as production goes, this doesn't have a traditional Bond theme. However, it has a variation of the regular Bond song. We only hear the Bond song in this movie, I think, once towards the end, and at the very beginning when you see him do the shoot thing. But the main like theme that plays over the classic Bond credits intro is awesome. I've been listening to it all week.
I've been listening to it my entire fucking life. It's my favorite James Bond song.
You should have talked about that in your brief history. I think you sent it to me and you're like, well, if you like that, check this out. And I kind of like forgot to listen to it because I wanted to save it. And
you can just say you ignored me.
We have all the time in the world with Louis Armstrong. We're just gonna ignore that.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely ignore that like they should have instead of putting it in the movie. No, I love
it. It's
this
a very good
theme,
Bond. It's a very good Bond theme.
But it also, I believe, segments of it are used throughout the James Bond lore after this. Like
after this,
certain notes in that theme on Her Majesty's Secret Service are then adopted and adapted for other part of like the main James Bond scores, like the orchestral scores that don't come until later. I mean, this movie has a pretty decent score, but it does use that as its sort of like template, where it kind of all of its when he's like walking down a hallway or whatever, it'll be a sort of a very soft rendition of this. But then the main James Bond theme we get at the end when there's an all-out assault on the allergy clinic. Yeah.
I like this change of the Bond theme that they use in this, like you're talking about. It kind of sounds like a more intrigue. Like if the James Bond theme is him getting business done, they play this for times when he's kind of looking around, trying to figure things out. And it's the more like intrigue based version compared to the Bond theme being like, it's business hour. And it's just a very well crafted, like kind of jazzy, kind of classical kind of thing. I couldn't believe how addicted to it I became all week. I've just like walking to work down the street, fucking bopping that. Yeah.
Pretending to be a genealogist or whatever the fuck he is.
Gynecologist.
In your Sherlock Holmes jacket.
Right.
It's great. It's one of my favorite James Bond songs, period. Just themes, period. I use it a lot for I have a specific character in my D&D game named Dr. Marcus Ripley, and it's his theme song every time he shows up. This fucking James Bond song plays.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, should we get to the body of the episode? We're making good time.
Yeah, long body or short body?
We've been doing long body all month. Let's keep it to the long body.
All right. Ho, everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
I think my cat fell asleep.
Uh-oh.
Add that to the sting. Right. Noel covered it in the synopsis, but the movie basically opens up with James Bond prevents a woman, who we find his name is Tracy. We'll talk about her backstory. She's trying to walk into the great depths of the sea, and
the great depths of the sea.
She's going for a stroll.
Yeah.
I've been imagining
spyglass to be like, ooh, she's taking off her shoes, sexy.
Yeah, old stalker James Bond's on the beach looking at girls trying to commit suicide, and somehow has a magic spyglass that can change angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No,
when you have a sniper rifle and the sniper rifle lens can just
in your
change
glove
angles.
box. Yeah. I too have
I think
a
my
sniper
actual
rifle in my
reaction
glove
was,
box.
damn, that thing zoomed in far.
Yeah, right?
Going right up to her face, like...
It not only got up to her face, it got to her side profile down the beach away from where he was actually parked.
Mm-hmm. It's
she
true.
needed to have rocks in her pockets, though. She failed at that part.
That's dark as fuck, dude.
She had rocks in her system.
She was trying to commit suicide, and like, what is it? Virginia Woolf, Rock's housecoat walked into the ocean. There's somebody else too, and I was watching Murdoch Mysteries, and they also mentioned somebody putting rocks in their coat and then walking into Lake Ontario. So it's just a thing, man. People
do it all the time.
You gotta go down the road, not across the street.
I was trying to think. If I was making this movie later, I would have like a girl with cargo pants who would put rocks in her cargo pants.
I think her pants are just pulled down. Yeah.
No, but you get all of the rocks in the different pockets, and then you put a housecoat with more rocks in them.
Oh, okay. Double layer the rocks. Got it.
So, yeah, she is trying to off herself. We find out later why. But for now, as he goes to the water and saves her, he fights some assailants. And she grabs a car and drives up the beach to another car. I'm just setting the scene. We can talk about this whole scene as a scene, but that's where we're at in the film.
Yeah, so I chose to watch this film from the lens of James Bond being the villain, and it was very entertaining. It starts with him being a stalker, following this girl to the beach, then speeding down to the beach to save her from drowning or whatever. I assume she was trying to escape James Bond, but he wouldn't let her go because she acts all like, "Oh, leave me alone." But she faints and he takes her up on the beach, and like slaps her about a bunch, I think. And then out of nowhere, a gun's pointed at his head and there's a knife at her throat. Where did these two guys come from? Why were they there? It's like, did she set this trap? And there's sort of a theme like where it seems like she keeps setting traps for him to die.
Maybe
That's
she's
a
the
good.
villain.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, isn't there a bit of it opens with a high speed chase, like immediately? Did they like race up there, or did he race up there but just race up
He
there?
was sitting on the beach, like I spy glassing her while she goes in,
Right.
and then when he realizes what she's doing, I can't remember. He like speeds the car down to the beach to get closer, then runs after her,
And then
then
she
pulls
takes
her
the
out.
car and goes to
Yeah.
her car.
While he's drowning one guy with his knee in the shallow end of the pool.
Who does survive?
Who
Like
does
he's dead.
survive.
Nope. He pops up and runs back over.
I mean,
and-
he comes across her car with the car door open, and he sees her, and he's like, "Oh, she's gonna go kill herself. I should probably stop her from doing this."
I would hope that if someone saw somebody killing themselves, that they would stop them from killing themselves.
I would
So-
try. I don't know if I would succeed. Depends on
You
how
know what? They
adamant
do
are.
say that when it comes to there's nothing that you can do about suicide, so just let it happen.
Oh
I
my
said I
God.
would try.
Too dark. It's too dark for TV. To lighten it up a bit, the Bond reveal in this one is great. A lot of from behind the head shots. We finally see his face, and when he saves the girl, he says, "I'm Bond, James Bond," which is great. And that's when the goons show up and they tussle. I wrote the word tussle in my notes, I think 37 times. That's just how I referred to them fighting through this whole movie. And this is when I questioned, does Bond have superpowers in this movie? Because he literally drowns a guy, traps another in an overturned boat, tosses a guy like it's nothing. And then as we transfer out of this scene into like the Bond opening, he looks down the barrel of the camera and says, "This never happened to the other guy." And I'm like, what in the fucking meta?
There it is.
So does that confirm the fan theory that it is a moniker, or is this just...
That's just a dumb thing that movies do sometimes. Jason Bond Phillips. Yeah,
I wrote down absurd amount of cuts during the beachside judo practice.
there was a lot. That's how you make
I
it
like-
more interesting. More
I like seeing
angles,
my
more
Bond.
cuts. Come on.
I like seeing my Bond punching and kicking and doing a whole bunch of fun stuff and being athletic. So I was like, yeah, I'm in. Like,
Yeah.
I was on board from like minute one. I
Was not expecting the amount of sped up combat there would be, and I was kind of like delightfully surprised with it. I was like, this is hilarious. This is like watching an old silent film. I'm very into this. Like when he throws the guy into the boat, like even that part, it's sped. That didn't need to be sped up, but they still sped it up anyway. I guess just to match the sped up nature of the rest of the shots.
There's something kind of like delightfully Baroque about some of these Bond pieces, and that there's just ornamentation on top of ornamentation. It's like more is more is more is more, and
Yeah.
it's not until you start getting to kind of the Craig ones that you start pulling that down.
Yeah, where they are like, oh, it's too much. We can't have two.
You can't have a
robot eyes.
hat on top of a hat on top of a hat, and I'm like, but that's what we want.
No, we want a hat on a hat on a hat, and the last hat has a machine gun inside of it, please.
Exactly, and a chandelier.
and a blade around the front of the brim,
Yeah.
like Odd Job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like I
this
said,
film's got a bunch of 69 tropes and just like general filmmaking, so it's very Batman-esque
Yeah.
TV style fighting throughout the whole thing. It's, I don't know, it didn't
I
wow
pulled
me,
up-
I guess.
I pulled up some of the other movies that came out this year, and Midnight Cowboy, Easy Rider, True Grit, The Italian Job. It was up against some stuff that's pretty, pretty action oriented.
Yeah, but I mean, action movies from the '60s are hard, right? Like you go back and try and watch these. Most of the time, it's a different world, right? Like they haven't figured it out yet. They didn't have wire work and stuff. It was just like,
right.
do it, stunt man. Hopefully you don't die. And then the guy gets like
Like
slingshotted
run
into a
across
tree.
the crocodiles,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
like in the Batman movie when he's just fighting with the cat, and I'm like, the cat.
Poor cat. Yeah, those
Or
guys
paste-
getting actually bulldozed over by bulls in this fucking
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
goodness,
bulls
I
with
forgot.
shaved horns.
I forgot the moment that we went to The Sun Also Rises briefly.
Yeah.
it's there. You can just see it. Like, it's. I was watching it with Danny, and I was like, oh, I hate day for night, and Danny was like, wait, is the sun is there though? I'm like, yeah, that's what they do. They film it in the day and they pretend it's sunset or whatever. It's like, well, why not just make it the daytime? Like, I don't know. Maybe the beach would be too crowded. People wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't buy it. Yeah, right. Empty beach in the middle of the day? I don't think so. Not realistic for this James Bond movie.
Where they just paste together a bunch of shots of like exterior, cars driving or skiers skiing, and then cut to just the worst green screen. I know the technology wasn't there yet, but it's jarring sometimes back in the 60s. And Dr. No had it for the car chases, and it wasn't, it's understandable. But by 69, they're
literally just filming
Nice.
film that's being projected behind the car. That's why it looks crazy. Like,
It looks better than Multiverse of Madness.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Yeah.
The drive-by.
I like CGI Marvel messes. But I was thinking about that a lot when I was watching.
You
this.
also
I was
like video game cutscenes, so I'm sure that
true.
there's a correlation between those two things.
Well, what I
Are you
want
saying
must
you don't
have
like
loved
video
Heavy
game
Rain.
cutscenes?
I don't think that they're particularly artful for the most part. I'm talking about like specific types of, like Halo.
the point I wanted to make
has
is
cool
like,
cutscenes, but it's not like this is beautiful. This is the most beautiful.
Oh wait, have you
cutscene I've
played
ever
Heavy
seen.
Rain though?
I've played Heavy Rain, yeah.
Yeah.
Jason.
It's all cutscenes. So, hi,
The whole
Jason.
movie is a cutscene, yeah.
But my point was this movie, the amount that they use it kind of does remind me of now Marvel films are basically an animated film with a person reacting to their surroundings in the amount that they're using the bleeding edge technology of the time.
You said it
to
again,
do
folks.
it. I said the thing.
We're
We're
gonna
gonna
get like
make
a
bleeding
knife
edge
sound
shit.
effect or something like shing.
Where do I have a
but
knife? Hanging around here.
I thought it was interesting how
Don't
much.
touch the knife, Noel. You talked about walking into the ocean enough today.
Yeah.
Shit. It wasn't that
Derailed.
dramatic.
I have everything here. Also, I'm just by the way, I'm really sick. So just
Oh yeah, you were.
I took
looped
earlier
up on
was
cough syrup?
Dayquil.
Yeah. No.
You were
we
telling
always
me
do
that
that.
yesterday, and I wasn't cluing into you're doing the show tomorrow.
No, I'm so sick. So if
Oh,
I'm
I
doing
see.
this, it's just because I'm sweating.
I mean, after every episode, I message you and I go, "You were sick tonight." No.
That's great.
All right.
Listen, we see the classic Bond intro. This one was interesting because it has clips from old other James Bond
Joms
movies.
Bond.
Bombi.
I noticed it mostly because they show the villain from Dr. No. And I made an assumption, so I'm hoping that I was right.
Wait,
You
what?
guys-
Sorry, I was laughing at
friend.
something I thought of, and I
Oh.
didn't. I didn't actually pay attention to what you were saying.
Not only are podcasts an audio medium, but we're a visual podcast, which you have to at least. Well, tell us, what were you laughing at?
Oh, I said Zombie Bombi, and then someone said Joms Bond, and I went Uncut Joms Bond in my mind, and then I started laughing at it.
I don't know.
What happened?
I don't know what happened there. I just managed.
Oh
Oh
no! That's our new James Bond villain. He's called Mumbles.
You have a bit of room noise there, Chris. Can you turn down your gain a little, maybe?
Yeah, give me a second.
Is it maybe me?
No, because when
Steven,
he
turn your gay down, please.
I can't do it. I
Perfect.
can't.
whatever
There's a-
just
I can't
happened,
get down
yeah,
these,
perfect.
uh,
You
stupid
did it. It wasn't noticeable till you left for a second, and
And then you noticed the silence, and your ADHD took over, and you couldn't look past it anymore. You couldn't see, you couldn't hear it, you couldn't concentrate. You needed me to silence the background noise. Sorry.
Oh
It's
yeah,
white
thanks,
coats.
Tim.
They're here to take Chris away.
Yeah. Old white coats. Now it's too quiet. Listen, once the actual movie once the actual movie starts, it has less. I thought that the opening sequence was very stylized because they were outside. Once the movie actually starts, it goes back to that like what I've noticed about these 60s James Bond movies between Dr. No and this is they kind of look like 60s Batman because that's my only real frame of reference. When they shoot a room, they just shoot the whole room with two people talking in it. There are some interesting shots coming up. Like when they're at the poker table, they back up the poker table, which was
And he plays cards with Colin Farrell's Penguin.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, "Is this the Penguin? Is this the crossover episode?" I kept thinking he was going to be like, like every time he would do it.
Where's Bruce Wayne?
Radio.
We're getting there.
Where's that freezer guy?
I
Nora!
Yeah, man.
I like how
that
he
Chris is
bailed
one
her
of the
out.
people I've sent those to. Sorry, go ahead, Noel.
I like how he bailed her out, and then she was like, "Yeah, whatever, man." Like I
Yeah,
thought we were
fuck you.
partners.
But then she's like, "Come to my room and bone me later."
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
Here's the key. I've set a trap.
yeah.
A Lannister always pays their debts.
But
with
also
boning.
It wasn't her. It was her dad, right? He went
Yeah.
there. I don't know. It's confusing and convoluted. It's like
So I wanted to ask
you don't
guys
think about it
this.
after he gets kidnapped. You don't think about it too much. But like while it's happening, you're like, oh, who hired these guys to beat him up? And then like the guy's there the next morning in the car. This is one of those moments that I was talking about earlier where I'm like, Lazenby nailed this shit. He fucking nailed it. Loved it.
Tim just made a good point that From Russia with Love is a very good departure from other 60s Bonds with its cinematography. But that's why From Russia with Love is like the second best Bond film ever. So, yes.
I didn't mind the cinematography in this movie for the most part, but there is a lot of boring cinematography in this movie. But there are a few shots that I'm like, this is well set up and well executed, and I like the camera work here. But it's not the whole movie, that's for sure. But there are some really nice looking shots in this. There's also some really boring and dumb looking shots in this movie, like when it's shooting all the food and it's like a weird canted like angle where it's like from going down towards their forehead to the plate. It's like, this is the worst camera angle I've ever seen. This is like 101. Don't shoot someone like this because they just don't look good and nothing looks good.
So,
No, they just I'll tell. Go ahead.
Culture analysis, critical theory, all of that stuff I can do you for. Cinematography or any of that, I'm like, it's very mountain, and this one's very room.
This was
I like Very Mountain though because at least it's showing like it's like nature shots. But Room, do something interesting.
I just mean, like, I can't.
Somebody
pick out
invent
a
the
good
over the
one.
shoulder fucking camera angle for Christ's sakes.
Here's my belief, my quick theory, my like
really
out of
big rectangle.
Oh, is it a theory?
out of pocket idea, my theory, if you will. The reason why they had the over like angle in front of everyone camera shot while they're eating is so that when they get to the one shot of the black girl eating a banana, it kind of looks like she's sucking a dick.
Oh God!
Oh my God, that got worse and worse and worse as it went, and I love you for that. Yep.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll see you guys in a minute. All right,
Yeah.
you reconvene.
We might need it.
Weird that I only thought about the racism and not the fact that it looks
Yeah,
like she might be
that's-
sucking a dick.
I was thinking of nothing else, especially coming off of reading Live and Let Die. I was
Right.
Well, I mean, they did precede that shot with the young Asian lady eating a bowl of rice. So it's like, how many more stereotypical dishes can we have
Well,
per girl?
After seeing those two very obviously racist stereotypes, I was like, is that person eating a potato plate an Irish person? And
Wait, what was
does
the
that make me
Australian-
more racist?
What was the Australian girl eating?
Kangaroo.
Kangaroo?
Meat, obviously.
She was eating shrimp on the Barbie.
Oh, she wasn't she? And then there
No.
was like,
I could never really could stomach shrimp before. And then like you've got the Polish lady. She's like, oh, it's been so long since I've been back to my home in Poland. And she's just gobbling up pierogies, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
my god, this is just
now
too
I
much
used to.
James
They're
Bond.
I grew up on
credited
a
as
farm, and
Australian
I
girl,
hated
Irish
chicken,
girl.
but now I love chicken.
Grew up on a chicken farm. I just love chicken, but I'm so allergic to them. But now I love chicken. A bowl of boomerangs.
Yeah, that's funny as fuck.
Eating
We're
deep fried boomerangs.
We're skipping ahead quite a bit. We're at the
Sorry.
casino at the beginning. I think they're in either France or Italy, but it's Portugal is what it must be Portugal.
It was
still.
filmed in Portugal.
It was somewhere along the eastern continent of Europe.
Oh my god, no.
What did
No.
I say?
You sent me a message on Messenger and I just saw it.
Oh.
Tracy shows
Buongiorno.
up. Oh my god. Off the rails, boyos and peopleos. Tracy plays a card. She fucking fails miserably. Bond swoops in. Is like,
Oh, we're
"I'll
back to
pay
that
for
point. Didn't we
you."
talk about this?
Yeah, we did. I'm getting us caught up. Apparently she's tried to kill herself multiple times, and she invites
really
him
bad at
over
it.
later. Yeah, and I mentioned that he looks like the TikToker I talked about. So he goes to her room. He gets attacked immediately, and
He throws the guy through a weird
through a fucking
one of those
wall.
wall dividers that's like just wood sort of like pillars, I guess. And then we get a good cartoonish moment where the guy's like, and he's like, don't get up, and he just he's like, oh, he says something witty, I guess, and then he aggressively slaps some caviar onto a strip of bread.
Yeah, and he's like,
beluga.
Yeah. Oh man,
And he was like, why did he put it so aggressively onto that thing? Because he does do like a and then eats it. I'm like, he's
Because he
full of
knew he wasn't
anxiety.
getting laid. He was expecting to get some poon in that room, and he ended up pooning somebody else.
All right.
but he goes to
I
his
assumed it was
room.
because he was full of adrenaline from the fight he just had. He was sad about not getting laid.
And then his spoon was full of caviar, which he put on the piece of toast.
Mhm, uh-huh.
Mhm.
But he goes back to his room, and Tracy's there in his bed, and he gives her a smack trying to get info out of her.
Yeah.
She gets his gun, and he punches her in the head.
I'm telling you, he was frustrated because he wasn't getting laid.
Like that,
But then
if
she's
I don't
like-
get fuck, then I get real punchy.
Exactly. It's James Bond. He's a bad guy.
She is like, I always pay my debts, but not with sex. But then it seems like definitely with sex. And then the hired goon is like still lurking.
Leaning in on the door.
Yeah,
Oh, good. They're banging. I'll walk away now.
And then he's like, that's what he hears through the door. Oh, jeez. Go. Yeah, but then she does pay him back in the morning, but she takes his gun and then leaves $20,000. But then we can also assume that Dad paid for that because the gun is then in the goon's hands later.
Also, can we just talk about real quick how they slept on a bed on a deck in a hotel in a tropical climate that was just like full of cotton and looked very absorbent? And you're telling me that thing just sits out there all the time and doesn't get rained on?
I didn't realize you were going to be the logic police tonight, Chris. Like everything,
We're
you have
very-
a huge issue with everything.
People.
I didn't have an issue. I just thought it was weird having a bed out on like a veranda.
So here's the thing about beds on verandas: you can put them indoors when it's raining,
veranda.
or you can put something on top of them, or as they used to do on the patio, like on the rooftop where I used to live. They used to have these couches and whatnot. What they would do is if they did get rained on, they would then flip them over and put them in the sun,
Whoa.
and then they would dry.
I
And
just
that's the
assumed
thing
it was
about
rubber
cloth.
mattresses.
It's pretty magical. You can reuse that shit pretty frequently.
yeah.
Seems
No.
like a lot of extra work to bang somebody outside when you could just do it in the grass.
Or in
I had to
a
empty my
frozen
bucket of
fucking
tissues.
barn.
Yeah.
later.
We had like a day bed outside at Lisgar. It wasn't, if it started raining, we would just pull it underneath the thingy. The
Awning thing.
to protect you from the rain.
I have
Yeah.
I have patio stuff that like we removed the cushions and then like legit put them
All right,
back in.
We just debunked you,
Tattoos.
Chris. You got debunked.
I mean, my ex.
Listen, I'm not saying it's not a thing. I just think it's a weird thing.
You're just like,
We should get the
why?
Mythbusters theme on this for those moments.
If I had my own like hotel, I
Mythbusters.
would either not do that at all or only do that and have no room.
So yeah, he goes. He puts on a robe. We assume he's naked, right? I guess, and the robe is so tiny, so teeny tiny.
He's also a very like sprite. He's tall, but he's sprightly. You know, like he's very like thin, but like jacked. He's
Springy.
He's twinky and hair, but also hairy.
He looks like a Ken doll.
It's like combining words that don't go
He's
together.
very Ken doll.
Happy Valentine's Day, Mr.
actually,
Bond.
Ken
It's a
doll is
sex on the
probably-
grass.
Ken doll is a good way to put it, I think.
Yeah, Ken doll, but you got, when you like drop a lollipop and it gets hair on it and stuff. That's what he looks like. He looks like a dropped lollipop.
I appreciate the body positivity of this Bond. He's not like thoroughly jacked, but he's also, just like
His legs were like he has that teardrop. Like legs are a relatively new thing to the world of
Right, he
like,
doesn't skip
bodybuilding
leg
and
day,
whatnot.
though.
He does not skip
Yeah.
leg day.
no, you could tell he's a
appreciate it.
skiing man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to wear a kilt for a lot of this movie, so he's probably like, gotta get those calves going.
Yeah, they were like,
my
we're gonna write an
cheekbone.
8 on the inside of your. Oh wait, let's get to that part of the movie. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm feeling some stiffness in my shoulders. He gets
some
accosted in the
stiffness.
lobby, and they take him.
Well, they have his gun,
car with the people
because
they have his gun.
They leave the 20K in his thing. He's like, paid in full or whatever, and then the guy's like, "You've left something, Mr. Bond." He's like, "What's that?" And then another guy has his gun, and you're like, "Ah!" But this is where the moment that I really liked, and I was like, "Lazenby, you done it. You done did it. You won me over." Because up until this point, I was like, I don't really care too much about this Bond yet. But when he sees the guy that he shit kicked the night before, and he goes, "Oh, fancy meeting you here again so soon," and then like sits next to him and is like, he's got this sort of like, "So what have you been up to since I absolutely whooped your ass last night?" kind of like look on his face. So like, this is amazing.
I made a note in my notes right here. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that he has like an uncool smarm to him compared to Connery and Moore, but I think it works because of the fact that this Bond will punch you so hard that you fly through the air.
wall.
To the moon. He'll
Yeah.
punch you to the moon.
To the moon, Alice.
He's got that honeymooner's energy.
Lazenby
Moonraker.
is I think
The Moonraker.
Brosnan is the most Lazenby-ish. Like, I feel like if he'd had more, he would have been more Brosnan-y. Oh no.
I'm make a note of this. I don't know how I'm gonna-
Lazenby, the hairy lollipop of Bonds.
Mm. Mm.
Lazenby is a hairy lollipop. I can't wait to see what Steve draws for that.
No. It'll probably be just his weird face as a lollipop, like a
As a
candy.
lollipop,
Which,
but it's all
Rolled in pubic hair.
the stick is all hairy, and the
It's the 70s. I mean, come on, it's all over.
Yeah, everybody.
Bush was in, baby.
Hair back then. Okay, so and then his henchman just doesn't say anything for the entire movie. I was waiting for him to say something, but he just goes like every time Bond says something to him. He goes,
that's his Bond villain name.
He's like that guy from the Ninja Turtles movie. The guy who just goes
Fuck, I would have known that guy's name 15 years ago, but I can't remember. I know who you're talking about. Shredder's henchman who can fucking kick so much ass.
Yeah, the guy who goes.
Isn't he called?
He doesn't.
It's called the Hand.
Yeah, he probably
Is
is
he?
called the Hand, or he's ironically called the mouth of Shredder. Your mouth brings
Tatsu.
you trouble, Miss O'Neill.
Thank you. Tatsu.
Tatsu.
Okay, so
Look, he meets Draco of Draco Construction.
I mean it's Draco. Everyone keeps saying Draco, and I'm like, it's kind of
Draco. I'm sorry.
They also do
Drago.
Lazenby or Lazenby, Draco, Draco, Drago.
Listen, you all have brain
Teresa,
problems.
Tracy.
If he
What do you-
dies, he dies.
blow
Yeah, he dies
champ,
in the
blow
movie.
field, blow feld, whatever.
Bochon.
So Draco.
Blow chunks.
Before we get to blow chunks, though, we get Shaken Not Stirred, which I have to mention. They discuss Spectre, construction, other things Draco does.
Jason, when you
Tells
heard him
us-
say Spectre, did you go, I know that word?
I did.
Okay.
I know you're joking, but at the same time, I'm
What
a
does
simple man.
Spectre stand for, Jason?
Stone. No, it's crazy. They say it in Doctor No. But I
We
can't
don't need a
remember.
doctor. Every time I hear the word
Terrorism and
Spectre,
revenge are both in there.
Yeah, like the Terrorist and Danger Organization or something.
we can look it up while you talk. But whenever I hear the word Spectre, I always say the word tater after. So it's always Spectre Tater. It's like Doctor No every time. We don't need a doctor. Spectre Tater. Spectre Tater. I
Right,
don't
Jason
know.
made it down. That's our James Bond villain for the month.
Spectre Tater.
Spectre Tater.
See, all I'm thinking is, I just bought myself a 15-pack of Spectre Taters. Ghost shaped taters.
I don't know why.
They're shaped like James Bond villain extremities, like robot hands and like a weird glass eye and a laser that cuts you in half.
Get your Spectre Taters with a side of boo dip.
Yeah, boo dip.
Special executive for counterintelligence,
Booba
terrorism,
Q-tip.
revenge, and extortion.
Mhm.
Right. So all the worst things you probably shouldn't put on your banner.
I mean,
But go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, that they're a super secret organization. It doesn't really matter. The whole thing is that
Right.
like they can't figure out where they are ever.
I have Spectre shoes. They're like branded like they're Adidas Ultra Boost, but they have
Adidas.
Like,
I was going to ask you who they make or
octopus
Adidas.
thing.
Yeah.
You guys need to not talk at the same time. It's so difficult to understand.
I've been playing
I don't-
Spectre Divide. It's fun.
I'm not doing it on purpose.
No, I'm just like, if you're in the middle of talking and then Jason starts talking while you're talking and you keep talking as well, I'm just like, none of that is coming through for me. Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Sometimes conversationally, we get a little bit too conversational on this podcast. And that's why that happens. Because I'm just like agreeing in real time. But you know what? Let's all wait till like each other talks. So Steve doesn't have a
Aneurysm?
Yeah. I understood everything you said. Thank you.
In real time in the movie on Her Majesty's
Yeah.
Secret
You should see
Service.
Ron, it's real hard.
Listen,
I'm like,
Draco talks about his daughter.
see what
I was
mean
like, is
by
he
that?
talking about his daughter or his wife? Turns out it's his daughter if you just listen. I
He
wanted to
wishes
ask
his
you guys-
wife.
Yeah, right. I wanted to ask you guys because we had talked about this previously, I think for Dr. No and possibly the Timothy Dalton one. I had the hardest time with this one with the Britishness with no subtitles. I didn't have
Yeah,
subtitles for
I
this.
agree.
This one was especially bad because they are not only super British, but they all talk very fast,
Also,
like it's for a British audience. You know?
And the sound mixing for this was crazy.
Was
Like
all
the sound
over the
effects and the music was so loud, whereas the regular talking and just like sort of ambient sound effects were so low. So I'd be like turning it up and turning it down. I actually got Danny, because I just had my version of it which had no subtitles. So I got Danny to like turn on subtitles on there. So if I was struggling, I'd be like, what did he just say? Can you just say that to me again, please? Because I don't know what he just said. And
So there's one very specific moment when they're at the table and the woman goes, "Yes, that must be his allergy." And it closes in on the girl's face and she says something. And I was like, "Business?" And I watched it 10 times.
She
and I
says
could not.
She says that is only for the clinic. The way she says clinic sounds like she's saying business a bunch. So she says
Okay.
clinic in a very weird way.
Well, the
Okay.
accents aren't British. Like Lassens is putting on an accent, and then it's just the accents are all over the place for this one. But I found Irma Bunt, her accent made me.
Yeah, I
Irma
liked
Bunt.
it too. But I do know the exact moment that Jason's talking about because I had the same issue where it's like, what'd she say? I don't know what she said. But then she says clinic again close to that afterwards. I'm like, oh, she said clinic earlier as well. I just didn't know what the frick she said.
Yeah, I had subtitles on the whole time. So
I wish I
I
had.
wish I watched a 4K version, so it looked great, but I didn't have subtitles for whatever reason. At any rate, Draco's kind of weird about his daughter. He basically says that we need a man to make love to her until she falls in love with him.
He says
And
dominate too, which is really
So
Yeah.
man.
And he says he'll give give Bond $1 million in gold if he marries her.
I'll give you £1 million in gold if you
But Bond-
dominate my daughter sexually. He's like,
And then
"What?
Bond says that
What?
he has an impetuous taste for freedom.
A bachelor's life. Yeah.
Yeah. And they sort of start to mention Blofeld at this point.
Yeah, Bond doesn't
they're-
say no. He's like, well, I'm not going to say no because you know about Spectre and Blofeld, don't you? And he's like, I do. You have to promise to marry my daughter, though. It is nice
Yeah.
that he actually falls in love with her, but I can't help it. I mean, and he doesn't take the money at the end, so you know it's for real. It's the only thing that makes you know it's for real.
And I will do this at this point of the movie at 26 minutes and 24 seconds.
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
Yeah. They
The
say it all
caveat.
right.
They say it a couple. They say Her Majesty's Secret Service a couple times in this movie, but they never say the full title. So
Yeah. They also say other James Bond titles in this movie a couple times. There's one where he's like, "It's a very good lads. The world is not enough," and you're like,
yes,
what the fuck?
which is a movie from like the 90s.
Yeah, he's saying a future James Bond title. He's not even saying
Yeah.
one that already happened.
Doesn't he
it
have a
was that-
line at one point in the beginning where he's like, I'm not like the other guy?
He says,
Yeah,
this
we
happens to the
talked
other
about
guy,
that.
It's the heraldry, the coat of arms, the Bond coat of arms.
yeah. Right, yeah. That's
Is
their-
the world
their
is not
saying.
enough?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking of you and Skyfall when he said that.
Skyfall.
Old, beautiful. Bellissimo.
Yeah. It's not even really the key or tone or right note, but it was still good.
It
Yeah.
was the right. It was what we needed.
It was the right
Right?
vibe, yeah.
Listen, I'm good at some things, and at that moment, I was good at whatever the fuck that was.
You know what it sounded like to me? You know, the guy was like, that's what it
Meme it up, Beamy boys. Listen, Bond heads over to MI6. He's flirty with Moneypenny. It kind of plays into my theory that him and Moneypenny have this unrequited love, which is we see at the end of the movie where she's bawling her eyes out about him getting married. I felt so bad. But this time is a little bit different than it was in the last time we saw these two interact. He kisses her on the lips at one point, like coming up.
He honks
he
her boobs and butt.
Yeah, he offers her drinks and she declines, saying she would not be able to control herself. So I have a new theory about this.
God.
I have a new theory about
Is it
this.
Moneypenny is married and has a husband?
Nope. In fact, it's funny you say that. I did for a minute mishear her and thought, oh, she's married. Or was that last week? This week, I think Moneypenny is his work wife. That's my theory.
She is.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I think we all can agree on that. I think that we've been kind of saying that like
you're
since
right.
the beginning of the month. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
to
his
feed
wife.
more into my theory that James Bond is the villain in this movie, he promises to go out on a date with Moneypenny, but by the end of the film, he leaves her hanging at his own wedding. What dickish behavior.
He's getting married.
Yeah, but he promised to go on a date with Moneypenny before he decided to get married.
Can I tell you a story about how the day that I got married, someone called
Yeah.
me and asked me out on a date?
The day you got married?
Yeah, I was on
Wow.
the way to City Hall. Like I was like wedding.
Hey,
went
I'm
to the
back in
same
town. I was just
person.
wondering if you wanted to go on a date. I'm literally getting
Exactly.
married.
I'm
And I was like,
married.
I'm on my way. It was so funny.
You should have said,
Yeah,
yes, I'll meet you at the courthouse.
On my wedding day, the woman that I left for my now wife, who I've been with for like 12 years, it doesn't fucking matter, blew up my phone, and also somebody saw her in the parking lot of the venue. So, Steve, you were there for that. Well, you weren't there for that, but you were at my wedding.
I was at your wedding. I wouldn't have known any of this. I would have been just
Yeah.
being like, weddings make me cry.
We weren't even really,
Oh.
we weren't even like pals yet, which is crazy. Because
Yeah,
now, if I got married again tomorrow, you would be like probably my best man, if not, you know, definitely my wedding party.
Best man.
Best man. I have a theory.
Oh, sorry.
I think that Moneypenny and James Bond are actually very deeply in love, like beyond a work wife thing, but because where they work, they're not allowed, like it's queen and country more than it is about each other, right? They can marry someone outside of the force, but you can't be with somebody who's in MI6 with you. So I think that there's just like their unrequited love or whatever is barred by their sense of duty.
Okay, that's interesting.
Jedi.
And that's why he's like, "Do you want to have a drink?" And she's like, "I'll start sucking 1 minute into the
Oh
drinks."
my god, you guys are so.
I'm sorry.
He means a straw, Steven. He means
Yeah.
a straw.
You guys keep saying such nasty things.
I watched
didn't say
I watched Casino today when Nikki's like with Ginger and they're kissing, and then he just goes, "Brah." I was like, what a fucking weird thing Scorsese. What a weird thing to put in the movie. Listen, Bond has some. Oh, right, okay. So Bond goes in and talk to M. He's kind of pissed off about the way things are going, but M is even more pissed off about Bond not being able to get the job done. We get him mentioning the whole like, you have the license to kill and you keep not killing people. So
Yeah,
what are you
the
good
fuck
for?
is wrong with you? Why do we even give you the license to kill if you're not gonna use it, baby?
So he gets reassigned basically, or unassigned to this whole thing. And
What would a James Bond movie be called if Moneypenny fell in love with a James Bond villain?
Cashed out.
Cash.
help me
Yep.
pay my bills.
That's the one. Everyone wrap it up.
How about pennies on the dollar?
Yeah. Pennies on the dollar is
Pennies
awesome,
from
actually.
heaven.
Yeah. And Money Penny is just the Bond girl.
Penny in your pocket.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Yeah. Good one.
That's too long. That's too long. That would just be a line in the movie after he like saves her from falling off a building or something. He like zip line. Penny saved is a penny earned.
They've been looking for Blofeld for 2 years. Also, I should note it. I should note. Is this the first appearance in the movies of Blofeld?
No.
Because
He was in the one before this. I think was his first introduction.
Just stroking his cat like
Yeah, which is weird
The
because I think in the one
Dr.
before
Claw.
he has like
Yeah.
I think he's in for Russia. This is his second or third appearance.
I think
But
it's
this is the first one where he's a character.
Yeah, I think the other movies he's just like the back of his head and you see him petting a cat and stuff, but you don't actually see his face or anything.
I like his cat.
I'll get you, Gadget.
Mm-hmm. Gadget. Yeah, it's he's clearly the biggest influence on all secret agent stuff. Thunderball, Tim says.
Well, yeah. I was having a conversation with you, Steve, earlier today, where I recognized that Dr. Evil pretty much just directly based off Blofeld, and also when I realized Dr. Claw was also Blofeld, because Blofeld, as you pointed out to me, is just shown as like a shadowy figure where you don't see his face in a couple of the movies. I was like, oh fuck, James Bond influenced pop culture a lot more than even I recognized before this month. Which,
yeah, that's why it's
obvious to you guys, but for me, it's like,
yeah. I think it's fun that you're going through all this.
My reality a little.
You're going to see so many more references that you've never really known were references throughout your days now.
Yeah, Blofeld changes a lot over the course of the movies. Like sometimes he doesn't have hair, sometimes he has the scars, sometimes he does, but he's usually got the cat and then the lapel-less suit thing.
Yeah, this sort of like, it looks science fiction-y, but it's also
it's
like
the same thing that Chairman Mao wears.
Yes, yeah. And Dr. No wears it in the first one too.
Yeah,
but we don't need a doctor.
Smock.
Smockter now.
Yeah, Dr.
There's a word for it.
But at the end of this movie, the outfit that Blofeld is wearing, like when the place when I'm talking about when the place is being attacked, I'm like, I own this exact outfit. Like I've worn this out in my daily life, I have gone out and dressed like Blofeld from the end of on Her Majesty's Secret Service multiple times in my life.
So are you saying you have a room full of hot women that you're hypnotizing with tapes?
Yeah, I've
Can
got
I
a,
meet
I've
one
got
of
a
them?
rotating fleet of women and a rotating restaurant that I administer vaccinations to.
And you haven't
Rocky.
introduced me to any of them?
No,
I thought we were friends, Steven.
allowed, and I said sorry.
So Rocky Horror. One of the Blofelds is the criminologist.
The criminologist from Rocky Horror
Is a Blofeld.
is a Blofeld. Oh,
Is a Blofeld.
I don't
remember which
my
movie,
brain
though.
is struggling to remember who that is.
Is that the one that ate chicken?
What?
Oh, this is
an actor that played Blofeld.
yeah, that guy. His name's Charles
Oh.
Gray. Yeah, he's also in 1 million movies.
My brain went to the same place, Chris. I was like, he's obviously talking about the bevy of women. Those are the Blofelds.
The Blofelds.
Emphasis on the blow, am I right?
Angels of Death. He calls them that once, and it's a weird. Angels of Death. How many of them are there? All I could think was the Red Room. Like, it was very like they pulled a lot. Like you said, Jason. There's so much of this is culturally just like seeped in, and I think that's what makes these older movies feel cheesier than they are. It's like if you go and tell someone to watch Casablanca or The Godfather or Wizard of Oz, and they've never seen anything, but they've lived through and absorbed all culture, they'll go back and they don't like those movies as much because they've heard those things so much. It's like, that's from this movie. I see.
The other way, though, that's why I don't like that. I don't like. I get the new Dune movies are fine. Like they're great. They're amazing spectacles. That'll give them.
Jason says they're fine.
But the plot of Dune was so utilized in other science fiction that I'm like, been there, done that a little bit when I'm watching it. And I recognize that about myself. Like, I know that's why I have this like bias, but I see what you're saying retroactively, where you're just like, when you watch an old movie, you're like, but yeah, I've seen this already. It's because everything is taken inspiration from all of this stuff because it was so good for its time. And that's what I was talking about earlier about these, like the equivalent of a CGI mess now is a rear projection mess in these 60s movies. Is sort of what I've learned from the Bond films. But like, not for nothing, this movie was probably a technical marvel and a huge big deal blockbuster for its time. Everybody saw it. You know, I mean, there were 4 movies in theaters at a time back in these days, but everybody went
5 years.
Exactly, yeah.
Being on Her Majesty's Secret Service for the one.
And it
This
didn't
one
come out
wasn't well received, though. It was popular, but it wasn't critically well received.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that has gained more popularity with time. And I think, Noel, what you said at the beginning was like exactly correct, which is that everybody decided they didn't like it a long time ago, but you know, it's just one of those things that they've just decided to keep that opinion instead of letting it evolve. And not to call out Davin, he was on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I brought up The Matrix Reloaded, and he just like gave me that sort of sourpuss face of being like, why would you even mention that piece of shit movie? And I was like, oh, you have that opinion that you probably formulated in 2001 and you haven't updated it. Like, have you gone back and looked at them through the lens of 2 trans women directing them and looked at it as a different type of journey? And it's like, oh no.
My life changed when I realized that I could see the world through the eyes of Jar Jar Binks, and that Phantom Menace was actually a much better movie.
I mean, you
it's like when Chris watches this movie where James Bond is the villain, you can watch Jar Jar Binks as the true Sith Lord, and it completely changes your perspective on the entire prequel trilogy.
Did I tell you that I had a Dungeons and Dragons character that was half Jar Jar Binks and half Ahmed Best?
Okay.
Oh my god. No, but that's pretty good. And it also sounds like that's just Ahmed Best having like a mental relapse.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
This movie, though.
He's doing good now.
This movie.
I've seen modern interviews with him, and he seems like he's on top of the world.
Yeah, but Andy Serkis gets all of this praise for being the first mocap character, and he's the first mocap character. And then like it's the Ahmed Best crew, like me, that has to go out and say these things about him and make sure that people know.
Yeah. You know that he's a beautiful, beautiful man. I mean, they gave him a couple of flowers in the recent Star Wars episodes of things. They're like, here you go, man. Like,
Yeah, because they gave him that YouTube show. Keller and Beck was from the YouTube show. It was like a Survivor for kids. And so when that character showed up, I was just like, it's the guy from the YouTube
Keller and Beck.
show.
Yeah.
Okay.
On Darth Theorist, the show that I do writing, editing, and voice acting for, we started throwing Keller and Beck into a couple episodes just to be like, bring him in. He's so cool. Anyway, back to
Bond says, "Fuck you, M. I'm going on leave forever. I'm gone forever." And
okay, so this is a thing that I wanted to talk about this movie, and it happens so many fucking times in this movie. And Chris, I'm finally joining your side of the fuck this stupid shit side of the argument here. There are so many moments in this movie where they have an extended moment that does not in any way need to be in the movie at all.
Bond walking into his office and pulling out a
and it all it is doing is adding to the runtime that is already pretty long. It's 2 hours and I think like 22 minutes.
22 minutes is the longest one we've done so far.
And this whole sequence of him going in, quitting, and then getting his job back immediately afterwards is completely pointless and serves nothing to the plot or the characters. It doesn't develop anybody in this movie at all. It doesn't develop M. It doesn't develop Bond. It doesn't develop Moneypenny.
That's what I was gonna say. He walked into a room, pulls out a liquor bottle, doesn't even have the drink.
I had to finish
called
talking.
back in. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, what were you gonna say? If you want to defend this moment, that doesn't need to be.
I want to defend this moment. Yes. There are so many scenes that move too long, but I'll take anything that gives me more time with Moneypenny and gives me a moment where like Moneypenny saves everyone's ass there, right? And like the thing that you're forgetting about, the thing that you're trying to erase from this movie, Steven, is
am I the James
Bond says, "What would I?" Moneypenny, and then M sends it through the thing, "What would I do without you, Moneypenny?" And we all know now, like the moment where they thank women, that's the part that you're trying to cut out of this.
So no. I would not cut this out, but I think that Moneypenny is a more interesting character than to her just being the mediator between two men who aren't able to talk to each other.
It's a stupid.
What it feels like is like dad and son are mad and they can't talk to each other, so mom has to be the mediator between the two, kind of thing. And it's like it makes both those characters seem juvenile, and it makes her seem like she's like, I guess I'll have to sweet talk both of them. So it doesn't really add anything to me. I mean, not to disparage or discount the idea that they are thanking women in the scene at the end of it. Thanks, Moneypenny, for talking to us for each other.
This is the whole point of like the Bechdel test and feminist masterpiece theater and all of that, though, is that in these movies, these are perfect examples of writers not knowing what to do with their female characters if they're not mommy characters, or they're not just mediators for men, or not just talking to men. Like she doesn't even talk to another woman. She's like you said, she's me. Whoa, that's graphic. We'll not do that.
Boink.
And if you take out parts of movies where women are featured in this type of movie, it changes nothing. And like there's just set dressing, and that's just like Hollywood writing 101. And it just sucks that the parts that you're taking out because they're not meaningful to the plot or the story or the part where women are in. And this is part of the problem.
I also think it's strongly Ian Fleming writing 101 as well.
I could flash that book for you if you'd like.
Please don't.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I would love to, I think that Moneypenny, I think this is probably the most she's featured in any of the movies we've done this month, to be honest. I think back to the last couple, and she isn't really, again, not doing much. This is the most she does, and it is unfortunate that this is all she does. I do think that I would be happy for them to replace this sequence with something where she has more agency, but like that doesn't seem like in any way the objective of this movie whatsoever.
Women
How do
agency,
you
get out of
rewrite
here.
Get out of here.
How do you rewrite this scene though? Like M and Bond are arguing about Bond wanting to leave and take
I
some
don't think
time
you
off,
rewrite it. I think you remove it completely.
and Moneypenny busts in and just says, "You guys, Bond, why don't you just figure it out?"
No, I
And
think you remove this scene entirely.
remove it completely.
It doesn't need
They-
to exist.
Do you know what you
They-
do? Bond goes in and says, "I want to quit," and M says, "Suck on that, little stupid man. Shut up. You're 2 weeks leave. Get out of my face." That's what you do.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
men don't
because
react to
that's
each
what I was going
other.
to say. What it all results in is him getting a note of approval for 2 weeks leave instead of him quitting Her Majesty's Secret Service.
The part that I liked was that, okay, so the part that I liked about this scene and what I'm actually going to defend about it is that I like that moment where M says granted and Bond thinks for a moment that he's been fired
Yeah.
and then looks at it and is like, oh, shucks.
Oh, I get the thing I asked for. Okay. All right. I guess I'll go do my secret agent shit again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I liked that little bait and switch there for a moment.
I do wish that
Because
instead, I was just going to say, I do wish that instead of him doing this whole thing and like quitting, he instead didn't go and just I wish he would have
He
focused
didn't just
more
go to
on
his
being
office and like pack a suitcase.
like yeah, no, but I wish the focus was more on the fact that he was doing it like above the law, outside of the parameters
yeah, I mean, or it's like this is the
of
ploy.
MI6.
This is the ploy for him to get into the college and replace the other guy. Is that it seems to us, the audience, and the people involved in the movie, that he has been let go of his Secret Service job so that he can then infiltrate the college and become this professor. It could be part of the plot. Okay, no, what do you want to say?
Even M being a little bit like wink wink, you're fired or you're on leave, but please continue to do what you're doing.
I mean, we can have that revealed later. It doesn't need to be that. It can be like
True.
At the end of the movie, he can be like, we knew the whole time, 007, that this was going to work out.
M is very much like it's bureaucratic nonsense that you're not living up to our expectations. He gets basically a quick performance review, and then Bond is like, I don't like that, I'm out, fuck you. And then Emma's like, if you just read between the lines, don't go into your weird office and start drinking.
You get 2 weeks of paid vacation. You get to keep your license to kill 007. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Enjoy your time off. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink,
Yeah.
wink.
Yeah.
And don't fuck Moneypenny on the way out. God
Yeah.
damn.
Yes,
Yes, they're
keep your
directly
fingers
on the-
away from our holes.
Oh my
Go.
God.
So didn't they do this in the Craig stuff though? They basically rewrote that where M as Judi Dench, as Dame Judi Dench, tells him, "No, you're fired. Go figure your stuff out." Like this exact type of thing happens, only much better thought out and much better executed in one
It's
of
not.
those.
It's not 10 minutes of fluffy
Yeah.
nonsense that doesn't actually do anything.
I like the fluffy nonsense though. Like if I'm gonna have to trade off like this with like a 20-minute skiing thing and like a
Right.
45-minute car
Was this
chase or whatever,
The boat from last week. Yeah.
just give me like a little of this. I like those moments where Bond is where he's not in situations with the lady or with the villains, because that's normally all you see him in. So like you need a little bit of the office stuff for you to see other aspects of Bond, because he's a very Superman character. Like there's not a lot going on for him.
Okay.
I just had a mental picture of The Office, but it's just an MI6.
I'm in.
Right.
That's
I'm-
fine. I'll do
I
that.
watched-
You know
okay, I
what?
watched that.
Amazon will do that. Oh, sorry.
They're gonna probably try. And
Paramount.
now that Barbara Broccoli is like, okay, I
Perfect.
can't hold.
I
off on it.
can't believe it. One of the things that I loved about Bond was that it's this one, like in this only independent like series.
One of them had to break eventually. Turns
and
out it was
it was
Barbara.
held by the Broccolis for so long, and now it's going to be ruined. Like
She's been holding
really.
James Bond hostage for years at this point. But like,
She was right to have killed
no.
him.
I am like all for what she was like like having the gun to his head and being like, "You're not getting him back until I agree to what I want to be Bond." And they're all like, "All right, Barbara, put the gun down." And I'm like, "No, Barbara, keep the gun on him. Do not let them make a Moneypenny spin-off like Amazon series. I don't want that." Anyway, so what I would have, what I feel like I'm not saying what I actually want to say, which is that I don't think that this needs to be removed. I think this needs to either have more import or it needs to be removed. It doesn't do enough. It doesn't need to be him getting fired and then him like reminiscing in his office while he drinks bourbon out of a flask, looking at that picture of the Queen, and then immediately go back and be resolved. There needs to be like 20 minutes of him doing shit, and then he gets called back. And maybe there's an actual sequence of Moneypenny having an interaction with M and having another interaction with James Bond, or maybe there isn't. I don't know. It's kind of funny that like you don't see what she does. It's like, what magic did she do?
Shorten the movie, intertwine this element of the plot through the movie a little bit more instead of making it a one.
Anything. I'm saying anything would be better than what it was.
Gentlemen. Noel needs to say something.
But what makes a Bond movie a Bond movie? It's like a Homeric poem
James
or
Bond.
a Fast and Furious movie. It's these things that keep coming around. It's these markers, these markers that tell you what story you're in. And some of those markers are that conversation with Moneypenny, that conversation with M, that conversation with Q, seducing that woman, seducing this woman now. Like these are all little just tent poles in what makes a Bond movie, and that's why all of the stuff that makes a Bond movie is kind of useless and the whole thing is hokey, but that's how you know you're looking at a Bond movie.
I feel like the only thing that I want to say about it is that it's literally he goes out of the office, goes to his office, and then comes back to his office, and it's resolved. That is my problem.
Yeah.
That's my problem, is that it's not what it is. It's that there's nothing to break it up. I need more things to break up those moments than have it feel like a quick time event in like a video game or something.
So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying when they're making these movies, they have to hit these little posts, right?
No, yeah. And I agree. And I
a Bond movie.
Yeah. And I understand that. It's just an issue I have with this that also then caused me to start thinking like, well, then they also have these other things that are in here that really don't need to be here, that are just adding to this movie that is already like an intimidatingly long. You know, when something is over 2 hours and you're like, ooh, 220. Gee whiz, this better be interesting.
I did not know this was the longest one. I had such a blast. But like you're thinking about how do we make this plot move? How do we? And meanwhile, I'm just thinking like, what kind of STDs is he giving?
How do we make this podcast move? We've been stuck on this one topic for like 10 or 15 minutes now.
Yeah, I feel very passionately about it.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we both made our points, Noel, and I think we both agreed basically that it needs to be there, but it could have been done better, right?
I never disagreed with you, but yes.
Okay, good.
Well, now that we're all friends again, and we're
fuck you, Jason.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, everybody. Phillips. Over to the bullfighting arena. What could go wrong?
Apparently, nothing goes wrong, though. I was kind of hoping something would go horribly wrong.
Well, that's just it. The Contessa Tracy is there, and Bond and Draco are also there, and they talk about
Hermione's there, and Ron Weasley's there.
They talk about Blofeld and this Gumbolt character that's, introduced briefly, and they talk about some stuff, but several people get absolutely leveled by bulls. They keep cutting back to this bullfighting arena.
James Bond sort of related thing is that James Bond, Timothy Dalton. I used to always think that Timothy Dalton and the actor who plays Draco Malfoy's dad were the same actor. They're not, obviously, but like, in my brain, I like swap them out in movies and TV shows all the time, even though they're completely different, like white British men. They're very interchangeable to me. Nobody else? Just me?
No, most white British men are interchangeable.
Yeah. Although surprisingly in films, British people don't have the terrible teeth you hear about. Distended jaws with the underbite, definitely British
cleft
people.
Chin, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the inbreeding.
It's all the inbreeding, yeah. Causes butt chins.
Why the drive-by for all the English people?
Listen, it's the only unmarginalized group.
The only drive-by is for Tracy.
Oh my god. You only live once. Listen, Bond comforts Tracy and they bang, I think.
Bang!
And they go for a horseback ride, and we got a montage of them just kind of being nice to each other. But what's weird to me is like, how long does this go on for? Because there's
They
costume
fucked in a
changes.
montage.
It goes
Yeah.
for as long as Louis Armstrong wants it to. What's weird to me is that this actor who plays Tracy clearly can't actually do on-command crying because it's like the craziest tear placement on her face. Where I'm like, that's not how tears operate. They don't come out of everywhere and like there's 40 of them on your cheek.
You're right. That's a really good.
And she does it twice in the movie. Like she turns around and she's full of tears. It happens again later, and it's just like too many.
That's her
like,
vetting?
perfect drops.
There's tears coming out of her eardrums.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Susan Sarandon with a candle wax on her face as a tear.
Yeah.
Also, it's insane to me that Bond puts his arm around her while they're both on horses. I couldn't move past that.
How about at the end when she's trying to drive and he keeps kissing her, and I'm like, she's trying to focus, Bond. Stop kissing her.
Well, she started it. We'll get to that.
Well, again, this leads into my theory that James Bond is an evil man because he likes his women to be kind of like vegetables, so he was trying to get her into a state where she wouldn't have to move when he...
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ.
it doesn't have to be a theory. Like, James Bond is literally the embodiment of, like, toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
And that's why we like it.
That's why we
just
like
accept that that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, if we were to remove that from all movies, like, and just leave the ones where the men aren't villains.
If this version of Bond
we
came
wouldn't
out
have
now,
movies.
we wouldn't have any movies.
If this version of Bond came out now, he would be a part of incel culture, and I'm surprised that incel culture hasn't co-opted the old 60s and 70s James Bond.
I'm sure it has.
This very much felt like the Andrew Tate playbook.
A little bit.
I think
Actually,
there's a fundamental there's a fundamental difference though, and it's that he believes in something and it's for Queen and country, and that they're just disenfranchised and they don't believe in anything. So this is too masculine. Remember when being masculine meant that you had like hobbies and doing stuff, and now it's just you're in a computer?
Yeah. Now it's like I can type faster than you.
Now it's like peacock and neg women and also go on the internet and
now I have 40 making Marvel rivals.
Anyway, basically what I'm saying is if I would not be able to enjoy any movie.
Yeah.
So like me liking Bond movies, people are always like, how you're such a feminist, and I'm like, it's movies, they're all bad. Like,
so this is not a feminist masterpiece.
I will say this one is
Blasterpiece.
We'll get to it though.
Okay.
When it turns into a Fast and Furious movie.
After
you
we
mean,
get
you mean when he's like
family,
like 5 women a night? He's like, I'll be right there, and everyone's gay.
That's the part.
Yeah.
How'd
Wait
you
till I
know?
tell you it's a movie because there's a car chase.
I am here.
Bond, we get okay. So I had a hard time with this next sequence a little bit because I wasn't really fully sure what was happening with the Bond's ability to get into the room. I thought he jacked the key off the guy that he walks past, but I was like, that physically they never interact, or maybe they were in an elevator together. I digress. Bond goes into a building. He goes into an office. The guy who's leaving seems like he has forgotten something. That's when I thought, oh, did he jack the key? I rewatched this sequence like so many times before I recognized.
Were you at work?
That maybe. No, but even
I watched it once and I fully understood what was happening. They did the same thing that happened before, which is they added stuff for no fucking reason. They didn't need to show the guy being like,
oh, I forgot my gloves upstairs. Oh no, my gloves are right here.
Oh, my gloves are right here.
And it's
but
like,
I do like we were both talking. Let's be real.
No. I was the face I was making was like
no. I was.
Yeah, guys, I don't know if you were talking, but I was talking.
Now Steve's gonna. Yeah.
I clearly was the one in front of all of you.
The face I made was my frustration at the movie. I was like, fucking movie, like adding stuff when it doesn't need to be there. Like it really didn't need to be there.
I do appreciate though the attempt this movie made for us to feel like Bond could get walked in on at any time. At least that was competent in my opinion. When he goes into the room though, we do get this weird ham-fisted thing where he gets into the room, he's sneaking around, he cuts back to that guy a couple times, but he goes out to the balcony and he looks across at the construction site. There's a guy there who is reintroduced later in the movie
20 times, yeah.
When we
Sean
see
Lee
him later,
Simons?
you're supposed to it felt like you're supposed to think he's like,
oh, you wanted him to
spying
be
on
Felix.
James Bond?
You wanted him to be
I
Felix?
so badly wanted him to be Felix, dude. And
Jason has now only recently become familiar with the character of Felix Leiter, and it's now his favorite.
I love Felix Leiter so much, dude. We don't get to Felix Leiter in this movie, spoilers, but what we do get is in this sequence, he looks down at the construction worker, he like nods. I thought this was a setup for like some sort of subterfuge, but no, it's like he puts a thing in a bin, the bin gets brought up,
he sends him a fax machine, like
a fax machine / photocopier
/ bank cracking, vault cracking device.
Giant autosave cracking machine in a suitcase that also has a fax machine.
Which, like, why couldn't he just bring the suitcase in? Like, no one's stopping anybody.
If they redid this sequence now, all of this will be a USB drive, I feel like.
Yeah.
Or he'd have some kind of like his little weird creepy spy device from his car would be able to photocopy documents from through a wall.
He'd sneeze a robot spider out of his anus to go climb into the computer.
That's not what happens. If something comes out of your anus, it's not called sneezing, Chris.
Have you ever sneezed and not? Are you telling me you haven't had a little something come out when you had a good sneeze? It's just me?
I think you might have to go to a doctor, my guy.
We call that a sneeze.
Sneeze.
Plug Guy made a cameo there for a moment, I heard.
Speaking of Plug Guy.
There it is.
Papa!
Okay, so I do like this sequence, don't get me wrong. I just, again, like them showing the guy stop outside the building with the gloves, like that's whatever. They don't need it. It's there just to be like, to build tension, but the tension is already built through the music and the fact that he has a time limit and there's a security guard outside and the room he's in makes me want to barf because of all the weird like warped glass that this guy has at his office. I'm like, I'm getting a headache just looking at this. I can't imagine being in this room.
So you don't like 60s decor?
I do like that he starts looking at porn. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, he just like starts flipping through a Playboy, which also did anybody catch? Yes, not only does he take it, but did anybody catch the flash of tit while he's walking out of the hallway with it?
I did, because he was still reading it while he was walking down the hallway. I have a fun fact that I have.
Who is it?
Citation from
Jason looked up who it was.
No, I didn't look up who it was, but in the scene where Bond is cracking a safe in the Swiss lawyer's office, he casually flips through a Playboy magazine. This is a nod to the fact that Ian Fleming's On Her Majesty's Secret Service was serialized in Playboy magazine in 1963. That fact is extremely fun. I have citations. I did it.
Oh, okay. So you did proper research this time.
It's true and it's real. It's not AI bullshit. Thank you.
Yeah. I've been getting on Jason's butt for reading fun facts that just seem like somebody said them to him at a bus stop and he believed it.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear about this movie?
IMDb facts are like that.
I fist fought the AI that gives me my my run through, which is different than my notes. I want fun facts, but I don't want them to, because there were a couple fun facts where it's like I googled it and it's like that's
not true.
This is just
like playground nonsense.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Marilyn Manson got his ribs removed so he could suck his own dick? That doesn't seem real. It's real.
I asked ChatGPT to give me actual citations that I can verify the facts.
So you asked the AI for the facts?
Yeah. Well, I write out like
I'm not saying that's wrong.
You can ask AI to be like, where did you get this information from? And then it'll bring up like actual like article, and then you can check those to see if those are legitimate. So like there's a way to get around. I don't mess with
AI. I'm in school right now and plagiarism in AI is a huge thing. And I watch other people doing all this crazy shit with AI and I'm like, just read the book.
Yeah. No. I
writers from one of the not the main ones I do, but like another lesser one. Like he gets me, obviously I read the script, so I get all the scripts and then I started going through and then halfway through the script, it was like, I modified this for you and I kept the tone going, and I was like, and then I was like, I looked it up. I'm like, this is an exact response from somebody getting script from AI. And I contacted the writer first, and I was like, hey man, I don't really care that you're using AI because the scripts are like pretty decent, but I need you to know that if you leave this shit in, like I have to tell them, like I'm gonna tell them that you're doing this, so like you need to stop. And then he like came
And
out
now you told all of us.
well, I didn't say who it was, but also
should I timestamp this? Do you need me to cut this out later?
No, like no. I can assure you it's not on the Star Wars page, and it's not on the Game of Thrones page. It's on another one that I do lots of stuff, guys.
It's on the X-Men page.
It's on the X-Men page, yeah. The future one. Future Wars.
It's the script I sent you. Thanks for trying to cover for me.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Noel's fanfic version of Days of Future Past.
It's our new Twilight one that we're doing.
It's called Days of Future Ass. It's a Twilight X-Men crossover porn parody.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna stop you, and then I wanted to see how that played out. And I'm glad.
Professor Triple X took old Robbie Patterson down a hall.
To me, my XXX man.
I gotta write down Professor Triple X.
Professor Triple X.
Boner alert.
Got
Oh
anything?
boy.
Yeah. Oh boy, is
I'm getting sweaty from this conversation over here.
He's
There's a
horny.
reason they call him Beast.
Yeah.
How about when Tracy and Draco are talking about love?
Love? Well, he doesn't really know what love is, and neither does she. I feel like she's never experienced
No
proper
regrets.
love, and he thinks love is something that is actually a twisted, disgusting version of what he thinks love is, which is that a woman is meant to serve a man no matter what. On the wedding day,
serve and please your man.
On the wedding day, he says, "Now you will obey your husband in every way, won't you, dear?" And she's like,
yeah, but then she's like, every way I did you, and she didn't, and that's the whole like da 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 da.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I picked up on that. Yeah, but it's also like it's just gross. Like everything about it is gross.
Is that
in the
why
same
men
way that
think that you can just hit women and like...
Papa?
Yeah. Well, I mean, both James Bond and him punch her in her face in this movie. One's her dad and one's her husband.
Spoil the child.
You know what they say, a penny saved is a penny earned.
So we find out that Humboldt or Gumboldt doesn't want to be the Beauchamp. He doesn't want the title.
Say that 3 times fast.
All right. And
Gumboldt doesn't want to be the Beauchamp. Gumboldt doesn't want to be the Beauchamp.
And it wants Brayfeld to find out what progress has been made. I don't know. He puts the gadget back in the construction bin and bounces, takes the Playboy along with him.
This is where he figures out that the dude is trying to get the title of Baron, and he is in contact with the college that figures out people's genealogy to determine whether or not people are connected via blood in order to have titles, and this guy wants to be a Baron.
Yeah.
I'm not
He had 3 hours to copy like an entire stack of like folders and
It was
files.
1969. You know how long it would take to copy a document that you could easily just take a photograph of, and later.
That's why I said 3 hours. He was chilled out.
My exact note was Bond jacks off to a Playboy while he waits.
Yeah.
Because
what else would you do?
He's a horned up.
Was like, I guess the majority
weirdo.
of the time was the thing like opening the
safe,
because like he could have just taken photographs of those documents. He did not need to run them through a weird fax machine.
This
just
little
like
camera that goes.
This is just James Bond technology being like, "Ooh, isn't it cool?" Like that he also has a giant computer thing.
Isn't it like one of the only few James Bond technologies throughout this entire movie, aside from the radioactive lint that can detect somebody?
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a lot of like pens or like shoes or
like,
anything.
Noel, you were saying last week that there's usually like a James Bond device that is introduced in the movie, and then it's also sort of like the only one that actually matters. And the movie we did last week has it.
Q is used for a dick joke, and that's it in this movie.
But he also introduces the radioactive lint that you'll place it in someone's pocket and you can track them wherever they are, no matter what. And it's like, I thought
There's
that
only
maybe,
one.
yeah,
You just look for the man whose hair's falling out.
And is vomiting.
he's vomiting blood and he looks yellow and his hair's falling out. But
His entrails are dripping out of his pants.
they didn't use it, right? The lint, it wasn't used to find him or anything in the avalanche or something like that. Or-
Nope, never brought up ever again.
Like, wouldn't it have been like a good reveal if the reason they found him buried in snow in the avalanche was because he had the radioactive lint in his pocket? Like, why not just have that happen? Have Q be like, he's over there. He's
No,
over
he just sticks his head up.
there.
I would not be surprised if there's a version of this where that happens,
Mhm.
but it got cut out instead of everything else. But the
Instead of
gadgets,
the guy finding his gloves in his pocket, or
the gadgets in Bond films are like Boba Fett being cool. These are things that only exist in the minds of fans who have forgotten what it was actually like in the movies.
yeah.
It's not for me doing this month. that's not a bad way to look at it.
Boba Fett was
honestly.
cool in Empire Strikes Back. He was not cool in Return of the Jedi.
Okay. This is not the point I'm trying to make.
I know,
I
but
don't know. I
just
feel like there was a
remember-
lot
I
of
know.
gadgets in Tomorrow Never Dies.
Also, Jango Fett has a lot of gadgets. Remember his weird, crazy blades that come out of his gauntlet and he uses them to slow down? I know that's not the point you're trying to make, Noel, but you cannot bring up a Fett and not expect me to start thinking about Fett shit. All right?
Fett shit. Fett shit.
It's gonna start dropping fat vet.
Pet bets. The
So,
new
sorry, you're
anthem.
I was making a good point. Thank you.
You are, yeah.
Bond
But
goes
yeah,
back and
James Bond device. No, that was going to continue to Noel's point that like James Bond gadgets they're almost always lame. Like in every single movie, the gadget that you remember being cool when you watch the movie, you're like, oh wait, no, it's actually dumb. Like it's
'cause
very dumb.
everyone played GoldenEye and we're like the pen, and everyone
Yeah.
thinks of the pen and no, like name 3 more gadgets.
well, we got a whole
The watch with the
whole
taser.
The whole last movie was a magnetized watch that they didn't reveal had a saw on it until the third act.
What about the coat in I'll Die Another Day, where it turns into like a big bubble? So when an avalanche comes, you can like, and then it protects you from an avalanche. This movie
What
made me
about when
think about
he-
it because I was like, this is the moment that James Bond probably was like, what about some sort of like flotation device for an avalanche? Because he gets hit by an avalanche in this movie, and they address that in that movie by
Actually,
giving him a
telegraph.
stupid coat that turns into a big blueberry thing.
What about when he gets into a refrigerator next to a nuclear bomb and it goes off and then the refrigerator flies and he gets out of it and he's like, I
That's
hate
Indiana Jones, sir.
You missed Jason's joke at the end. He said, "I hate snakes." That was I think the punchline of Jason's joke.
That was the punchline.
I hate snakes.
Bond hates spiders, is I think is what we learned through this month. Listen, Bond goes back and gives the gumball letter to M. He gets scolded for working well not on assignment.
I'm still trying to think of one more that Noel gave us a task to name 3, and I could only name 2.
Golden gun.
That's not a James Bond gadget. That's a man with a golden gun has the golden gun.
Slappers only.
Slappers only.
Go. I don't know. I don't know enough about James Bond, so
The world is not enough.
There's a little radio transmitter that he has in one.
I mean, he has an invisible car in that one movie. He's got.
Yeah, there's the one car with like gets like skating blades on it when he goes flying down.
What about
some
the
ice
ghetto
field.
blaster?
I don't think
doesn't
the
use
car
it.
counts
Yeah.
though. The car is
The
its own
couch.
thing in Bond. Like
I
the
don't
Aston
couch that
Martin.
eats you.
But those aren't things that he uses. Noel's point is that the ones that he takes out into the field with him, which
Okay, the thing that inflates other things. The thing that inflates another different couch, and
but
also
that's from
that-
the same movie that you named.
that's all I know.
That's all I
Yeah.
know.
What are the gadgets in GoldenEye? Even the movie,
Just the pen.
The
It's just
pen.
the pen, yeah.
just the pen. Okay.
Where you click it twice to arm it and 3 times to disarm it or whatever.
Oh, the whistle thing. Is that the same move? No, that was Timothy Dalton. He's got the whistle, the keychain.
Oh yeah, the like,
whistle. You whistle
it, like
at it.
gasses you or
And
whatever.
Craig
Yeah.
gets the tiny little, like.
He also
tiny
gets a gun that
device,
you
the
can
little
only.
radio device thing.
Yeah, he also gets a gun that like your thumb activates it, so only you can shoot it or whatever. which is kind of cool, I guess. But
That seems extremely modern. Like that seems like it makes sense.
But also, there's a funny story behind that.
That was the
one.
whole plot of one of the Fast and Furious movies, I think. Yeah, it was.
Different guns. Yeah. Anyway, your point stands, Noel. It's hard to think of them because they're always the main gadgets are always dumb and kind of useless, and they don't really actually play into the movie in any way that's significant at all.
Attaché case, watch.
Wait, you can't look it up. You're fucking cheating.
No, that's fine. I'll allow it. I'll allow it because I'm interested to know a couple others. The attaché case. Well, actually, in Doctor No, they reference a suitcase that burns the letter of what you're supposed to do. Like, your mission, whether you choose to accept it, is on a piece of paper. Put it in this. It's not just a piece of paper you could burn. You have to put it in a special suitcase that burns. It's only referenced. It happens.
Anyway, so all the James Bond fans out there who are losing their minds because you can name all of them, I'm not talking about you, James Bond. I'm talking about it as a zeitgeist thing, about what we think of when we think of Bond. We think of the gadget, but we can't name the gadget.
You've shown a light.
Not you. I'm not talking about you, diehards. I see you. And I appreciate you.
You've shown a light, and I appreciate that, Noel. Thank you for that. I do like that because it does remind me of the Boba Fett thing where, like, in the original trilogy, we remember this Boba Fett character, and then you go back and watch it, and he's not in it that much, and then they fucking based a lot of Star Wars after the fact off of Boba Fett, which is great. He's a great character, but
just the one.
And then when we try to make something based on a woman, everyone's like, "That's not how it was in the original." And I'm like, "Boba Fett."
Ashoka was animated, you plebs.
Darth Maul was dead.
Did you say Ashoka? Ashoka Tano. We need to speak, Ashoka. Yeah. Come with me.
Ashoka Tano. Get into my boat.
Excuse me, Ashoka. Me and Anakin Skywalker are speaking.
Yeah, keep it
I don't
coming.
remember inviting you into this conversation.
I won't feel bad about this later at all.
I know, you said Ahsoka. It's Ahsoka, not Ashoka.
Ahsoka. I'm sorry. Listen, Bond goes to the college and poses as a gynecologist.
I think you meant to say, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for saying gynecologist.
Also, we hear him say the world is not enough. And I wanted to ask you guys a question. Why is a bunch of this movie about coat of arms? It just becomes this weird
heraldry. We just talked about this. So the Beauchamp is trying to become a baron, and in order to do that, he has to prove his heraldry.
Account.
A count. And he's trying to become a count. And he needs the college to prove his lineage in order for him to be able to have that title. So that he's hired somebody from this college to come in and prove his heraldry and his lineage in order for him to become a count.
Okay.
So James Bond is going to pose as he spends the weekend being like, well, I looked into it over the weekend and now I'm an expert. So I'll go in there and pretend to be this
Dr. Hillary.
homosexual doctor.
Right?
Can you pull that off, Bond? Of course I can.
I've got a kill, so it'll sell.
This version of Bond, and I think like last week's Bond, is this a Bond trope where he can just learn things incredibly fast, or does he pretend to know enough?
He does a shit job. Is the reason that he gets caught is because he is bad at the job. Yeah. So I mean, he learns enough of it to be able to competently speak for 4 hours, I guess, to those dumb idiots who are allergic.
They're like, I don't know what you're
Blofelds.
Yeah.
The words are so big, and I can't. I mean,
the movie really goes out of its way to be like, they're all stupid idiots who don't know anything. But like, yeah,
you're just a handsome man with a kilt. We want to know what's under the kilt. We don't want to really know what about genealogy is. We just want to know what your genealogy is.
Different style of a thing, but I didn't mean to be. Yeah.
She says gynegenial, like she actually says it. She says it.
So when they're like, she's like, oh, I'm in room, and she's like, no, don't talk about your rooms. Well, we all stay together, no quiet, separate rooms,
I will
whatever.
bring the book to the room later. I bring it in turn to everybody here.
It
Yeah,
obeys
so
the cunt's orders.
yeah, so Frau Farsbizna or whatever her name is, she ends up like she ends up taking some lipstick and writing on his inside thigh. When she's doing this, I'm like, oh, she's writing like a 3-digit number because she's under there for so long. She was not writing a 3-digit number.
So-
She wrote the number 8. So it was like, did she write like the number 8 and then fondle his balls a little?
Yes.
God.
Yes.
So I've seen this movie before,
Of
and
course.
I remembered specifically that it was an 8. And as I was watching her do it, yeah, she's just doing the same shape over, like the infinity shape over and over, because she's using lipstick. She doesn't do it a couple of times. You're not going to get a full coating. He's not going to be able to read it later.
She's
after his
also
thighs have been rubbing it.
stupid.
She is.
We have to.
She's dumb as hell.
She's got.
She's
dumb
like, this is how we
face.
do a 9, right?
Yeah.
That's how we do a 9, right?
She also
I was
gets
doing
the
this
best
motion.
sort of like glamorized. She gets the best glamorized push-in shot out of everybody, where it's like she's like, ooh, and as she puts her glasses on, the camera's like pushing in on her. I'm like, this is like an action angle. Like she's gonna be a hero in this movie. No, it just turns out she's the dumbest one who falls for his bullshit
No,
first.
I really like her when she's
I like her too.
A baronet is like a less important baron, and then she's like, "Oh, I'm
I didn't mean
sorry
that you were less important, just the
I just
title.
meant the title."
Look, we have some
And
things
he's
to
like,
cover before
no,
we
you
get
did a very apt description, my dear. Okay, so you want me to tell you all about my big golden balls or what? You're like, okay. So
I think they missed an opportunity to have Bond at least like sleep with every one of those girls. Like,
Yeah.
as long as
There's
the
a
movie
version.
is, there could have been 10 minutes where
I
it's just
assume
like a
the book is
cutscene.
like a Lord of the Rings length, and like most of it is him just fucking
They're
every single
all-
of these women.
They're all
Just
very
detailed.
short, actually.
Have you ever had trailed the 7 islands or the 7 seas? Whatever shitty line the king says in that movie.
Mr. Bond, what is a peasant? Tell me what a peasant is. Well, it's balls, golden balls. If you know what I mean.
You're going to gargle them.
Listen, the professor says that the Beauchamps don't have earlobes. I laughed out loud at that because it's a plot point for some reason.
Oh, I also wanted to mention at this point. So I also remembered that James Bond sort of like mildly pretends to be gay when he's at the clinic. So I was like, as I was watching it this time, I'm like, oh, this is the guy that he's going to pretend to be. And then I realized that all of this guy's assistants are like hot young men. And I'm like, oh, is this how James Bond? He's like, my God, everybody in here is handsomer than me. What the fuck's going on? And then he goes and meets this professor, and he's like, oh, this professor, well known for being gay, I guess. Like, is this just James Bond like making an assumption about him?
Could
Or
be. He is hyper masculine. He does try to have sex with every woman he meets, but they also make a reference to the fact when he disrobes, she says the rumors are true. So he was fully erect, I assume. So I think he's
No, I think that
bisexual.
he had 4 testicles, because remember he's like,
I thought
Oh,
maybe
balls.
it's tiny. Maybe he has a really small penis, and she's
no,
like, "Oh,
he
so
talks
cute."
about how he has 4 golden balls on his family crest. So
Oh.
James Bond has massive balls, I think is the.
I
or
just
he has 4
realized
balls.
though, James Bond has a superfluous third nipple though, and that was what she was referencing when she goes, "It's true."
I don't know.
I
Right?
thought I think she was saying it's true because he wasn't wearing underwear under the kilt.
Oh, I thought James. Bond has
That's what that was about. Because he's wearing a kilt and he drops the kilt and she's like, "Oh, it's true. You are not. You're just naked as a jaybird. Your Bond balls are swinging in the air. Bring them over here, Bondy boy." Yes,
Nobody
yes,
knows.
mm.
So I think
But
that
it
we can all agree that
means-
Chris's is probably the most true thing that was said.
Yeah.
But,
And one
It's
plays the James Bond
provocative.
theme.
yeah. But I like the idea that he has 4 golden testicles.
Okay, listen.
It just means he can nut twice. That's why he can have sex with this one girl and then go into the room and be like, "Oh, geez, you've got your slipper out, young lady. What should I do with that?" You know, like.
No.
We're finally.
No.
We're finally. We're
You
finally.
know the guy that gets
in-
thrown off the cliff at the end. Oh! That's me right now. That's how I feel.
We're finally in Switzerland. We see his construction buddy.
This
sort
is
of
when the
watching
movie
on.
gets good, in my opinion. This is when
Yeah,
I
it's-
really
I think
like
the Home
everything
Alone
that
of it all
happens.
is sort of-
Super-
When Blofeld shows up and he's like, "Ah, I'm evil."
He talks like he sort of sounds like Clancy Brown mixed with what's his name from Mary Poppins.
Actually, Clancy, like British Clancy Brown, is a
He's not British, Mr. Bond. He speaks like this the entirety of the movie.
That's a good point.
You're creating your own voice in his mind. This is what he sounds like.
Felix Leiter.
Several vaccinations need to be used. Remember when he's like, you used to hate chicken and now you love chicken. I'm telling you. Remember when he like plays the tape? Give me tape number 8, tape number 7. You guys like, why don't you just rewind these earlier in the day? Like, do we have to put them in every night? It's like the same tapes every night.
Bond is dressed like Sherlock Holmes.
I forgot today. I made a note for myself to make a recording where I was going to do the hypnotism recording, and I forgot to do it. And I feel
you love chicken. Don't forget about the chicken.
But I was going to do it for,
synopsis
specifically for Tim and Noel. It was going to be me. The tape that I play for myself to convince myself that the Transformers movies and Fast and the Furious movies are good when I could have. You
are family.
Yeah, you used to hate the Fast and the Furious movies, and now you love them.
Dead air.
Nobody thought it was funny? Okay, well.
I did. I was writing Blofeld tape for synopsis.
Oh.
He meets the lady cop. Well, I thought she was lady cop. Irma Bunt.
I was changing my drug dealer in my phone from cocaine to Blofeld.
It's not bad. I'll have to do that.
But I was also thinking of Blow Champ.
Did anyone notice that Blofeld doesn't really know how to smoke a cigarette, seemingly?
Oh my god. We just get to when he's introduced.
What do you mean? You've never smoked a cigarette before?
Like this?
Smoked one like this before?
See?
But never holds it the same way twice.
Yeah, that's his.
I think he does this with a cigarette at one point. Like
he put the ear and then pulled it out of his nose.
Yeah.
The benefit of these on your phone is that you don't notice the subtleties. You're gonna enjoy the movie a lot more.
Right.
Yeah. If you're
We're
watching
talking about how weird Blowchamp is, and but I do really like the whole journey up to the mountain. This is where like I would, where I was complaining about like wasted time before. None of this feels like wasted time to me, and it's because it's showing you how far away he actually is from everything. Like every single step of it is meant to show you like how, they have to take a reindeer sled to get to like
I love the scenery. I love seeing winter in film. I have this thing where when in modern film, when they film California specifically, it doesn't look bright for whatever reason. I don't know why it always looks not like a sunny day doesn't look right on screen. In this movie, the blue sky it's popping and it looks like the daytime, which I really enjoyed. When he's on the helicopter, they just keep showing scenery of the Alps, and we see
there is something to be said about like a really crisp looking sky.
Yeah,
when there's like snow everywhere around, right? Like there's a cloudless sky when it's that you can understand like that looks like it's cold, but like a comfortable cold where like I'm under enough blankets and I'm outside and I've got a big nice Sherlock Holmes jacket on. I'm probably comfortable enough, but I want to be near a fire soon.
This movie also loves foreshadowing. It happens a bunch of times, and this scene does a bunch of it, where she's like, right down there, some avalanche damage, and also look over there, we have bobsledding and skiing here. Wow, do you like either of those things?
Do you like the bobsled, Mr. Hillary?
Okay, so one question about all that, because you saw all the henchmen wearing orange jackets, and like they had the Olympic symbol on them. Were the Olympics happening at that time? Did they mention the Olympics? Because I may have not paid attention during that point if they did.
1969 wouldn't have had an Olympics, but 1968 would have. Was 1968 a Winter Olympics that happened in Switzerland?
Yeah, so they were probably just left over. I think there was a weird brief mention when they get to the hotel or the clinic, sorry, of this place being open to the public, and like I think she does mention that it was like it was like in preparation for Olympics or something. But like I don't this might be me talking out my ass and me just projection because of like the bobsled and because of the fact that they had Olympic rings on their staff jackets and shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
right.
no,
That's what I'm
The
saying.
1968 Olympics were Summer Olympics, and they were in Mexico City. So let me
But
do
they
a
The
could
Winter
just-
Olympics would have been like 4 years before that, or 2 years before that.
let me see if the 1964 Olympics were in Switzerland. The 1964 Olympics were in Tokyo, Japan.
maybe they
So it just turns out that Blofeld had killed a bunch of like Olympic staff people and brought them, or kidnapped them and brought
but it
them
might
to
have
this
been like a
mountain.
Quebec City
The
thing.
Pisgota.
You know, in like Quebec City when they thought they were getting the Olympics and they for sure
Oh,
and they
yeah.
built all that stuff preemptively and then it turned out they didn't get it and they were like, well, what do we do now? Uh-oh. We
Let's
fucked
make
up.
a virus that'll kill everything.
The
That'll show them.
1966 Olympics were in Australia. Like you're right. I don't know why they had Olympic gear on. Maybe it was the what's 4 years after 1972? What are the 1972 Olympics?
Turns out they just really wanted those style of orange jackets, but they couldn't get them, and there was just a bunch of surplus from the Olympic Games, and they're like, "Well, that's good enough." We'll not
1972 Olympics were in Munich. That's the closest we're gonna get.
Yeah, but this film was in like '69.
Yeah,
It was
did
probably
you say-
filmed in
Hold on, what year
67.
did you say?
'69.
Nice.
Nice.
Boner
Nice.
alert.
We said it at the same time, Nullfeld. Da-doon-doon-diddle-doon. Why is the Allergy Institute so important? This movie is weird. That's a note that I wrote.
As a man who suffers horribly from allergies, I was like, is this real?
Finally.
Why
You
can't
just
this
need
be
to
real?
not believe in your allergies, Steven. Be friends with your allergies. Love your allergies.
I did hate that he was like, it's not entirely psychological. We also do
Well,
need to inject them with a bunch of crazy shit as well.
Well,
But
the hilarious science with allergies, though, is it's not, you don't get vaccinated for allergies.
yeah, you do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can.
Okay. Well, fuck
They're
me,
not
I guess.
vaccines per se, but they're like
It's a
you
kind
get
of
shots that are like a cocktail of your allergies, and you get them regularly, and you are less allergic to the things that it depends on what the allergy
and
is.
you also have to get them every year. If you have seasonal allergies, I know this because I did it for 7-8 years of my life. I had
And
really,
a lot
really
of people say they don't work.
They don't. I mean, they do to a degree, but a lot of the time my allergies were worse the years that I got them than when I didn't. And I stopped getting them and I realized that like nothing is going to work. So this motherfucker definitely came up with real allergy vaccines that can stop you from getting like, you know, meat poisoning and shit.
Like hay fever.
And then he's like, but you know, it's also a huge percentage of it is psychological, but the psychological part was him just hypnotizing people to be like sleeper cell agents or whatever, right? And be like,
No,
"I'm
yeah,
actually
yeah,
a
you're
candidate
absolutely
army."
right. But it's also like he's using solving allergies to do world domination, which we don't really know why at this
For
point.
sure. But okay, so
But we find out why.
he's creating these strains to be able to isolate some sort of virus that goes through very specific genomes or whatever to stop like a strain of one type of vegetable or one animal or whatever, which is kind of cool. Like I like the idea of it, but he also did solve allergies. Like he did figure
Yeah.
he could have just been like, I solved allergies and been like a really cool billionaire man who solved
He's
allergies.
like, no, in fact, I want to do world domination.
Yeah.
There was a funny kind of throwaway line in this movie that I thought might have been the reason for the joke in Austin Powers where Dr. Evil doesn't know how much money to ask for, where he's like, oh, what could you possibly want as your amount of money or whatever in order for me to stop doing this, which happens later in the movie. But it's like, at what point do you take the W and just solve an allergy and that's your legacy versus I've solved all allergies and now I've created a strain called the fucking virus omega or whatever the fuck it's called.
Now I can create an allergy that a tree will be allergic to the tree next to it, and then that tree dies. Like, oh my god, what? It's like, why are you smoking that cigarette so weird? Don't you want to hear the rest of my plan? No, I just want
No,
you to
I can't
smoke
get over.
normally.
Yeah, I can't get over the fact you just don't put it between your two fingers. We also get the classic Bond in a hotel room, and they're like, "We'll call for you when you're ready," which I thought was like, is that in every Bond movie? Where they place Bond in a room that's like a hotel room?
It is an older
Like-
Bond thing because it's like it gives us a moment to know that Bond's going to be alone, and that he can pretend like he's looking for bugs or whatever.
He's
Which
looking
is
for
like
bugs,
this is
yeah.
the worst bug search I think I've ever seen.
He checks like 9 places out of like
He checks
2
in the
rooms.
dumbest places too. He checks behind a pillow. And then he checks
Yeah.
up the fucking burning. He puts his head in the fireplace to be like, "Is that one up here? Maybe."
It's the most haphazard bug checking I've ever seen in any film.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
they
like,
didn't
oh,
tell
no,
him.
no,
It's like they didn't
no.
tell the actor
Like this
George
pillow,
Lazenby.
no. This pillow, yes.
But he pulls that
That's-
mirror out, and he's more amazed that the mirror comes
Like,
out the way that
wow.
it does.
This is
So he's like,
crazy.
"Oh, I better check on the back of it."
Yeah.
And
So
he-
the
this is
internet is telling me that only Gunther has the Olympic rings on his jacket.
And the WWE Championship.
So maybe he was an Olympic
the World
athlete.
Heavyweight
Remember,
Championship.
he's the one that chases him down the hill, like really. Maybe he just has
Okay, let me find out more about Yuri Boryenko. Keep talking.
no well, yeah, what I'm positing here, what my theory is now that I have this information is that he works there and he was an Olympic athlete, so he got the Olympic rings put into his uniform because he's like a crazy mogul skier or something. You know the moguls, like the
Yep.
maybe he's like a gold medalist or something, and then they hired him to be a henchman. He's like, we have an Olympic gold athlete skier on our security team just in case anybody tries to escape. He can chase them down the mountain and shoot them with a gun.
Well, then he'd be
Yeah,
a
that's feasible.
biathlon, skiing and
Well,
shooting.
yeah, he did the moguls and he did the jumping and stuff, and he got gold in those. And then the shooting, he got
Nope, that's
he got-
its own.
he never
sport.
act. No, I know.
Biathlon.
but You can be in multiple. You can be in multiple sports in the Olympics. You don't have to just be in one. I'm saying he is in multiple, and the one that he's not good at is the shooting. So like he was in it, but he wasn't good at it. That's why he can't shoot you when you're getting away on the mountain.
James Bond, shoot him. It's the like. I love this theory for you. That's not what his life story is. I won't tell you what
Damn
it is because this is much better. So-
It's much better. Was he a murderer like the guy from?
no,
Austin
he
Powers
was
or
a
whatever?
he was a wrestler and an actor. He got his nose broken on the set of this movie. He died in Canada.
I was gonna say he kind of looked like Fit Finley.
I don't know who that is.
I know
but
who that
assume
is.
he's a Wrestler.
He was
His
a
ring name.
wrestler.
His ring name was Yuri. Oh God. It
You
was,
got this.
Destroyer.
sorry. No. This is unverified source. I hear that Fern Gully is getting an
Listen,
Okay, but so
Uh,
why? This just still doesn't answer why he has the
I'm sorry,
Olympic
Noel, I
ring.
love you.
He's the only one that has the
No,
Olympic
it
ring.
didn't. I said there was no reason. He's just the only one that has it.
I know,
I
but
tried to look up more information about the actor, but there's no reason. I went to a really chaotic old Bond forum, and no one can figure it out.
no one can figure it out.
GeoCities fucking
So
Bond.
I
form.
Yes,
like-
it's like an actual old forum. I've gone through a couple of things, and nobody knows.
I think that my reasoning is good. Like that
Your
that
reasoning
character
is
that
yeah.
character was an Olympic athlete, and he like demanded that he get his rings put on his security jacket.
well, it
Why
makes
not?
sense. It's like if you go to Whistler, like they still have Olympic shit in places
Yeah.
because it used to be the Olympic Village. Like, and if you go to Montreal where the Expo was, like, there's a reason that the team was called the Expos. It's because of the Montreal Expo that, like,
Yeah.
they,
I mean, we were even talking. I think
so
you were gone.
this
for-
makes sense, man. This makes
you-
sense.
You were gone for like a second, but like even if you go to Quebec City, there's still the ruins of the Olympic Stadium that never fully got built, and now it's just like a weird fallout structure
Were they like
they're just-
filled in a lake
Yeah.
with the man-made dirt? The helicopter leaves, which I was like, oh, I understand what's happening. He's stranded as hell. Bond goes into his room, puts on his best kilt, meets a bevy of babes. They ask him about genealogy, and Bond prattles on about ancient lineage. Also, one of them has Princess Leia hair. Did you guys clock that? Did you notice the buns?
I did.
And
I
this
went,
is
oh, it's Princess Leia hair.
this is pre-Star Wars in 1969.
Nice.
Weird shots of terrible looking food. We kind of talked about that. They're all eating racist meals. The
And then he talks on and on about
he just keeps going.
that one woman is just so into it, but I think she just wants to fuck him, right? Like she doesn't actually care.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
this hairy
Yeah.
buff leg.
None of them care.
But like the thing is like the people that are at his table seem more interested than the people at the other table, which is how it would go in reality. And in reality, the rest of those women would be having their own conversation at the other table. They wouldn't be like straining to listen to him being like, and then I discovered that the pheasant feather meant this. Isn't that interesting, ladies?
They're also like halfway
Gentlemen. Oh, I'm
brainwashed.
the gentleman. I wish
we
there were
find
more
out-
gentlemen around here, if you know what I mean. I love kissing men and not women. I'm gay, by the way. Just in case you
I'm gay, by the
know.
way.
Call me Hilly.
And she's like, even though you love men, or sorry, even though you don't like women, I'm gonna draw this 8 on your leg, and then
There's
you know
also
we find
never a
it.
moment where he says that or anything. They all just assume it, right?
Yeah,
Which is
I have a
cool.
list. Somebody
Okay.
actually created the table settings, the girls and what they're eating. The American is eating
Oh.
corn, the Australian is eating lamb.
Oh, lamb makes sense for Australia because they have like a lot
Yeah.
of sheep farm and stuff.
German,
Well, that should
red
be in New
cabbage and
Zealand, but yeah.
sausage.
It's,
They
they have
yeah,
large farms in Australia as well.
my goodness. The Hungarian is eating potatoes. The Irish girl is eating corn on the cob.
What? I thought you said the American girls are eating corn on the cob.
No, she's eating corn fritters.
Oh, corn fritters.
Oh.
Oh,
What's a
did I
corn
forget
fritter?
the fritter? I don't know. It just says here.
You said corn. You didn't say corn fritter yet.
My bad.
And
And then other racist food.
then
The English
banana
girl's eating
rice. Yeah.
veal.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
guess
Asian lady eating the rice with
as
the
a white
top-down camera shot
man,
is so
I
fucking
was
weird.
like, oh, those two seem racist. And then the other ones, I'm like, I guess these are probably racist too, but I don't know enough.
So the
Okay,
fact that she's eating rice is not itself racist. It's just these
I don't think that
girls,
anything in this.
Connotate-
I don't
these
think
girls are caricatures.
Of
And
course, yeah.
it's very easy to see that they just did a straight line without probably even thinking you had to be, of course, that's what she's eating.
No,
The girl from Denmark was gonna have sausages.
They probably looked up like what is the most common dish for this region, and then we'll attach it to this
That
character. Because
Cannot
imagine
be
being
the case for the black girl.
Yeah, that was definitely a
No.
banana.
That
Oh, yeah,
cannot be
that
the
was
case.
just straight up racism.
There
I
was
guess,
no,
yeah.
sweetie, there was no research done at all.
Don't call me
And it wasn't.
sweetie.
And it wasn't.
I
It
don't
wasn't
like
even
that
like.
at
It
all.
wasn't even like a nibble of the banana. She went like half shaft
All right,
on the
Chris,
banana.
we know that you fucking think she was deep throating the banana. You sick.
She
fuck.
was deep throating the banana.
Anyway,
I got eyes.
I got
my whole point is that people since 1969 have been trying to figure out what the girls were eating and why the Olympic rings are on this guy's jacket.
This movie's a mystery.
It's true.
Okay, so about that, so Blofeld uses the Olympic rings logo on the uniforms of his henchmen, suggesting a connection to the International Olympic Committee. This adds credibility to his cover story and makes Piz Gloria appear to be a legitimate facility for athletic training or research.
That's the
Okay.
AI answer. There's no basis for it. I just went through and tried to see if anything else had that.
There's
and
no,
only
there's
the
nothing
AI
there
had
that
it.
confirms that other than the bobsled track, but that's not even like a. There's no. She doesn't be like, the Olympic team trains here to do the thing that they need to do to train there, or whatever. Like she could have said that. She didn't say that.
That's a great theory. Can you play that?
Oh yeah, great theory.
I like it when after she draws the figure 8 on his leg, he complains about a stiffness and then says, "In my shoulders." That's a Roger Mooreism. I feel like Roger Moore exemplifies that kind of comedy. It was kind of
I snortled through my chortle.
I
hole.
snortled through my turtle hole too. I laughed out loud at that. Bond goes,
I just did a brief stiffness coming on. in the shoulder.
in my shoulders.
You know what would have been funny though if she's like, I'm in room, and then she does that, and then he goes back, and then imagine he like lifted up his kilt and it was just the Olympic rings. He's like, fuck, I don't know what.
Maybe
room
she
that
was
is.
drawing the Olympic ring.
That's why she was going over so many
so
times. She
many
was
times.
trying to draw the Olympic
Yeah.
rings.
But she accidentally just correctly wrote her room number.
Yeah,
That's
but like
theory.
we do get an excellent view into Blofeld's like secret lair because I really like this. It reminded me of Mr. Freeze when he gets taken down into like the underground.
So
It-
Mr. Freeze,
Classic evil lair.
Mr. Freeze is my favorite James Bond villain. God, sorry, I don't know who that was, but maybe we'll get to that again. He is my favorite James Bond villain, and when he's walking through that base where it's like clearly covered in like weird plasticky icicles that are fake, but I didn't care. It kind of looked like a musical set or something, like something you would see on stage, and I was getting so happy about it. I was like, this is so good. I love this shit. And then there was like this weird sort of music that was playing that had this like low synth chime that hadn't been present for the rest of the movie. And I'm like, they're really doing good atmosphere here. And then he gets into the laboratory area, and then there's a whole other layer of synth going on, and there's like purple lights and shit.
The purple light that
Purple
he
rain.
walks into is so good. Yeah, and well, the purple is a theme because
You say purple
Fox?
rain,
purple rain,
chocolate rain.
Somebody had to say.
Somebody
Purple-
stop me.
the purple treasure boxes later. It seems like, and I think Blofeld wears like a purple suit at one point as well. I think that's his color, but there's not a lot of like big colors in this movie until we see him walk into a purple room. We get the catwalks, we get caves, we get the purple room that is an antisepsis room where he walks through. And I think that
He says, the guy goes
Blofeld-
antisepsis, and I'm like, what is that?
he's like deloused. He gets
but
like
I mean, like,
deloused.
so it's like ultraviolet light or something that's like burning off
It must
any
be.
germs or whatever. But like,
I think that Blofeld might be a germaphobe. Also,
Is that why he has no hair? Like the guy
Oh,
from the
he's not-
Smashing Pumpkins?
Right,
Or
he's
Howie
not.
Could be.
Mandel?
he's not actually bald. He just gets rid of it because he's like, they might get me. The bugs
Like that-
might come for me.
like
And
the
I'm like,
episode of It's
"Oh."
Always Sunny where Frank fucking is like,
I mean, if I'm
just want to
pretty
be
sure,
pure.
yeah, like I
Be
think
pure.
Howie Mandel has a full head of hair. He just decided to get rid of it.
What are
Howie
your
Mandela effect.
with the Dr. Fraser Crane, Tim C.
Dr. Fraser Crane.
PK, did you see this one? He's dressed as Dr. Evil, except he doesn't sound like Lorne Michaels, is what we are introduced to Blofeld as. And famously,
he sounds like Kelsey. No,
Kel-
Kelsey Grammer. He sounds like
Kevin Spacey.
Sorry,
Yeah.
before we move on from the dinner, did you guys clock that his voice was different?
yeah, he's doing a voice.
Bonds?
There's a point in the movie where he's
He's-
talking to the guy that at the university, and the university guy is like, "Well, I mean, you're going to have to pretend to be me," and then he's like, "Well, I don't think there's any problem with that," and he like leans back and he's like, and then he just
So-
does that voice.
That whole thing was like the other guy just did the voice. That was all ADR'd.
I figured that was what was going on, but I was like, "Is it though?" And but the whole movie is ADR, so it's like, why wouldn't they just do that, right?
Yeah, well, they
it
did the
was
same thing with
almost
Draco.
imperceptible.
The actor Draco is like some Italian dude, but the voiceover was a different actor entirely.
They were probably like,
It's
We-
very
no
Star
one-
Wars.
No
of
one's
them.
gonna understand this guy.
Also,
He's
he-
like, you know, when like a husky is like,
David DeKeyser did the voice for Draco. He was the ADR voice of Draco. David DeKeyser.
Did you also clock that he insulted the man's face? He was like, a description will have to be sent, changed favorably. And the guy's like,
Would you just say? Wait,
And I was like,
are you talking about when he's like, you have to come to the museum to visit me? Because I think it needs to be changed favorably. I think that what he meant
no. He's talking to the actual genealogist, and they're coming up with the idea to go to Noelfeld's place.
Right.
And they'll
And
want a description of what he looks like, and he says, like, altered more favorably to look
Right.
like me. And the other guy's like,
But like they look almost the exact same to me, and they even both have a big mole on their face, which I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was a mole off.
Yeah.
Moloff sounds like another James Bond villain. Moloff, attack!
Mole off.
He like scratches your moles off your face. He attacks the mole.
So
No.
back in
Nobody liked that one. Okay, fuck.
Nora. So he's trying to create vaccines for different allergies, but back in Bond's room, he MacGyver's some things together when he realizes that he can get the door open. Like, what's interesting is he pokes something up into the door and it sparks, and he's like, "Oh, if I just like make a sensor that'll open it, I can do that." And he does that, and he MacGyver's like some parts together, which I think that might be like a Bond
an eraser in,
gadget
half,
in a way.
Every time I see someone break an eraser in half in real life, I get actually upset because like I've seen many erasers get. I love a good eraser, and when I have a good eraser, all I want is it to remain intact. And they break sometimes when you use them too aggressively.
Right. That might be your brain though that has a problem with that. But I'm the same.
Did I say otherwise? I mean, yeah, I'm just telling you a piece of me. You don't have to make me feel like a piece of shit about it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just broke you apart like an eraser.
Break it in half. Noel can't do it. That's an expensive eraser. Those are the good drawing erasers.
Mars eraser.
Yeah, those are. I know.
That's like a $4 eraser.
Well,
She was about to make it a $2 eraser.
But
Anyway,
he was a good eraser too. That was a big gummy eraser. Gummy erasers are good.
I think that was the same eraser that Noel just threatened to bend in front of us that Bond does. He uses it to get out of the room by
Noel
putting
did
like
not do that.
No, Noel did not. Bond does create a little device. He literally a MacGyver. He gets out of the room. It's spy time.
It's spy time, but it's not actually. It's just fuck somebody time. He's just going to fuck somebody.
They think he's gay. Ruby Bartlett is the name of the country bumpkin Bond girl. Ruby Bartlett, I think, is a good
Ruby
girl name. It's not like vagina cocking off or
It's
whatever.
not like giant vagina or whatever their names are.
Scarlet Agenda.
it's red
Listen,
pear.
Scarlet ejaculate.
I was gonna ask you guys for Bond girl names, and I think Violet Pear. Is that what you said, Noel?
Her name is Red Pear. Ruby
Red Pear?
Bartlett.
Yeah, Ruby Bartlett. So
Alabaster mud butt.
Susan B. Penis. Nope. Fecunda.
How about Susan C. Penis?
I like that one. Fecunda Genova. Fecunda Genova. That's my Bond girl name for this week.
Jeez, you killed Noel. She did not. She's
a full fall, yeah.
Do you guys have any other Bond girl names? Let me check my notes. Is it time for that?
Susan Stiff.
Yeah, okay.
Susan Stiff, or like Stiffy. Stiffy. I know a person.
Stiffany.
I know someone whose last name is Stiffy. So like Stiffy could be a good Bond last name.
How about Linda Fundella?
Fundella effect.
Of the Fundella effect.
Lady wrestlers' names from the bygone era and Bond
Trish
girl
Stratus
names are all the same.
And
Yeah,
porn star names.
yeah.
Riley Reid is a.
No,
great
porn star
Bond
names
girl
are
name.
more creative.
I will ride or die on a horse to hell with Penelope Bang Bang. That's who I want as my Bond girl until I die.
That's good.
Is the horse going to be one of the horses that took Bond up to the thing with the little thingy on their heads? Or the ones that looked away when they were banging? Those
I
How
mean,
about-
it could be either of those. I was picturing more like a skeletal horse. That's
How
on
about
fire.
Jane? How about Jane Cunt, but CUNDT, so the way that it's spelled.
I feel like you're not going to get that one past the center.
Yeah, HR is gonna have a
Pussy
problem with that.
galore.
How about
got
Jane
passed.
Cunt? What do you guys think of Jane Cunt? Huh? Tell me about it.
How about Axe Wound? Why don't we just call her old Axe Wound?
Axe Wound Sally.
Yeah.
Alicia Axe Wound over here.
Her name's
Her name. It's just a name.
Sex. You're like, what the fuck? No.
It's what her parents named her. They were of the Axe Wound family. They called her Vanessa Axe Wound.
They called it
Listen.
Vanessa can't close it. Where you
Vanessa
gonna go?
can't close it. Vanessa can't close it is fucking genius. Are you guys not recognizing what Steve just said? Because Vanessa can't close it is amazing.
Fondella effect.
More like the fondue effect.
Because of all the cheesy. Nope.
So hungry, so dizzy. Where are we in the movie?
Ruby Bartlett, they bang. Bond is massive or tiny or superfluous third nipple.
No, these are
or
your notes. He has four balls.
Four balls. No, I was including everything. I didn't write down.
I assume she wrote the
superfluous
8 because she measured him with her hand, like a blind man measuring a wooden door.
A wood.
The really stiff wooden door.
nipple. Jesus.
A sudden stiffness coming on, like a wooden
This is
door. in the wind.
8 inches. Okay.
Balthazar, Fundella.
Fondella effect.
I wrote his name down as Balthazar through the whole notes
Who?
because that was the
Yeah, who's
Like
Balthazar?
villain because he's like Balthazar
Blofeld?
Blofeld, but he's
his
like
name
the
is Beauchamp. Yeah, like Baron, or yeah, he's trying
Baron
to become,
Balthazar Beauchamp or whatever, right?
He's trying to become a count, a cunt.
Yeah. He seems to be brainwashing these women as a cure. Ruby is brainwashed in this scene into liking chicken. So what happens in this scene is like Bond is in there trying to do
And
his
she's
thing.
like, no, Mr. Hilly, it's part of the cure.
Exactly. I was
It's
hoping
okay.
I was hoping tonight I would get to see Steve do the vampire hands over chest and with your lighting, in fact, to see exactly what happens in this scene because that's what happens. And Bond, what the fuck?
And that's where he's like, all right, pass me tape number 7.
Yeah.
You love chickens. Remember when you came here, you hated chickens. It was the worst thing that could ever happen to you if you ingested it into your body. You would eat it and you would get scratchy all over your body. Places you couldn't even imagine. But now you love chickens. You love their feathers and their flesh. You love eating their flesh.
That's actually pretty 1-to-1 what the
I think
tape-
he says like a lot of. I'm not even just like making. I think
No.
he says a lot of those things.
he talks about the feathers and the flesh, like in the skin. Like it's so fucking.
I think I was doing a pretty accurate impression of.
You were very.
I'm
accurate on that.
hypnotized.
To the. Well, look at WorldMind's screen. Now everybody's hypnotized.
World-mind. We don't call you that for no reason. We know that one day your mind will cross oceans and nations, and you need to open your compact case that I sent you in the mail the other day. It has a lipstick and a tiny little male dildo. We know that you can't fit a whole dildo in, so we sent you a little tiny one. Yes, that's it. Now open it. Look inside. Press the button. You'll see that little antenna comes out. Yes. Now, say the words, sucky, sucky, motherfucky.
Sucky, motherfucky.
Excellent.
Uh-oh.
Now, you need to make sure that you're always alone when you do this. Now, put on the blush, call yourself a good girl, and go to bed.
I'm such a good girl.
This is the world's greatest podcast. Thank you to all the new listeners that have come through tonight.
I didn't expect to do that, but I'm glad we did it. Maybe.
Did you
Oh
know
yes,
that
and whatever you put down.
Yeah. It's a good
Diana
bit.
Rigg was damed?
Oh,
She's
for this
Dame
movie?
Diana Rigg. No, like her, like the actual actress is a proper dame.
Is that
And
Tracy or is that Susan fucking
Tracy. She
Susan
was
Horsefarm?
Contessa
Olenna
Teresa Tracy.
Tyrell in Game of Thrones.
Oh
No way!
yeah,
Oh wow!
that's crazy because like
And
now
her
I'm like,
daughter-
That's why she looked familiar.
Her daughter looks exactly like her.
yeah. When she's like, just run me through. I don't need poison.
No stone unturned.
Yeah,
So
she
anyway,
was with the Royal Shakespeare Company. Like, she's got some acting chops up there.
So
Four-time
anyway-
Laurence Olivier Award
Well,
nominee.
she did.
It's crazy
Oh.
because like the whole movie I was like, she looks so much like a million different actors. And then I'm like, oh, that's the exact actor that I was thinking of, is like an old woman in like a crazy headdress from Game of Thrones being like, I killed Joffrey. He's a fucking piece of shit or whatever.
Wow.
so anyway,
Hindi as
I
her
watched him
second
turn
language.
blue.
Sorry.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous. I gotta
She
say, the whole time I was like,
I
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
absolutely.
prettiest Bond girl.
She's the only kind of like Bond girl I give sort of like a moment for in that intro video, where like that moment when the camera pans up when she's ice skating has like always kind of sat in my mind as like one of the best, because she also has like a nice sort of like good smile. I remember liking this moment.
A good smile.
A good smile. Ah, shit. Am I a part of the problem? God,
sideways smile.
Like, wait, Stephen, are you sure you're gay?
am I
See,
no, I'm
the
pretty
hottest
sure I
girl,
am.
the hottest girl in this
Crazy.
movie for me personally, didn't say a single line. It's when he enters the room
And that's
full
the
of
way
girls.
I like them.
So when he enters the room full of girls and he introduces himself as Hilly and he's got the kilt on and he's got the top, where I'm like, that explains the Austin Powers top, the frilly whatever. Either way, he sits down and there's like this girl on his right side, Ruby eventually comes up behind her and she's just like stunning. And I was hoping for her to say like any line at all, but she doesn't. She just sits
Yeah.
there and just looks insanely gorgeous.
I noticed
Chris was
that there were
hoping
a
for her
lot
to
of-
turn to the camera and go, Chris, I'm in
There were a lot
love
of women-
with you.
There were a lot of women in the bevy that like I was captivated by. I don't mean to dwell on that element, but like they clearly were like
Jason
a bunch
only
of
wished that
models.
he could have watched this at home, but he decided to watch in the office, so he couldn't fucking spank the shit out of his dick all day.
Listen, I get why James Bond was bored and he pulled a random Playboy magazine and was just like,
He's like, I do have a lot of work to do here in these mountains, but I could potentially fuck all of those women.
What's it like in his heads? Like, what's it
It's
like?
kind of like a cartoon.
yeah, it's like that. It's like that monkey thing with the clap with the
Homer's head?
symbols, the monkey symbols.
No, in my head, it's like this.
But here's the thing: after he leaves that room and he goes into a new room and finds a different woman
He
who's
goes
like,
back to his own room, and she's
Yeah, the
like,
one with the slipper.
yeah.
"Bond, I've been waiting for you. We need to have sex."
But how
now
did
as
you get
well."
in
I
here?
want to
She's
see
like,
the book.
It's a nail file, you know.
Show me your
Coat
book.
of arms.
Also, take the slipper and spank me with it.
But he also uses the exact same lines he used on the Country
Yeah.
Bumpkin Girl.
This is the thing
from
that made me
before.
be like, ew, he's so gross.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
He's
so
a bad
gross.
guy.
Yeah, it's a James Bond. It's yes. The
Because it
He's a womanizing misogynist.
flames on the sides of my
yeah. It's like, but you kind of knew.
Guy's not good. I don't know why anybody appreciates him.
We already knew he was like a piece of shit. But like, when he's using literally the exact same line, he's like, well, they worked before. I might as well try them again. Does he not think for a single second that these 7 women that are here on this like building with him are not going to talk to each other, and they're like, Hilly came to my room last night and he said that I am a picture perfect in the firelight.
Or what's
He said
worse
that
is
to
he's
me too. Wait,
using
what?
the fact that they're brainwashed to his advantage, and he knows they won't talk to each other because they're all fucking tuned up on whatever
Oh, it's
Blofeld is
because
serving.
the writers don't care.
The writers don't understand that women talk to each other and can think.
Yeah, it's 1960.
No, they clearly got all of their character information of women from Playboy.
Right. Yeah.
They
It was the style of the time.
so like the fact that he's using the same lines. Like I don't know if you guys have ever been a woman in walking around in this world.
Personally,
but
I've never been a woman walking
any
around
of
in
you,
this world.
and but like that's a thing. Like people use the same lines. There's a whole book on it, and like they call it negging, and it's this like thing that people seem to think works. Just use
Right.
the same lines on women. That's a very common, strange manism that I take
Negging-
absolutely no.
Not to mansplain, but negging is like literally so much more into what you're saying as far as literally like treating this person you like shit to make them pine after you, you know, like
But it's the same cues. Like
Yes, I
so
agree.
negging, you have to be a little more creative for it. But like the playbook on negging still says if this person says this, say this to them.
Yeah.
If this person says this, say this to them. Like there's still a script. Like there's still
like, wow, that shirt looks really bad on you, but you could have a nice shirt that you're wearing if it was a different shirt.
No, it's hey, that shirt looks bad on you, and then you go, oh, and I'm like, no, but I like it on you, like, but it suits you.
See, I just say
Or,
that
like,
shirt
you
looks
got-
bad on you. It would look better on my floor.
But this is
God.
what I mean. It's pickup lines, it's one-liners, it's all of this stuff. This is like very much like a thing, and that's what Bond is doing, and there's no problem with it because it's era appropriate. It's still era appropriate, and didn't you know that it works? It works for Bond.
It works for Bond. It'll work for you.
Exactly.
Exactly.
This is why my toxic ex person loved the books and the movies, and this is a problem with that generation. And
I
now the
wonder-
rest
That
of
was
the
a
world.
decade ago at this point, though. I think
I often I wonder.
What'd you
like,
say?
I said that was a decade ago at this point, though. I think.
What was
Which?
a decade ago?
Oh no, you didn't even know this person.
Oh, okay.
No. Bond.
Well, no, he's here tonight.
Oh,
On it.
Oh,
be right back.
Hey, me, no, it's your future last past boyfriend.
sorry. So I don't know why it bothers me so much, and I don't know why I can't articulate it. It's probably because I'm sick and I'm tired, and I keep doing these while I'm sick and I'm tired. I shouldn't be doing that.
I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired.
But like this is like the rubric for everything that's wrong with the world, but like we like it because it's Bond. Like I flames on the side
Yeah,
of my
it's
head. Like
it's also-
any sort of talking about the fact that he's toxic or anything like that, it's like it's a given. Like we shouldn't like these movies. Like Live and Let Die should not be on the top 10 list of anybody's list. It's
No,
racist as fucking shit. How are we still okay with that? And like he's slapping women and hitting women and doing all of these things constantly. Like, no, this is like Gone with the Wind. Like it might be the best movie in the world, but it doesn't stop it from being racist as fuck and like perpetuating something that is horrible. And maybe we should put those things away and be like, no, maybe it's not. This is good in spite of. Or like you just have to put that aside and enjoy it. And maybe these things just should not be good anymore. Maybe we should just
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I get
Shoot
what
it
you're saying.
at- But go ahead.
But okay, I get what you're saying. What the thing is, this all of this era appropriate stuff is like milk that's spoiled poorly, and at any point you're just like, okay, this is as much as we would like to be like, this is a thing of the, it's like it didn't age well. None of it's aged well, and we should all learn from these like what not to do. These are glaring examples of how not to handle certain situations, and like it is all albeit cartoonish, and very tongue-in-cheek, but at the time it wasn't cartoonish and tongue-in-cheek. It was sold as serious and like, blockbuster and, cutting edge and all that stuff. And it's very much not in retrospective.
But
it doesn't hold up.
I think I agree with Noel in the sense that like we still celebrate James Bond as a character, and like the stuff that makes him bad is not
because all of our grandfathers loved the shit out of this guy.
What I'm trying to say is like both of these things are right. Like, but it was not sold as serious. This is also a power fantasy, and this is also tongue in cheek in a lot of ways. Like from the way the books are written to the way the movies are made is really, really different as well. Like there's a tonal shift between them. And they are a product of their time, and they are what would sell movies at the time. But what I'm saying is that any deeper conversation that anyone tries to have about Bond in this, and we live in a society and the masculinity and all of that stuff just is so bare. Like there's no point in having that conversation.
Yeah,
you
it's
either
almost like
celebrate it
boring.
or you don't. Exactly. Like if you can't talk about these movies without going over all of that. Like you can't, all you would do is that. So in like coming into Bond, we make fun and we laugh at all of these things, but we have to make fun and laugh at all of them.
Or else we'd be like grasping at our pearls the entire time. Like
the entire time.
Won't someone please think of the children?
We're grading on a completely different scale, right? Like it's a completely different thing. So like some of the stuff that we're making fun of, they're real problems, but like
you can't. It's cartoonish now, but yeah.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. I'll tell you right now. Blofeld's gonna cure allergies and he's gonna kill all the cows. What are you gonna do about it?
And the thing that makes it palatable for me when I see Bond is that all of it is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the allergies,
Fast and the Furious. It is. Yeah.
Exactly, the allergies. All she's eating is potatoes. There's like everything that's happening is all so over the top.
I think
and
that's why
so saturated that like I'm fine. Like and like a woman gets slapped here, and I'm not like this is great. It's just like it's part of the suspension of disbelief in watching a Bond movie that nothing that you are seeing is real in any way remotely, which is so different from the Daniel Craig stuff because they're also a reflection of their time, right? And that reflects.
And they're trying a little bit harder to be like, imagine that he was a real man and had real emotions. And we're like, no. He should be like, well, but even the end of this movie, like, well, we're going to get to it. We're almost there. We're getting kind of late. We're getting long in the tooth here, folks. We should probably move on a little bit, but I completely agree with everything you're saying because like James Bond as a thing is a Star Wars. It is a Star Trek. It's a thing that you're allowed to pour yourself into and take whatever you want out of it. But it's hard sometimes when you've got a weird down angle of a woman eating a banana and you're like, this looks racist. And like you can separate yourself for the most part, but there are moments in these old Bond movies that you're like, nah,
that was a bold choice, guys. That was a very bold choice. Very artistic of you.
Yeah. But I mean, there's also, and the first like 8 James Bond movies, he's just punching women in the face. It's not until like, even in the Dalton movies in like the late 80s, he's like ripping women's dresses off and manhandling them and be like, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just doing this for a reason. And you'll figure out what it is in a minute. And you're like, oh my God.
I need a tourniquet.
He's not slapping her in the face, but he's ripping her dress off, which is like,
I paid good money to see him slap her in the face.
You're like, come on, $12 over here I paid. I want to see him punch a lady.
Anyway.
I want to know what a safe word is.
Do you want me to fast forward us a bit?
Yeah.
Let me do one more Blofeld hypnotism.
Jason R. Phillips, when you first came to us, you hated movies. You only watched television shows. When you would watch a movie, you would gag. Your tummy would be rumbly when you would go to bed, and you'd wake up in the middle of the night with horrifying diarrhea, nightmarish diarrhea. You would poop You would poop until you couldn't poop any longer, and you would wake up and you would turn to your wife, and she would say,
Oh, Jason, you pooped again last night. I can't believe you pooped so much. You pooped everywhere.
and you would say, I know I did, but I promise I won't do it again. After this weekend, when I go to Dr. Blofeld's Poop Museum for getting rid of your poops. Is that it? Is that good?
That was pretty spot on, actually, to like how my life actually is.
Do you poop in your sleep, Jason?
I try to.
No. We should have made it just you, like as I was doing that, instead of me and you.
It's not my fault that the show runs long.
It's everybody's fault that the show runs long. The next day, his buddy's poking around. His buddy from before is poking around. They go they curl. They do curling. The ladies make James Bond look like a goob. He passes out. His pal gets caught. Both the girls. He has liaisons with the girls that are set hours apart. We talked about that. Also, Blofeld did not.
But have we talked about the dinner? Sorry.
Yeah, we already did. We talked about that for like an hour.
That's
Did
the
you guys
joke.
see that the Polish woman was eating pierogies?
Racist.
I think you made that up.
Bond advances to look at science info, and he ends up getting bopped. So he goes and looks for information. That's when he gets found out for being James Bond. He gets bopped in the head. We find out it's a Christmas movie. He found out. He's found out, and the guy who got caught also gets found out, but is left to leave because I think he gives up Bond's spot as well. The guy is doing the research to do chemical warfare, and his next big plot is infertility virus that will wipe out everybody. Mad scientist shit.
This is also the scene where we figure out that he doesn't know how to smoke a cigarette. And he,
Well, I was just gonna say, why does he hold a cigarette like a psycho?
but Chris said like or was it no? One of you two said he changes it every time. Like every time he's holding it, he's like holding it differently.
I said that.
Was it you, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. And like I totally agree with you, where it's almost like he's waiting for Bond to be like, "That's the correct."
How did I not notice this?
He holds it. He holds it.
He holds it so weird. He's like,
he goes like this, and then
most
he
of the time he's
holds
holding
the
it like
cigarette
this.
like this. Yeah.
He's
Guys,
burning
I
it.
was
Like,
so captivated by the plot and what he was explaining.
maybe you were staring at the burning ember of the cigarette going down, and that's why you were so captivated by the plot. Because you were
I've got a
hypnotized by
theory.
it.
I was
I've got a theory.
Yeah, you got
I've got a
hypnotized, Noel.
theory.
You're one of his rotation women. Oh
I've
no!
got a theory. I've got a theory based off rotation women. So
Oh my God, Jason.
implied, I think, that Blofeld is like, I've been doing all of these virus researches, and Bond is like, wait a second, I had sex with two of the women that you've been doing this virus researches on. I think James Bond might be patient zero for gonorrhea.
Oh yeah.
it turns out Blofeld didn't want Bond in his little facility because he was going to be a contaminant for all of his testing.
Yeah, he's going to be mixing around all of the sex
That
stuff.
is the commentary that I'm here for.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I'm saying.
What we didn't
this is how
see
we
was
take the toxic masculinity conversation and turn it from something super boring into something very exciting when we're talking about Bond.
STDs.
No, but this is brilliant because he did. So he may have cured him of his gonorrhea first.
Yeah.
When he went
Or
into the thing.
it just gonorrhea happens because Bond can't fucking keep it in his pants in this fucking petri dish of a
Yeah, because
of a base.
didn't get all of him.
You know, Mr.
Well, he
Bond.
definitely didn't shower between each girl, that's for sure.
No, it was 14 minutes. between
Oh
each
my
girl.
God.
And
I
now
was
we're
gonna
back.
say, yeah, we didn't see like when he goes back to his room and like Mr. Hillary goes back to his room, because every time he goes back to his room, there's another woman in there being like,
Mr. Hillary, boom ding dong.
No, it's
boom
Billy.
ding dong. Doom ding dong.
007,
that weird
Stinky
music that plays
Dinky.
every time he sees a woman in this movie is like the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst theme. But I do like to imagine that there is like a point where James Bond falls asleep in his bed and then his
That's
ceiling,
how you would do it.
his ceiling like goes into. Hold on, can I turn mine into?
Oh, there was a lepidoptery name drop, and I love it when people talk about the study of butterflies.
That was
Lepidoptery.
wasn't that way earlier in the movie?
Lepidoptery. Yeah, I really liked it.
Isn't that he goes to M's house and he's like, I didn't realize that they could grow so small. And he was like, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that you loved bugs the way I do. And then it like pans out on a wall and there's like 1,000 fucking moths and butterflies. Yeah. I knew I had like a relative who like loved that shit and they had a room like that. And I was always kind of like freaked out a little bit by it. Where I was like, I think I was more freaked out that I thought they were all going to come alive and attack me. That's what I was more scared of. Was like
A legitimate fear.
Yeah,
Turns
I've
out your
seen a lot of
relatives like,
fantasy
when
and-
I
and-
die, display me in the same fashion.
Oh, wait, that's what your fear is, Chris. Someone's gonna ask you to crucify them
With pins?
with pins. Yeah.
We see another agent left hanging because the agents keep climbing up. Blofeld is like, these agents keep climbing up the walls and we keep destroying
And
them.
we keep shooting them in the head, Mr. Bond. But
But-
you're going to come down here into our tiny little dungeon until
They're
you
like this-
behave.
They're like display models in a wax museum.
Are you guys surprised that he didn't try to hypnotize James Bond in any way? Like,
Yes.
A little bit. But instead what he does is he throws him into the fucking the room.
but
with
he
all
didn't
the
even try
gears.
to hypnotize him when he thought he was Hillary,
Right.
which makes me be like he probably knew he was Bond the whole time, right?
Yeah. He very much made that aware.
Yeah.
He's like, I knew you were here all time, Mr. Bond. I just wanted to see you play in my
something
zoo.
He's like,
was the-
you told me that like my heritage was coming from this specific church, but it actually comes from this other church, and he would have known that, and you didn't. A small slip up, but one that the real Hillary wouldn't have made. Now let me smoke my cigarette in weird ways that's going to make you question everything I say for the rest of the movie.
And nobody can focus on anything else but the way that you're holding the
That I'm
cigarette.
smoking it.
I'm
that me?
smoking it.
I think my main joke was that he does like the like sticks it up his nose and pulls it out his mouth and out his ear and shit. Like, Mr. Bond, are you paying attention? I can't. You keep putting your cigarette in your eye and pulling it out your butt.
We get a simultaneous of the women are given gifts. The ladies are knocked out by drinking the eggnog. It's a Christmas movie. Bond escapes via the wire in that like room of gears. It's a wire lift. What are they called? What is the fucking thing called?
It's
Are you talking about a cable car?
Okay, thank you. He almost
This is one of those.
in the cable car room. The girls get brainwashed more. He makes it onto the lift, and it's now back to the compound. He sees the girls getting brainwashed, and then they open the gifts, and it's an atomizer with the virus in it. And
We already reenact that with Chris with his chapstick. or
Right.
whatever.
the
Christopher,
compact
open your
that
chapstick.
has a receiver, and they have to open it at midnight every night, and I guess go out and like have sex. I don't know, or spray it on people. And Bond tussles with the guard and ends up infiltrating the base again by climbing out on top of the whole shit, which was a great action
Alright.
sequence.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, this whole moment is kind of one of those moments in a James Bond movie where it just has to happen. Like it's not a
Yeah.
thing that really does anything other than just to like set up one specific thing, and then Bond is like just there doing shit.
I will say too, just sorry, not to interrupt you, Steve. I just want to say like there is stuff
Jason, sleep.
worth talking.
All right, it's me now. I'm talking about the movie. Jason has gone to sleep. Long ago, I implanted in his head a tiny device. It's the size of a grain of rice. But he doesn't know it's there. His wife does. She can activate it whenever she wants, and she can also deactivate it whenever she wants. Apparently, she has not deactivated it yet. So, Chris, pick up your device again, please. What's inside? It's full of piss, isn't it? It's Jason's piss. Drink it now.
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Okay. No, Madison, oh, you woken me up.
Was that funny?
Listen,
I don't know.
That was really funny because you actually you were able. I yes anded you into me sleeping. Listen, let me just finish this page, please.
Quickly.
Bond tussles with a guard and infiltrates the ladies' leave. Now, the reason why I wanted to kind of rush to this is because the next bunch of this movie is a bunch of chases.
Down a
So,
hill, yeah, lots of
skiing,
downhill chases. Yeah.
hilarious green screen. Bond is on. Oh, so there's nothing really to talk about other than a grand ski chase down a hill with all
There's
the
a
goons.
stock car chase first.
No, because the skiing part
That's
happens
after
first.
the
There's
skiing.
two skiing parts. What I wanted to talk about in the
Wasn't there a Christmas fair before the skiing?
There was no. We haven't gotten to the skating yet.
Okay, but we have to when they're
But I
opening.
really can I just. Please,
What about the bobsledding?
Can I just please? You're gonna break Steven's mind. I really want to tell you guys about the fact that James Bond invents snowboarding during this one. One of his
Yeah, I made a note about that too. Yeah,
and he has to get on one ski and ski down. Thank you for letting me get that out. Everybody talk at the same time now.
yeah. Okay, so when I
James
saw that, I was
Bond
like, he
also
definitely created snowboarding, and I looked it up, and like snowboarding was invented in like 79 or something, and this film came out in 69. But
Yeah.
technically, he didn't invent snowboarding. Snowboarding was invented by some dude who had stuck two like pallets together and like started like kind of snowboarding, but like using it as more of like a traverse, like biathlon sort of thing. But it wasn't totally like popularized in modern day civilization until about 79, and then we had that like long period of time between like the late 60s and like the mid 90s when the most extreme sport on earth was like throwing yourself down a hill on some board and thinking you were cool. And you would go meet much music at the end and have a snow jam or whatever.
Snowboarding was actually invented in the Third Age by Legolas Greenleaf.
and
What, on a shield?
Yeah, of course. We all know.
Isn't that the biathlon? Because he's
Well,
shooting. Didn't he technically invent the biathlon?
If you
Legolas
Chris,
can
Jason,
walk on top of snow.
Chris, if you watch the historical documents, Legolas slides down a flight of stairs on a shield, and he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he fucking. True. Noel is right. Noel is right again.
So when Link does that on the shield, that's a callback.
Yeah.
Link, if you look on the inside of every single shield that Link signs to his fans, he says, "Inspired by Legolas, it's me, Link. Here you go. I love your Attack on Titan cosplay." And then he hands it to somebody.
Attack on Titan freaks me out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, this
When
is-
I first watched it, it reminded me of my own mortality and the fact that my mom's gonna die probably really soon.
Good God.
Next week, actually.
Steve, can we get a bump 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 bump? Can we get that sting?
What? I don't know what that is.
Dun 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 dun. dun.
Oh, like an
Titan song.
Attack on Titan, right? Yeah, I can. I can. Yeah.
Look, the town is clearly superimposed on the background.
That's what they were going for, right? Sorry, go ahead.
We also see a mannequin fall off a cliff. which I thought
Okay,
was
but
amusing.
also this is when Jason, when I was talking to you last night, I was near the end. I was near this point, and you were like, "He has superhuman strength," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And then the guy like slides in through the air, and then he hits him like a baseball bat with the ski, and just like shoots him off the cliff. And I was like, "Oh yeah, Jason's right. He does have like he's in Super Smash Brothers. Like he can just fucking knock you into the."
And this is a Super Smash Brothers moment where he fucking yeah.
The $1 Million Man was popular at the time.
If you had not
True.
said that to me at that exact moment, probably would have been a little bit more contrarian with you, and I'd be like, no, he's just James Bond. He's always supposed to be. But at that moment, I was like, yeah, I guess. And I looked up and he's like, and the guy flew off the cliff and he turned into a mannequin and was like, yeah. And they film him all the way to the ground too,
which is insane, right?
Yeah.
I can't they do that in the Timothy at the beginning of the Timothy Dalton one.
They do it at the
also
beginning of
do
the
this
Timothy
exact-
Chalamet Dune movie.
And it's insane to watch them use a mannequin in that way because it's like
no, you're right. Because we talked about this
why,
during the
why not
the
cut
Timothy
it
Dalton
off?
one.
Why
Yeah,
not cut
like
it off?
stop it where it makes sense, right? Or like film a new, better dummy at the bottom or something. Like pay like another $12,000 for like a more accurate, like it's got
Just
better
throw an
body.
invalid old man off the cliff.
Yeah,
Is that an
an old
A&W
man who's gonna die
mug?
anyway to jump.
Is your mug an A&W mug?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I love it.
Well,
I've been
it's
trying to
great.
mime you to lift it up for a couple months.
Oh, yeah, no, it's
Oh,
yeah,
it's
it's
fantastic.
great. You just go to A&W, right, and you order yourself a pop, and then you just walk out with the mug. It's great.
Take it.
Oh, fuck this show. Let's go get ourselves A&W mugs.
How about the fight in the Room of Bells? Did you guys clock
Oh
that?
man, yeah, I
That
love
was
this.
hilarious.
moment.
I was like, why? And then I was like, oh yeah, they're at a Christmas fair.
Yeah.
But
So I
a
caught
Bond
myself.
movie. Sorry.
I was
Steven,
gonna
don't
say-
talk over.
I
No
was going to
first.
say that what happened to me
Steven!
was
I'm going to hit
Clearly, we talked about having no talk first.
if everybody can listen
Steven.
to my voice quietly, silently, listen to me for a moment. I'm putting
Chicken.
in the tape number 7. Turn it around upside down. You used to interrupt, but now you don't. You don't understand what interruption means, but you do. It means anytime someone speaks, you don't speak anymore.
It means I'm interpreting an eruption
And if you do, it means
with a
you-
volcanic explosion.
It means you actually
In my pants.
shit your pants.
I pooped.
okay.
I pooped.
Worldmine's gonna sit in a shit pant filled world, I suppose. I can't even remember what I was gonna say anymore. Oh, what I was gonna say was the
I
bell.
There's
can't.
nothing impossible.
The bell part, Jason, that you're bringing up. I had a Jason R. Phillips moment where I'm like, uh-oh. Is Jason R. Phillips here to beat me up? Uh-oh.
Finally.
So yeah, I had a moment where I was like, this reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean, because I love Pirates of the Caribbean. And this is a moment where I'm like, I disheveled it for a moment. And I'm like, it's not because I love Pirates of the Caribbean, which I do. It's because it's just bells are in a scene that bells are in another scene that I'm like,
I was gonna say you just like watching fisticuffs and wooden shacks that fall apart.
exactly. Yes. And I'm like, this is what movies are supposed to be. So like, I kind of had like a moment where I felt closer to you, Jason, because I know you have these moments all the time where like I'm like, all right, idiot. But at the same time, I had an all right, idiot moment where I'm like, oh, this makes me feel like I'm watching Pirates.
It's
of the
not that
Caribbean.
ridiculous to connect the dots. I'm sorry that I reference a lot, and I'm
No.
sorry that I
What I'm
connect
trying to
things
say is
so
that I
much.
had a moment that you have all the fucking time.
I
which
appreciate
should be happy
that.
about, and I should
I
pull
am
you up
very
instead
happy.
of knocking you
Yes.
down like an asshole.
It doesn't.
Listen, I'm happy for your moments, but I want to talk about the moment that I was most excited for during this scene. Was shortly after the fight of the bells and the shitty shack. He's trying to run away. Him and Constantine Country, whatever her name is, Jezebel, whatever. Either way, they're all trying to.
Constantine.
Jezebel. I said Jezebel, sir. I said Jezebel. Don't you put
Jezebel.
words in my mouth.
She couldn't have the most basic name. Tracy.
Bond.
Yeah, Jezebel.
Jezebel Constant Country Invader or whatever.
Either way, they're trying to run through like the Christmas fair full of people, and walking against them is this gentleman with a very long yellow scarf and the most excellent friendly mutton chops, and that was my favorite scene.
I
Yeah,
was
you
hoping
would,
that
wouldn't
guy
you?
who died on the mountain would be back, just because like I loved his stupid hair and like because like he was an obvious thing, right? Like they made him be very obvious from the beginning to the end, just so that he could be hung upside down.
Yeah, he's still there to this day.
Yeah,
A
frozen.
fight in a Bell's room is one of the things that I want out of a Bond movie. Like a fight in a room that is like
Yeah. Ding ding
Just
ding 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 ding. Yeah.
a room that just shouldn't. That's where
Like,
you
why
want
would you
to
ever
go.
fight in there? Yeah.
The
Like,
bells are coming down, like they've
and like when they
crossfires
all
of
come
bells
down,
coming down, getting smashed and belling all over the place and exploding.
but then when they all come down, like that, when she comes in and she goes, ah, what the heck is going on in here? Like she has to come in and comment on it before they continue the chase, which like this is
Bunt?
the kind of shit. Yeah, like
The
exactly.
real question is, did anybody get palsy in that room?
Jesus,
I don't know. Not me.
I got palsied by that
So
question.
one thing that we danced right over is that Bond made a fat joke at Irma Bunt the moment he met her.
Yeah, but it was kind of like a. It wasn't like a. It was more like
No. This is not to be like.
Can the helicopter fly?
This was.
Are
not
you
to be
sure that I can
dissected.
handle all of this weight? Ding, 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 ding.
We're not going to be off balance, are we?
I just think that's if you're gonna drop a fat joke in, that's the way to do it. Is your family of a naval variety?
Yeah. You seem substantial. Wink, wink. You know what I'm saying. And she was like, what? And he's like, just joking around, you fat bitch. And then they like,
Oh my God.
I'm like, Jesus.
You look like you have a face for drunken abuse.
Yeah. No,
Well-
he does make like a weird fat joke, but like I think she gets it though, right? Like it's not like she
She
doesn't understand.
certainly does.
Yeah.
And he says in the thing, like, I'm making a fat joke, but I'm not at your expense. Like, things that are fat. Not saying you are.
Not you.
Not that you're fat or anything, but and then she's like, well, I'm going to make sure that I unleash my most devastating homosexual jokes for the rest of the weekend. How about that, Hillary, you fucking faggot? Oh shit, Jason. Oh god. I'm gay. I'm allowed to say that. Oh sorry.
He is the pass. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Leave
He
that,
has
leave
the
that.
pass.
Bleep
Oh
it,
my
bleep
God.
it, bleep it. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Well, there goes all your money. You're
I
all
was in a
cancelled.
relationship for 7 years with a man one time.
We actually have to start the podcast over now.
Ah,
because
shit.
of
I'm
that.
sorry. That
Turns out he was talking about cigarettes, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gay. I'm allowed.
You know what? This is all part of my plan. I came on here to wear you down so that this podcast would be X'd and I could have my Gilmore Girls podcast.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
11 episodes to get you to drop the F-bomb.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, 173 episodes. No, we're leaving it in, folks. Listen, James Bond.
I forgot that I'm not allowed to say it.
But I
James
You are
Bond,
allowed to say it.
James
am
Bond.
allowed,
Just,
I'm allowed to say it better than all of you together.
That's
combined.
I would never say
Even
it.
if the three of you
personally.
became some sort of venom creature, I'd still be more allowed
sort
to
of
say
venom-
it than all of you.
Some sort of gay venom.
Yeah, Venom is a gay allegory.
Mm.
I would say.
Yeah. I
You get a
mean,
slimy.
if I could
creature
say
on
it
the
again,
end.
I'd say he's the biggest one of us all.
I'm not laughing at the word. This is crazy.
I know. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry.
No, but everybody gets one, I suppose.
Don't feel bad.
We are forgetful.
Yeah, we are forgetful. We are.
Jason, I just made the joke. You don't need to make it again.
Oh,
Forgetful.
all right.
Okay.
While we were
Bond-
all freaking out, I actually did want to say something about that would be relevant to you, Jason. So Felix Leiter was in the book. What I read was that he was supposed to be in the movie, but the U.S. government didn't want a CIA agent to be a bobsledder.
That's crazy.
All right,
It's
Jason.
not
can I
real.
Also,
Then what does that make John Candy?
I just made that up. That's
Jason, did you timestamp that, please? I just need to make sure you actually did timestamp that, please. Like, I need to get that off the internet. I'm not allowed to say that. Okay. We're just gonna clap for 5 minutes so that we can.
No, because when I scrub through and I see me clapping a whole bunch, I'll be like,
Okay, how about this? I'll do this.
That no, because I'll just maybe. I'm more of a visual learner, so I'll see.
Well, you're gonna hear that because that's.
And there go your listeners for the rest of the episode. Show's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, our viewers just went up.
Yeah, they're like, we love dog clickers, and we love when people use
What
the
about
F slur.
air.
Yeah, we heard Stephen Waters come in here just dropping the F slur like it's Club
that
57.
didn't happen. Everything is fine. Everyone was on.
I'm actually like kind of freaking out a little bit.
I know it's fine. It's fine. Bond disappears into the crowd while they pursue him. Jump scare from a weird polar bear with a gun. Tracy shows up.
Oh, the polar bear didn't have a gun. The polar bear had a camera. So there's photographic evidence of 007 out there. That was taken by a polar bear. Did anybody else catch
polar
that?
graphic and evidence?
That would have been funny if he had.
I thought it was one of those remember the guns when we were kids that like you pull the trigger and it just sparks. That's what I thought it was.
You mean a cap gun?
No. Like
Jason's like, remember the guns your parents all owned, and when you would shoot it would just be dust that would come out.
The 45 that we shot the family dog with?
It sparks.
Oh, I forgot you guys are all.
Yeah, Sparky. We shot Sparky.
I'm having a memory. Tracy shows up suddenly and they escape during fireworks. They make the fireworks. Okay, the fireworks are so the fireworks
haphazard, dangerous.
They intimidated me in a way that that's how I imagine a dog experiences fireworks when dogs get freaked out by fireworks. The way that they filmed fireworks in this movie. I don't know if you guys were like, "What the fuck is happening?" But I was like,
yeah, I thought they were very haphazard and was waiting for stuff to catch on fire.
Yeah,
maybe a baby.
1 foot off the ground. You've got sharp eyes and beautiful earlobes. I thought it was going to be tits. That's what he meant.
You thought it was going to be tits, did you?
Well, I think you got sharp eyes and beautiful earlobes because she has earlobes. She tries to kiss him. Well,
he says that because he's been dealing with a guy who cut his own earlobes off, which is kind of fucked, right?
No,
but did he cut his own earlobes off, or was that just like a cover story?
It's genetic.
No, he did.
It was genetic.
He did. Yeah. No, he did.
I can hear Noel yelling in the back.
At what point did he cut his own earlobes off? Was that in like a previous film, or was that between the sheets?
No, it's a genetic thing that it's mentioned earlier.
He does, because he's trying to connect himself to this title, which is, I think, what
earlobes are forever.
Baroness Noel is
Oni.
Exactly. So it's
but
hard.
they didn't look like Vulcan ears.
No, he doesn't. You know what an earlobe is? Worldwide, it doesn't look like a Vulcan ear. Wait a minute. Like he turned them into spikes. He's like, well, as you all know, that we have pointy ears where we come from, and no allergies on Point Vulcan. Oh.
Nor do we have feelings.
So they get into a car and they start driving. And this is what I wanted to contest to you, Steve. You said that he was trying to kiss her, but she kisses him first while she's driving. And the goons are in pursuit.
Okay.
And he also kisses her while she's driving. So you're right.
And then kisses her like 3 other times after that.
Yeah. He's super peckish. Right. She's like,
yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank
imagine you're like driving and like the only way you can say like keep doing what you're doing a good job is to kiss them on the cheek. Yeah. No. If somebody is like, if we're running away in a car and
they're in a life or death situation,
and they're doing a good job, all I'm gonna do is hold on, and I'm gonna look and be like, right, left, right, and then I'm gonna be like, and like shoot behind me. I'm not gonna be like pecking you on the cheek, being like, "Good job at driving."
No, this is Crash. Don't you know? This is Crash. Bond's getting her off. He's using his hands below the
It's the
dash to
movie
like
Crash.
give her a little
They
like
end
1-2 oil check.
They end up crashing
This
into
is
a race.
disgusting, and I don't like it at all.
I'm moving on. They end up
It's
crashing
James
into-
Bond. You'd expect less.
They end up crashing into a racetrack.
No, this is
that's
a Hillary movie. Hillary
basic-
likes kissing
basic-
boys.
It's basically a destruction derby, a demolition derby, or destruction derby that they crash into, like a
Thank
twisted
God,
metal
I was watching the
situation.
movie
It's
when I
a
was
stock car race.
Stock car
Yeah.
race.
Okay, so when I went in to this,
That turns into a derby.
when they jump in, I was like,
Turns into
"What is this called? What is this called? Is it a?"
I
Like
wrote
a
down
rally?
demolition derby. Yeah,
You-
but stock car race. Or
I wrote
rally,
down
yeah.
roller derby, and I'm like, "That's not right. Like, this is not right." And then I was asking Danny, and Danny was like, "I think that's right." I'm like, "It's not right. It's something else."
It's a boxcar race. The Little Rascals are in third place, and then James Bond came in and threw them over the hill.
Downhill luge.
A couple of little rascals, see?
A
Yeah,
little bit of extra.
Oh,
action.
Alpha.
One of them is
Bond-
Alf from Alpha, the remake, the 2032 remake of Alf. Oh, jeez, Louise, we gotta make sure James Bond.
I'm gonna
doesn't win.
eat your cat. They end up ruining this race fully. Like they're flipping cars, and this race is like sanctioned as far as I can tell. But they're just ruining the race. They ruin the race.
such a good driver, bruh.
A
Like-
car explodes, and somehow we didn't even stop for the prize is uttered.
I told you it'd be a good distraction.
Oh,
I-
is there a? She says we didn't even stop for the prizes, but was there a? Did they say the prizes as they were driving out? Or something?
No, it was just
No, she's
a
just
one-off
saying
Bond joke.
we won the thing. LOL.
But imagine you could hear someone being like, "First prize is £1 million in gold," and he'd be like, "Damn, I don't have to marry you now."
But she's such a good driver. I think she's actually
She is, yeah.
like for someone who gets punched like 3 times.
She does a better driving job than almost Bond in most movies that Bond is in. Like she gets all the way through a chase through the streets, a chase in an actual like derby where things are trying to destroy the car she's in, out of that, and then she's like, "Well, I guess we have to get to a farm to sleep." I
Yeah,
think
and she
she's the best
saves
driver.
his life. Like this is very unusual.
Oh, you're
you
right.
get very few Bond girls that do this. Like Bond girls are actually more badass than people. Like they're not just a silly name. But I really
No,
appreciate
I think
her
the
being-
first
freaking
Bond
cool.
girl was like a legitimate action star. I don't mean Rosie. I mean when they meet up.
Oh yeah, I
with
know.
the-
I remember when we
yeah.
watched Doctor No, Jason. You said like she's got a lot of stuff going on. I was like, yeah, she does, doesn't she? This is good. And then I started to like open my lens a little bit. I'm like, oh yeah, but they do suck at writing them.
But they
really
do
don't
suck
know
at
how to make
writing.
them better.
That's a really good point to make, because on like a surface level, a lot of the Bond girls that we've seen are good, but when you dial down, when you look at the writing for them, that's when it gets
It's bad,
dicey.
yeah.
Yeah.
The good
And-
news is the writing is bad kind of for everybody.
Yeah, well, it's
But I mean,
the-
like, this is like one of those things where it's like, but if we make her drive a car really good,
yeah.
then it'll be good, right?
Yeah,
She'll be
yeah.
like, people will be like, that's the girl that Bond
what if-
has to marry because
But what if-
she knows how to drive through a roller derby.
But what if she
He
drives
knows how to
directly-
handle her stick shift.
which is what his Bond is hoping for. What if they drive directly into a snowstorm, which they do? They end up in a barn. She's shot with a Vaseline. Did you notice that suddenly she's shot with the soap opera Vaseline
Soft focus
lens,
close
soft
up.
focus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I was like, oh, so okay, she's looking.
And then
cute,
a
though.
sexy saxophone man song started playing. Do, do,
Yeah.
do, 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 do.
And I did get the impression that they just laid down and started kissing, but my heart of hearts wanted them to bang and then have the conversation they have.
Jason,
bang again.
You're
I'm sorry.
destroying this moment. The moment
I
is
know
good.
I'm gross.
No. The moment in the movie is way better
right.
than what you're presenting it as.
You're right.
he says, "Not tonight," but he proposes to her in the barn. He says, like, "Will you marry me?" And she says, "Yes."
No, he says, "I will take that $1 million."
Yeah, I'll take that billion from your father, and I will still marry you, and then we can get jiggy with it on the moon.
We can
And
buy land. Hell, how much does this place cost us?
But then he's like, they're about to have sex, and then she's like, "Oh," and he's like, "No, that only newlyweds can do that." And then he like takes I don't know, like a spiky, I don't know, it's like
It's basically a shovel.
it's like a shovel with two
It's a
spikes on
pitchfork.
it.
Oh, yeah,
It's a pitchfork, but it's like not like a good pitchfork. It's like a 2-pronged pitchfork.
That's what you use for hay. Guys, have any of you ever been on a farm?
I have,
No.
and I knew what it was. I have been on a farm.
I've been on a farm, but I don't
In
know
Nova
what anything
Scotia?
there is.
in Nova Scotia. But watching this movie, I forgot all my farm knowledge and just noticed that
So you just remembered your James Bond knowledge, which is also nothing.
Well,
he just
all right.
takes out he puts her up on the nicer bed, which is all hay,
You're both
and
you're
takes
both
out the
best
legs of the
friends.
bed, and she rolls on top of him,
And then they fuck. Yeah, and he goes,
Yeah.
New Year's is tomorrow, or whatever he says. Like,
Yeah, because he says like, "No, let's save this for the wedding night," and it sounds like
that's
he's
my
being
new
nice.
That's my New Year's resolution.
And that's my New Year's resolution. And then he like very tenderly picks her up and puts her on the other bed. So they have this like bed and trundle bed situation. And that's when that scene that Jason says where he pitchforks out so that she very aggressively falls down, is scared, and then rolls on top of him.
Yeah. And he says New Year's is in a week. Idiot.
I'm telling you, he's a thrill-seeking type. He needs to have some excitement in the whole lovemaking thing. That's why he had to finger bang her while they chased away.
I think he dick banged her. I don't think he finger banged.
No, I like the idea that James Bond only finger bangs. He's never actually. He's a
He's like,
virgin.
no. We're not gonna dick bang until we're all married up. Imagine
At least 55 minutes of finger banging, and then you get 5 minutes of the old 007.
I've been watching. I've been watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'm in the second season. Angel just turned into Evil Angel, but when Buffy is making out with Angel, it sounds like the Foley artist is fisting a watermelon, and it's a lot when you take into account exactly. So I'm glad that they didn't do that here. The next morning, the goons find them immediately, and then we get a giant second full skiing scene. And one of the goons
find them?
It is
Wow.
crazy that they've
just been chasing them all night, I guess.
Let's do 2. Yeah. No, because what it's meant to be is they only got halfway down the mountain with a car.
Right.
They're so high up in the mountains that you get down. One chase equals you're down for half. You have to do the other half if you're going to actually get away. Right? Am I wrong about that?
No,
No,
you're
you're
exactly right.
Yeah.
That's why we spent so much time being like, we're only halfway up with the horses. Now there's a helicopter. Now there's a you had to.
This
you were
is
way
like
high up.
But this is a thing that they would never do in like a modern James Bond movie. They would never make him have to spend the night halfway down a mountain to be like, tomorrow we're gonna get to the bottom. He would have like got to the bottom immediately somehow. He would have like a rocket sled or some shit.
There is a huge reveal when they're skiing down the mountain that there is a snow cleaner going through and creating a hallway, and one of the goons skis down and gets Fargoed from the snow twister. Is that what it's called?
Oh,
the snow blower?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
he gets snow blown.
It's the claw that's like
Yeah.
making a path. It's like the path making
What I wanted to
machine.
say about that is when the guy in last week gets inflated and it pops.
Yeah.
There's no viscera, but it's more than made up for in the next 4 minutes of this movie, where we see him fly into it. It gets bloody, and then blood and viscera fly out of the tube that comes out of the thing. But also when they do a wide shot of it, the whole area around it is just covered in blood, and they just whatever they did for this special effect was just like, let's put as much blood as possible into this moment, and I liked it.
They just threw in some pig elements and a bunch of like blood sacks, and it was
Did you say pig evidence?
Pig elements. you know,
Right.
you know, like
I want you to write down pig evidence and pig elements, both.
Who wants a red slushy?
Well, I wrote down, he had a lot of guts, he says, as they watch a man get mulched and his coworkers ski amongst his remains.
I think mulched is the best way to put it.
He had a lot of guts is like, it's a good line, but it seems like it could have been worked a bit more, you know? And also,
a lot of these
at that moment,
one-off.
maybe too much. There's like
a lot of these
there.
one-liners, though, have that same energy, and I think this is the best one of all of them, because coming up, when he gets he branched off is not a good version.
I have like a
this.
character that I'm playing in a D&D game right now, and he's like an evil character who like his whole thing is that he's like a torturer, and like he hates people, but he like, you know, he's also kind of very funny and stuff. But I'm like, and that's the only way that I can get away with James Bond lines. You can't do that as like a nice character. You have to, you know, this kind of line. He had a lot of guts. You can only do that as like as a evil character. You can't like watch.
Back to my theory that James Bond is an evil guy.
Yeah, exactly. You can't watch somebody get grinded up in a mulch machine and spewed out.
Those
and then
people
say,
have
like,
to be unequivocally evil for you to be able to do that. And with Bond, you have to, like, the villain has to be unequivocally evil. Like, there's no.
Yeah.
That's the thing with modern movies and modern everything, is that
But
everybody
that guy
is.
that was coming down the hill is that he's just a guy. Like he's just a
Yeah,
No,
he's
but
just
he
a contractor.
But he worked like that. I see what you did there. Sorry, my kid woke up, so that's why this is happening in the corner. But I like it only is funny and cool when Bond does it, because you have to accept that in this world, all of these henchmen and all of these villains
They're
are
not evil,
unequivocally
yeah.
evil. But it doesn't
Right.
feel like that, especially to a modern sensibility. Like these, it doesn't really feel like these guys are super duper evil. Every single time we've met any of these Bond villains, or you have over this month, like, has it really felt like we're dealing with a Thanos level like nightmare here?
No. Well, Blofeld is the closest we've gone to that. I was saying to Steve that this feels like it's going to end up being James Bond's Joker, or his like ultimate arch villain, and I guess that's sort of the
Doctor
the case.
Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I turned
It's
around. and
almost
said,
like he's
Jason, you fucking dildo. You don't know nothing about
You don't
it.
know what you're talking about.
Don't you know that Blofeld is in like 7 James Bond movies?
yeah. So Blofeld is going to be James Bond's Blofeld.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But we do get
Jason said, isn't he? Is he? You said, is he James Bond's Joker? And I said, I mean, most people would call Joker
the Joker.
Batman's Blofeld. And then he was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Works the other way.
It
It
works the
does,
other way,
and-
but it does. It also, I think, when I do this kind of shit to Jason, I'm doing it in person. I'm like, come on, you understand that the world is, there's a whole valley that you haven't explored yet. Go out.
Is Rory my dog, or am I her human?
Yes. Speaking of those valleys, there's
You are like the person who's like, oh well, I didn't mean to call you a tiny little ding dong, but I did mean to say that it is, you know, in the title.
There's for sure going to
Oh my god.
for sure going to be an avalanche, because as the person gets mulched, Bond past the sign that has avalanche warning in like 17 different languages. It's 4 languages. The goons and Blofeld also rig the mountain to explode in an avalanche, and it kills our heroes. They're dead now, and that's the end of the movie. And that's
Yeah, I choose to believe this is the end of the movie.
Me too.
Blofeld wins and bearing the evil 007 on an avalanche. Perfect
Blofeld
ending.
wins either way.
This is where it
Well,
should, yeah.
in a lot of ways.
Sure,
yeah.
yeah. But then
To be
you look at
continued
the
here
time
would have been
code and
great.
you're like, there's 25 minutes left in this movie? Wait, what?
Well,
I
they
was
end
so
up.
checked out of the movie at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They
So
kidnap what's her face.
they check. Okay, let's check out. They take Tracy away. They pull her out of the ice. Bond gets back up. He wants amnesty in exchange for doing his plot. That's Blofeld. Bond wants to go destroy everything, but I think he secretly wants to save Tracy. It's not such a secret because he says that out loud.
And then he also gets her dad to come to be the guy who brings all his forces. Yeah.
Okay,
I
I thought
wrote-
this was super cool.
I
that
did. I thought it was so
I like.
Bond
There's a
is
lot
a
of
good
really
scene.
good stuff that happens here. Yeah.
Bond isn't supposed to be working with the cartel, basically with like the mob, but he is because
he is working with the drop. His Draco is
M won't let him go in and do the rescue mission.
Yo,
but-
Dragon, I'm boning your daughter and I need help to go save your daughter. Let's go get those choppers and let's go in there. You and me. Come on. Sorry.
who's that is supposed to be?
Wow.
Wait, is that just you? Like you're
No, I
I'm
got
an
it. I
American
understood
and I'm here to take control.
It's Felix Leiter.
Oh, is that Felix Leiter? That would be such a good Felix. Oh, what? Yeah. So this is the thing that kind of struck me as odd, even having watched this movie for a long time. When it was him, when it was Draco as the guy in the helicopter, I was like, "Who's this guy?" I feel like he was in this movie earlier. And then it took me like a couple of seconds to realize that he's doing like the thing from like a bunch of other movies, which is like, we gotta get in here. All right, over here. And he's like doing another voice. And I thought it was really good.
Skyfight and infiltration. James
But-
Bond theme.
No, not just Skyfight. Like when someone is over the radio convincing someone else of what's going on, and then like the bad guy is there being like, see, it's nothing. It's nothing.
It's a humanitarian mission. We're here to deliver medication to the flood
Italy.
victims of Spain, Italy.
Do you know how many times the Galactic Republic and the Resistance pulled that shit on the Empire?
It's an old code, sir, but I was about to let them go through.
Look, we see the fact that Tracy can fight.
No,
when they're
allow them to
infiltrating.
go through, Jason boys.
Tracy can fight. She has a fight with a man. She pulls him through one of those like 60s style metal things. When he falls, he's got like one of the circles,
Floating
circles around
wall?
his head, like a floating wall. Circles around his head like a crown. He falls down the stairs. Bond
Jesus symbolism.
Pretends to
Nope.
be dead.
Bond also does a slide move where he slides across the ice shooting a fucking Uzi, which I thought was amazing. We also see a man with a flamethrower, which the flamethrower scene was like, do more of that instead of all.
Did you
the-
guys notice that the
that was way
flamethrower
on
guy
too
was the
long.
guy who was holding the knife at him in the
Yeah.
beginning of the movie? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I liked. But also, Jason, this whole part, as good as it is, like it really isn't anything. Like it's not anything to the movie. We can just
I like
Okay,
it. It's just like an action sequence.
I enjoyed
It's an
it.
action sequence, but
I enjoyed it.
It was
but like it is just there to.
poorly paced. Okay, here's the thing. When the helicopters are like circling in on the base, at one point there's a helicopter on the right screen that just completely fades away from the shot. Like there's 3 helicopters, one fades away, and then there's just 2 helicopters. And then they're shooting at the place with Tech 9s, which I thought was like, really? Tech 9s? Those like you're not gonna get a lot of distance with those, but okay, sure, let's shoot up the base with Tech 9s. No explosives or anything. Yeah, it was a very like interesting set of choices for that attack scene, and then I kind of forget what happens.
The airplane coming in and being like, "You helicopters got to go," I thought was interesting because they had to film that for real, right? All of that looked like they made it. It wasn't like it
They
wasn't
did make it. They
rear
did.
projector.
It was good. So like that whole.
How did they blow up the base again? Was it like
Well,
So, guys,
when
they
they
set
They
Like-
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
let me explain this in Star Wars terms, I guess.
Nope.
So they
Remember
came
that-
in for the Republic fleet came in. Yeah.
It's like
was
when
the
Han and
Force.
Chewie are laying the bombs across the whole. So they went in and they actually just like bombed up the place. So the Draco's forces put in like little C4s and stuff all over the place.
Oh, right.
And then they blew it up. I liked it because it was just like this moment of like everyone's just coming in and just like kicking, like everyone is dying. Like there's no who's gonna get out of this. There's no like
Even like the people with the
it's gonna be
Olympic symbols on their chests are getting burned alive.
That's the thing.
man.
Everyone's just burned and shot and dead. And I like an unequivocal all the bad guys are dying scene very much. So that's why I was enjoying that. Also, like I said, the benefit of watching everything on an iPhone is that I didn't notice how many helicopters there were or what kind of weaponry they were using.
There were
it was
3
the-
helicopters on one airplane.
But
But they were there to grab her, and
yes.
James Bond
And-
had to go down and get the pictures of the
And that's when she
stuff
gets
that-
punched by her dad.
Oh no, we can't leave, James.
But
As-
then that's also
as
when
Trace-
Like that.
As
Just
Tracy and Draco leave,
Yeah.
she wants to go back in, but she wants to stay so he can knock her out. And there's a final
Spare
show.
the
then
rod,
that's also
spoil
where
the
James
child.
Bond is like, and then he runs up, after him, and then they decide to slide down the mountain. I guess, or wait, they ski
Yeah, he's
down-
chasing Blowfield through. Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm gonna go chase you down with the skis. 'cause
Yeah, well,
there's the
yeah,
gate.
chasing with the skis, but also there's the.
We also
final-
forgot to mention the avalanche thing. He
No,
was
we
there.
talked about the avalanche.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we
talked
talked
about
about the
that.
avalanche.
No, I know, but we didn't really talk about the fact that like Blofeld was like leading that, being like, he
Yeah.
was like, ha, like he was also skiing around with his henchmen, being like, blow up that part of the mountain and that part of the mountain. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
was
Blofeld
very
was the
good.
best part of this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So their final showdown happens on as a tussle on a bobsled race, and the sort of climax of this is Blofeld throws a grenade onto Bond's bobsled. It explodes. Bond goes flying, but ends up like attaching himself to the back of Blofeld's.
No.
bobsled.
He doesn't go flying and just magically attach himself.
Yeah.
He's going down this thing. Blofeld's holding the grenade with his mouth while like trying to handle it,
Right.
and then it just falls out of his mouth, and then he's like, "Oh shit!" And he like he's reaching at his toes. He picks it, and then he just lobs it behind him, which Bond's bobsled explodes. He jumps off to the right and then just runs across the field because Blofeld has to go around a bend, and he jumps in front of Blofeld's thing and then like grabs onto it, and then it becomes like a Cool Runnings-esque, my head's skidding against the wall, like as he's trying to pull himself onto the sled and like get the upper hand.
I mean, I
Are
would
they-
have loved to have like helped with that description, but I think that you did
I think that was
a
pretty
perfect
spot on.
job of that. That was exactly what happens. That is exactly what happens. He tries to pull it out and he can't. He's got it hanging. Remember, there's like a point where he's literally just he's like holding it in his mouth and it's like a grenade hanging. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid.
That it is.
But it happens. It happens exactly how Chris said it. So we don't need to dwell. Let's move. And then
They tussle.
yeah.
They tussle. He ends up getting lynched on a
Lynched, Jason.
You can say lynched. I think he gets hung.
I don't think that that's what lynching means.
He gets hung on a branch and James
Snagged,
Bond
if you
says
will.
He got branched off, and basically that's the end of that. We just see him hanging, and then we go right over to the marriage, the wedding. Right?
It doesn't
That's
skip a
correct.
beat. It just goes.
Just right over to the wedding. We get to see Q.
Sanka, you dead man.
We
Oh,
see
no.
Q
Oh no, we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, Chris is just yelling to his partner in the other room.
Little Moses.
Yeah, bring me another drink, please. Come on now. It's fine. This is
I thought it was
fine.
hilarious that Q is introduced in this movie from the beginning. He's there at the beginning. Obviously, we
So
talked
tell
about
me,
that.
007, did you use your super duper lint that I gave
Let
you
me
earlier in
let
the
me
movie?
check. Let me check my notes. Q says, "Can you, I have the goods that you could give him next time?" And Bond says, already got the goods that I need to give, or whatever, which is a dick joke, right? That's a dick joke. I
But they
think.
both call him irresponsible.
Yeah. Moneypenny's super sad.
Yeah. She was expecting a date, and now she's left hanging at a wedding, so she totally tips off Blowfield about what those two are driving off to.
What? You think
And-
Moneypenny did it?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a
Wow.
theory.
Yeah, now that is a fucking theory.
So it's revealed that Tracy wants 3 boys and 3 girls, and then
Jason!
We can't hear you.
they see a car roll up on them as
We still can't hear you.
they see
There we
a
go.
car.
Now we can hear you.
They see a car that rolls up on them as they're making a joke about how their Dodge Charger or whatever the fuck that car is has like
Aston Martin.
flowers. It's
Oh
an
my
Aston
God.
Martin. It's an
Oh,
Aston Martin.
Slappy Martin? What do you call it?
No,
Aston
it's
Martin.
Aston Martin. It's
Not a
the
Charger?
Bond car. It's like
Uh,
a Bond car.
It's got
the
flowers.
Bond car, yeah.
It's got flowers all over it. They're making jokes about how we look like we could be the flower dealers or whatever. And as they pull off to the side and start taking the flowers off, and a mysterious car rolls up and it fucking does the
It doesn't roll
Classic.
up. It just drives by so fast and just.
no, it stops and
It doesn't stop. It does not stop.
it stops because we can look at and see Blofeld has a fucking neck brace on. A
But he's
hilarious
like-
neck brace.
And it's like you can see the world moving beyond him. And he's like, fire!
At any
Frau
rate,
Farbissima, or whatever.
It-
Like it's,
kills Tracy.
but it's also
Good.
not even him that does it. It's like that woman, like the
Yeah.
allergy woman who's like,
Your
the
mom-
clinic. She's like,
Irma Bunt.
it is fucked. It is absolutely
It's
fucked because
crazy.
It's a cartoonish ending.
His
Yeah.
response to it, though, what you guys think of that? The
I
like,
thought
Good.
that it was
the cop he
I
came.
thought that it was a really realistic way to experience something like that, because at first he's like, no, it's fine, and then he really breaks down. It's the most, I don't know if James Bond breaks down in movies, but I think that this might be the most we see James Bond break down in this nature.
I think flopping her head down in his lap was a weak attempt at necrophilia.
Okay. I'm out.
I think that his breaking down was not what it should have been. It didn't feel right to me. It kind of like it felt out of place.
Yeah, it was the necrophilia.
It was shocking.
It was
that
the
he didn't,
necrophilia taking over, you know.
It was shocking that he didn't experience it like you would experience somebody actually dying in real life. But at the same time, he is who he is. And I thought that it was like him coming to terms with what is happening to him
It's
in a way that is very,
Like I'm so used to like the Daniel Craig
Yeah.
version of, like what emotion is felt by a James Bond, that like him doing that felt weird to me. But like I don't know, like what it would have been from like the 1960s to 70s version of like, what if James Bond did get married and then his wife got shot in the head right in front of him? Like how would he react? Like I don't know. I don't know.
Duper bummer ending. 'Cause
It is.
That's it.
That
And
the credits come up and you're like, oh, fuck.
the credits come up on the bullet hole in the windshield.
Yeah, and for a movie that is like, for the most part, kind of fun throughout. You know, like that is
If
a
you-
rough ending.
If you were an audience in 1969, nice, and you hadn't read the books or anything like that, ending on a cliffhanger like that
Right?
Would you be like, is she actually dead? What's
That's our only cliffhanger of the month. So
I mean, what I would be like is like, why the fuck didn't we get another Lazenby Bond? Squeeze me! Is that what I just heard?
yeah.
That's my alarm. It's Skipper Banks saying, "Excuse me."
Right.
But why have we not had a Lazenby sequel? I think is what I would expect in my brain.
I mean,
Because
it's
he
'cause
was
it's
like,
George
screw
Lazenby.
this Bond shit.
So
I mean, I thought it was a justified ending for a womanizer. I feel, he didn't deserve that woman, and he had his comeuppance for ruining a perfectly good de-allergen program, and he was just a
all
terrible
above
guy.
board. Now he can
Well,
go and marry Irma Bunt like God
Yeah.
intended.
Irma Bunt. So
I was sad. I thought that was really, I don't know. It was a little out of place. It did feel weird, but like you don't often get. Actually, you do often get Bond's wife getting murdered in Bond movies. I mean,
well, I don't know that yet. I haven't seen that yet, and it's crazy that it is.
well, Jason, you've got 20
registered movies is especially this
four
type.
movies out of a 26 movie series, so you're good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the end of this podcast series in the year 2038 when the Robo Wars have finished commencing.
The Water Wars.
And they're like, we've got 0000007
But what I was surprised was that it didn't end like that's where it ended. I thought that we were going to get that moment, and I was expecting it to go somewhere else, like him having a conversation with M or like back to that, and it just ends there. So it was real. When I say bummer ending, I mean I was like, "Oh, bummer."
I had a rare film moment where I can't normally see like the twist in movies, but from the beginning of this film, I was like, oh, the way that they're presenting this marriage is that Tracy's going to fucking die. And when the wedding happens and there's still 5 minutes left in the movie, I was going, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, she's going to somehow die. And then I'd never want this character to die. I liked Tracy. I liked her as a character. But seeing that happen, I was like, I'm getting it now. I'm starting to be able to Steve, put your tongue in your mouth. I'm starting to see it. Starting to see now that I can actually see these endings. Because when I call television, I can always call television. But I've been learning from Steve through the last several years about how to call movies. And I watched Heretic and I did not see that ending. It was telegraphed the whole thing.
Are you trying to say that you're starting to recognize foreshadowing?
I'm starting to recognize foreshadowing in film. In television, I've got it unlocked. In film, I'm starting to see the forest for the trees a lot more often.
He's coming for me. I'm going to beat him to death eventually when we get to the forest and the trees.
Well, look, guys, as we look through Tim's sort of his final thoughts, yeah, I would love to see. You know what? I want to watch that movie that Lazenby's in. Ben Mason, fan and friend.
Laser beams are the best in movies, and I've told you guys before that if you've seen a laser beam in a movie, you know what it means.
Tim Lazenby Covey. There's that movie with John Stamos that has George Lazenby called It's Not Enough to Die Another Day or whatever. I was told that would be a good movie for us to review. But that said, what I would like to do now is talk about the final thoughts, the Home Alone of it all, and our review for this film.
All right.
The Home Alone, the ding dong of it all, and the what?
Review. Rating.
It's time for our final thoughts.
Where's the final thoughts?
If you had to pick one,
what do you think the Home Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone
I
of it
really
all
gotta
happens?
know.
When is the Home Alone of it all?
What is the Home Alone of it all? Now that's
That's
Home Alone of it
Home
all.
Alone of it all. It's simple. In the movie Home Alone, Kevin McAllister takes a blueprint, he slaps it down. He outlines the ways that he's going to torture and murder two men. And that, we've posited, is a moment in every film.
It's also
that
the
can-
best way to murder two men if you want to.
I would agree with you. And it is a point in a movie that is sort of an idea that is sort of the best part of the movie, or maybe your favorite part of the movie, or maybe it's the third act. World Mind, since you've been
I'm
here
gonna say,
the lead-
World Man, you look like you stabbed yourself in the side, and you're like, I didn't mean to stab myself. And you're like bleeding out, and you're like, is the world ending now? Like, what's going on over there?
But when I ask
Way
you,
to die
but when
another
I-
day.
But what I ask you, World Mind, is for you to die another day and also tell us your Home Alone of it all. You've been here before, you know what it is. Your final thought, and also if you have a rating for this movie, whether it be out of 5 or out of 10 or some sort of convoluted star rating or maybe some nonsense. It's your time to shine, my brother.
Well, that was quite the setup and quite a combo that hopefully I can remember the order of. But generally, the Home Alone of it all for me, I guess, is when Blofeld generally enters the movie. Like, I was completely checked out until I guess he comes into the film. But realistically, the real Home Alone of it all was the gentleman with the amazing mutton chops and the yellow scarf in the Christmas fair scene.
Was that you?
I wish it was me. It could have been spitting image. Final thoughts is like it's so it's like the Gene Roddenberry script of all 007 films. It's
Dean Fleming when he went.
Yeah, he really Blofeld himself onto the script, and I don't know. I think if you want to watch a really interesting Ian Fleming-esque story, check out The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare with like Henry Cavill and stuff. Ian Fleming actually is a character within that film, but it's about like the whole thing that started like the 007 stuff. Great entertaining film, and it's far more enjoyable than this thoroughly dated piece of trollop. So yeah, I don't know.
Trollop.
So I guess if I was to rank this film, I would give it no time in the world out of all the time in the world.
That's pretty good.
You liked it.
You liked it, did you? Did you like it?
That's pretty good.
Oh, my hand hurts. I was actually like ripping my hand thing that I gripped.
Felt like there was a cue.
I forgot to
No.
press it because I was doing other stuff.
No, you know what to do.
Yes. So the Home Alone.
Every time.
Oh
Without
God. Okay, the part I liked the most was when she was driving the car. That chase scene with the stock car. That's when my eyes lit up, and I think that's when it became that half of a Bond movie. Like when you're nearing the end and you're getting into the chase scenes and all of that. That's also part of the stepping stones. But anyway, so that's my Home Alone of it. My rating. So I liked this movie quite a bit. Like I said earlier, I didn't think that I liked it. I didn't remember liking it very much. I didn't like Lazenby. Completely flipped on that. Doing this podcast actually made me like the movie less than when I started the podcast. In the 24 hours that has passed.
It's easily our longest episode.
But I did like this movie quite a bit, and it's kind of thrown off my Bond rankings. Like, I haven't rewatched them in a while. Like, I've watched some of them here and there, but now I really do want to rewatch all of them and re-investigate how I feel about it. Because, like, what if I actually really like Thunderbolt, it turns out. So I give this one, on a scale of Connery to Craig, I give it a Lazenby.
All right,
Oh,
perfect.
that's a good ranking.
That's a good ranking.
It's a good ranking.
Good ranking.
Very good ranking.
Stephen H.W. Waters, how about you, brother?
It's hard. It's very hard. I think that my ranking is it falls in the same as both of you combined almost, where I don't particularly think that this is like the best Bond or even like a Bond that we should really consider a Bond as a template, but I do like this movie a lot. Like I feel like maybe more than both of you for different reasons. For different reasons. I feel like you both hate it for different reasons and like it for different reasons. And you, Jason, you're a floater. I'm using my mouse to like touch your faces with what I'm thinking as I talk.
Fucking pervert.
Yeah. I like this movie because when I first watched it, it seemed like what should be a James Bond template, and everything that they should do should be this kind of like idiocy or like foolishness. But then when I watch it later, I'm like, no, this is not dumb. This is great. This is perfect. It's exactly what other things have determined that they need to be. Even things like the Manchurian Candidate, like you can like just like tie right back into this, and that movie is silly as well, but it's also like Ian Fleming, like a foolish author who like somehow made it big and like has made all their movies or all their books have been turned into movies. When it comes down to like why I like it, on a mountain baby, and allergies. I have allergies. If there was a man who said we could solve all your allergies today, but you had to like put on lipstick and go into the Vatican or something, like I would do it.
You just need LSD and positive reinforcement.
All you
hypnosis.
need is all these things, and when it will happen, it will happen. It's fine.
A plate of mildly seasoned potatoes.
Exactly.
Or
I
bananas,
couldn't
but-
eat potatoes before.
And a
but now I do.
banana.
And here we are. So if it came down to what I needed to give it, I'd say that this movie deserves a top of the mountain for anyone that can't get to the top of the mountain, you sick fucks. Thank you.
My Home Alone at all this week is, I thought I was going to be getting to Switzerland, but it is actually the helicopters descending on the base. I liked the sort of final battle. I thought that was when the movie really turned it up. I love the fact that this film kind of like was more actiony than the rest of the movies that we covered for this big book of British Bonds. My final thought, I really enjoyed this film, but didn't connect as much with George Lazenby.
Damn, I should have brought up Lazenby's great face before.
Maybe you didn't connect with him because he's Australian.
Yeah.
And crikey. There were a lot of opportunities to show cool settings, and that delivered. But the fight scenes felt big and violent. No but there. The fight scenes did feel big and violent, which I really enjoyed. I think some of the problems lie in the special effects, but were for the most part good for the era. The green screen will always stick out for me during this time. I give this a 4 out of 5, and I know that I gave last week's. No, I gave last week's movie a 4 out of 5, and I don't want to adjust ratings and put anything on top of one another. I think last week's episode stands as like a weird racist totem for what not to do.
And as every single week we usually do, we always like to put a big racist totem in front of the next episode.
Yeah. This week,
like a buffet.
This week's racist buffet was not as plentiful. And like I said, 4 to 5. But I give this movie a downhill luge, unbeknownst to the unbecoming endeavors, unqualified to
Spit it out, son.
Yeah, he closed his eyes. He's not even reading it anymore. He's just making it up in his head.
And that's my rating. So,
Give me what I want. Give me what I want.
Just before we get in here, I just want to remind everybody that Elimination Chamber is this weekend. Nope, that nobody cares. It is, of course, now time for. Thank you, Christopher.
I don't.
It's now time. Okay, thank you, Noel.
Its time is up. The time is now.
What do we do?
It's time for our plugs. Time to plug.
Plugs.
Alright, let me just plug this in right here and
Ladies and gentlemen,
He was electrocuting people, just like drinking water casually. He's hit the electrocution button while Rory's
very James-
over here.
it's very James Bond.
It
coded.
wasn't water. It was electrocution juice. What do you think of that?
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's
So-
Bye-bye.
World Mind, Chris. Do you have anything you want to plug this week, my brother?
So Saturday, we're doing Trivial Debates. It's a Fire Escape episode at 8 p.m. on Saturday at Trivial Debates on YouTube. So check it out, Trivial Debates. And coming back in March, we're doing Hold Up, a movie podcast. We're bringing that back once a month. So that's
What
that.
about me? You told me I was coming on for like a year, and I still
Yeah, you never got Steve on.
Listen,
I got on that
listen. I took a
show. I
hiatus.
thought we weren't legally
after-
allowed to even talk
Listen.
about
I
it.
didn't know that you.
I took a hiatus. All right, I couldn't do it for 6 months. I was
That's
mentally
really
wasn't there.
That you wanted Steve not to be on it so bad that you actually put the whole
That's what it sounds
podcast
like.
on.
That's what it
My
sounds like
cat
to me.
died, and I was having the sads. Okay.
I'm sorry about your cat dying, and I'm sorry about your sides.
So yeah, Hold Up's coming back in March. It should be fun. We're doing Canadian themed episode. We're gonna do Strange Brew, Canadian Bacon, and I Like Movies. Those are the 3 movies we're gonna review when we come back. And then there'll be more, and then Steven will eventually be on Hold Up at some point, probably November.
Did you say November?
That's a year
Oh.
from now.
Yeah, we're booked up.
All
I
right.
get it.
So anyway, let's.
You know what? I'm gonna do the thing anyway, just because it's one of the things that I do. I would like to welcome Noel and Chris back to the couch. But Noel, do you have anything that you would like to plug? What happened to that Stick Taps and Punch Slaps podcast you used to do?
You think the cat dying thing was sad? So I'm gonna.
You didn't have like we gotta do a America Gets Punched by Canada show? Why didn't you do that?
So if you want to go listen to old episodes of Stick Taps and Stitches, you can find it on Spotify or whoever you get your pods. We've tried to resurrect it a couple times. It's just been a little bit hard with the scheduling for the 3 of us, and life is mean. So we hope to get that up and running. So for now, that's not a thing. It's a little on hiatus, I suppose, and I hope that we can resurrect it. So what I'm actually going to plug is this podcast. Hey, did you see this one? If you're listening, if you liked what I said, if you don't like what I said, go watch my other ones anyway, because I really love being on this show, and they only let me back if you guys click and like. So go see my last Action Hero one. I think that one is the crowning jewel of everything we've done, or Feminist Masterpiece Theater if you want some like really interesting, more serious conversation than what you've gotten out of us tonight. But these guys are fantastic, and they let me sit on their couch, and my dog is biting me now. So I think she's trying to plug me going to bed.
But Noel, what about your future podcast, 51st State with Noel?
How
That's
did I
not a
get
bad
roped
idea.
into this?
That's not a bad idea for a podcast, friends. Well, thank you, Noel. Thank you, World.
Wait, no, you can't just cut Noel off after he said that. What the heck?
What?
No, she was done
date.
talking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. I mean, if I want to say something to pretend that didn't happen, it's can everyone please go bully Jason on the internet so that he'll do the Gilmore Girls podcast with me.
All right.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Never mind. Never mind. Okay.
Hey, Steve, what do you got cooking?
I mean, it's don't bully people on the internet.
Except if it's Jason Phillips. Bully me on the internet.
Then we can bully him.
So long as it's
Well,
engagement.
I'm ready, willing, and able.
I'm ready, Willie and Nabel. And Nabel and Willie are dead. I killed them both.
And I'm all out of chewing bull.
I'm all out of
chewing
Nabel.
gum.
Cain and Abel. One of them died.
My thing that I'm doing is the same thing that I've been doing every goddamn week. But I think it's all right. I think I'm doing a good job, guys. I'm writing for them now. I'm doing a good job.
What are they called and what are they?
It's called Darth Theorist. It's called the Three-Eyed Theorist. It's called the Theorist Group. We're creating like a weird cult almost.
When are you doing Star Trek Theorist for Live Long and Podcast?
There's a couple Star Trek videos in there, but I mean, like, if you want to come in, like, you can pay money.
Yeah, we'll talk to Dave about that.
You can pay money.
You don't have to pay money, but if you want to come in, like, I would love that, because if you guys came in and then all started, like, getting busy. And
I'm sure if you were to sit down with Davin for 5 minutes, you could come up with 30 episodes of Star Trek.
I sat
theory.
down with Davin for like an hour and a half, and I liked Davin's ideas.
He came up with a great RFK impression.
And he can't stop doing it. He keeps doing it to us.
Yeah.
He keeps sending us messages being like, and we're like,
all right.
Vaccinations are not a real thing.
Guys, this is the
turns
longest
out we can
podcast
all
that's
do
ever been created.
a good impression of him.
Except to sound like you have throat cancer.
No, Roy.
Throat cancer is not a real thing.
Yeah, but
We want Rory. Is that it?
I think so.
You bite.
Hey.
What hand do I bite? What
No,
hand do I bite?
we're not there yet. I have to do my plugs, but I can't do my plug till Steve is done with his plug.
oh, I'm done doing my plugs. Oh wait, no, sorry. Darth Theorist, the Three-Eyed Theorist, and also the World Theorist is a new one. And they're all good.
It's about my personal life.
I'll run through it fast. My name is Jason R. Phillips. Each and every month, I do a little podcast known as
I know
Super Kick Professional Wrestling. We go live on YouTube.
You do a podcast now?
No, not yet. I was joking-ish. I do a professional wrestling show where I'm the announcer for it. Tomorrow night, February 20th, 2025, we're doing Throwdown. That's the name of the event. We have some new people coming in that you've never seen before, and you'll never see them again. Nope, say that. You might see them again. My point is I'm the announcer for that company. Okay? That's what I do outside of this. I do a lot of things outside of this. Sometimes I sit down, sometimes I stand up. It's a whole thing. I'd also like to let everybody know that each and every week, right here on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and whatever the fuck other goddamn social media nonsense that you subscribe to, you can see us there. Just look up, hey, did you see this one? It's there. It's right there for you to look at. Also, I'd like to let everybody know that we have a TeePublic and a Redbubble. You can find such images as our logo. You can find such images as drawn and illustrated by Stephen M. Waters.
That's
The
me. I'm
Grimoire
Stephen
Flying Coach.
M.
waters.
And if you look close enough at all the clues that I've spun during this episode,
you
you'll
can see
know
a tiny little picture of Jason in there. If you look close enough over there, look in there. Look in there. You can see him. I
What are you
drew him
looking at?
right down in there.
I'm going to be looking at it for months to find it.
Yeah.
But you can find this on our TeePublic. You can find this on our Redbubble, and also you can find this next month. This is a huge spoiler for all you listen tarts. But we're going to be reopening the book. That's what I was talking about earlier.
It's like Jason says something that he really regrets all of a sudden.
Yeah, that was bad. Here's a picture of the Kool-Aid Man, but it's
I have this on
Jason.
shirt. I just got it. Hold on.
Get them
Yeah,
quickly.
Get them.
Get them. This is another picture of the original picture that I showed. And thank you for the 4 viewers that are still here, because you're looking at what we're doing right now. Look at this. Look at this, you freaks. You freaking freaks. You fucks. Look. It's proof. It's proof.
Shirt.
Steve, do you have Twinkerbell? Can we see Twink? Look, it's Twinkerbell.
God damn, I can't hear. I was just.
Do you got Twink?
Yeah, I have Twink too. You want me to look? Isn't it good?
It's so good. Look how big it is on their shirt.
I know it's a large shirt. They sent me the wrong sizes, but let me look for Twink.
Well, you can also get who, why, who, how, who occurs on a shirt.
That was not correct at all. How? Why?
How, why,
Who?
who,
What
occurs.
occurs?
And look, at the end of the day, what you're going to always want to have put onto a shirt is the Howie Mandel effect. This is something you can buy from one of our shops, one of our various shops. We do have something new that's coming down the pipe that nobody's ever seen before, unless you've seen the last 4 episodes of the show. And it, of course, is a James Bond themed corporal tunnel. Oh, are you
Wasn't it
wearing
a honey dipper or something?
No, corporal tunnel.
I can't find the.
Here's the thing.
Wait, I can't find the. But I can find this.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
And it's gone.
What? Gone?
The moral of the story, kids, or the Home Alone of it all, is buy their merch. Give them their money. Give them all your money. They need your money. My face is deep in Sean Connery's ass telling you, give them all your money.
Bottom lip is fully. I'm sorry.
Have you ever said that about something that you drew, Chris?
I've drawn some things. I kind of gave up on drawing when I was a teenager because I drew a version of Stone Cold Steve Austin giving the finger, but he had an eagle's head on the back of an art book, and my dad said, I don't want to see you draw shit like that again, and I just kind of gave up drawing after that moment.
You should have continued to draw more middle fingers. Hey, look, at the end of every episode, each week, we have a thing where the guest asks a particular question that you need to have asked. But this week, there's one thing that I need, and it's if Noel and Chris could ask the question at the same time. Look, it's not hard to do it.
You want us to ask the question at the same time?
I'm going to count down from 3, and on 3, when I say 3, you guys say the thing. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, did you
want unlimited bacon?
There was the only time
almost did it.
Exactly
Which
what
is good,
we needed to do.
you know?
Was
Yeah, but okay.
why weren't they brought up here?
So here's the thing.
Why were they
All
not
right.
brought up here?
Here's the thing. Okay. If you could choose between having unlimited bacon and no video games, or all of the video games, or no video games, which would you choose?
Unlimited
Video
bacon.
And if you were to choose between being allergic to video games,
But so you would choose all the games but no games?
I would choose
Unlimited
video
bacon.
games over unlimited bacon.
But you would get no video games.
Correct.
That's
What if
fine.
you were allergic to both of
Let me
these?
repeat the question. If you could choose between unlimited bacon and no video games, or all the video games, all the games in the world, but no video games, what would you choose?
Well, what if you were
All the video
allergic to
games in the
video
world.
games
All
and
But there's no video games.
Oh
But
my
you're allergic.
goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. He's gone
Am I
ham.
getting bacon or not? That's my primary question.
I'm gonna make.
Well, if
bacon.
you get unlimited bacon, you get no video games.
I
That's
have
fine.
unlimited
I already
bacon.
chose that.
I have unlimited video games. What do you want? More? Do you
You
want?
get no unlimited video games. You can either choose unlimited
I want
bacon and all the video games.
unlimited video games. I want unlimited bacon.
I don't.
But you can choose unlimited bacon, but you get no video games. That's the thing. But
Yeah,
if you
that's
use
fine.
all the games, you get no games.
I choose to.
This is the thing you
Murder.
chose to do, Chris. What the heck's wrong with you?
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. Tune in to X-Rated, the X-Men animated review show. Artistic interviews with graphic histories. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And movie reviews with Hold Up, a movie podcast. And while you're at it, spin a few records with Eamon on Track. Watch us duke it out on Trivial Debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.